Duffy in once more, bowls, and that's the first boundary of the day as Charlie Allison is given a bit of width and strokes it away just behind square on the offside. Nice shot from Charlie Allison.
And in comes Taylor. Taylor's driven down the ground. It's a bit of a half volley. Nothing wrong with that, but equally a very good shot from Charlie Allison, who takes the second boundary of the morning as he's driven back past Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire. Dead straight, that is. Beautiful shot by the Essex right-handed opener.
That was a good shout. Good response from Taylor, having been driven in earlier in the over.
In comes Taylor. This is driven down the ground. That wasn't quite a half volley. That was a wonderful check drive shot just on the leg side, in between the stumps and the non-striker Paul Walter. That was an even better shot compared to the half volley earlier in the over.
Duffy bowls, and he's bowled him. Well, I've done him, I'm afraid. The old commentator's curse. Two stumps disturbed, the middle one left, and Paul Walter's innings ends. I was going to say he can back down the order in white ball cricket, and of course he can.
As Taylor on his way in, passes the umpire, driven down the ground. That is a gorgeous shot. We've seen 3 of those, which has been driven past the bowler.
That was the one. Duffy from the gooch end hits Allison on the pad, and he's given. Big shout for LBW, and that was an example of where he might have fallen across it a little bit. He's not a tall man. It hit him quite high up.
It's 8th over. Comes in, driven down the ground by Tom Wesley. Well, no stick here at all to Taylor. Taylor's bowling quite full.
And some lovely shots.
Taylor on his way in, driven again, back past the bowler for the 5th boundary that's gone. I don't want to say a half volley. He's out there batting as Taylor comes in. This is a little too straight at leg stump where it's well fielded. No, it isn't. It's gone past him. And I think is that Brett D'Oliveira who's going to have to just jog over towards the pavilion wall, which is beneath the balcony. Fingers crossed for the 4th round. And he's been dropped at 3rd slip. That's well bowled.
Yeah, there weren't enough layers. I had to be like the Michelin Man.
Ben Allison, it comes down, the wicket just cocks, and I think that's gone for 6. It's gone a long way. That may have gone into the fir trees to our left. That's gone down the ground.
So I was happy in the end. Here's Waite. Well, first ball, that has been an inside.
Ben Allison starts a new over, and this time Cox advances towards the delivery, and this time push drives it sensibly and smartly for 4. Back past.
Reasonably helpful conditions. That will be 4, as Waite again is too straight, and Tom Wesley just leans on it, clips it nicely through mid-wicket. Fitted in well, it would seem.
Roderick up to the stumps as Allison is in, and that's come off the outside edge of the bat, but too wide for second slip. There's a chase on. It's not going to be successful. You
can see it easily, and you might have to ride with it, but it's not a particularly difficult take. That's a beautiful shot, as Matthew Waite gets this one wrong in the sense that his teams always seem to score more quickly than they used to.
In once more, Taylor, and there
got
is
him.
Got him.
I've done it again.
Wow. Terrific work by Taylor. Great catch in the end.
That Worcestershire played Essex on here to the back end of last season as Cox is out, caught by Roderick at slip. Good delivery from Jacob Duffy, his 3rd wicket of the morning. Just turned Cox round a little bit and he felt for it just outside off stump. Little outside edge, looks really dejected. I think maybe somebody had some tape on their bat, and here's Tom Taylor.
In he comes, bowls, and this is driven down the ground. We've seen it a few times today that Taylor has conceded a boundary. Anyway, Taylor in, driven into the offside, well fielded. No, it's not. He dives over the ball and it will race across the dry outfield for 4 towards a large scoreboard.
Comes in again now and bowls, and on the back foot
still
Pepper
struggling.
who plays that back up the pitch, and he is in a bit of pain here, the Essex keeper. A couple of players going in to ask him if he's all right, and either he's a very good actor and he wants this to be the last over before lunch.
As Duffy comes in, this is a heavy ball, which is probably a leg stump half volley coming down the slope, and
Critchley waits his weight in, and that's a nick, and he's gone. It's another terrific catch for Roderick. He came over in front of first slip, rolled and dived. He has been absolutely outstanding behind the stumps. Wait, runs in. They've got two catches in and all. There's a big shout. Yes, he's given this time. He has threatened and threatened. They have appealed, and he's absolutely pumped weight because he has his reward.
okay.
So someone needs to tell
Welcome
me if
to
that's a thing.
write into bbcessexcricket@gmail.com.
His weight, and that is absolutely smoked by Snater.
Again, in the sunshine, bowls, and oh, there we go. It could be caught. That is brilliant from Brett D'Oliveira or Jacob Duffy or whoever set the field.
As weight moves away from us, bowls. This has gone for an LBW, and he's being given. That's an important decision there, as Michael Pepper probably just got a little bit over on his leg stump. 10 years later, are we getting better off? And there's another wicket to fall, and it's Simon Harmer's just gone for 28.
They were adamant that these weren't the value.
Clean bowled Porter. Hasn't really upset the scorers there. Porter's been bowled for naught, and Essex have been bowled out for a 179. Quite a difficult day for Essex.
Snater in again, and that's nicely driven. Managed to pick the gap through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot from Jake Libby. That'll perhaps settle the nerves a little bit. Runs in, bowls, and that's come off the outside edge. But as we saw this morning, they're coming off and going quite wide. So nothing the slips fielders can do about that one as it rolls away for another boundary.
Porter is in and bowls, and that is his first runs, and they are beautifully gathered because it's a first proper half volley that Jamie Pauls has bowled, and Gareth Roderick.
Expect to see him first change, as here comes Snater in bowled. That is gone. He's got a wicket. It's a big, thick edge, and it's taken at third slip quite comfortably, but well taken as well on his knees. Hair bouncing as he runs in, bowls a nick, and it's taken. Brilliant take at third slip.
Critchley again.
It's Critchley, it's his second. It was different to the last one. He was falling forward, but Snater.
Little bit of movement, bit of swing. Rajitha's in, and a nick there. His first Essex wicket. He's so pleased. It probably wasn't the best delivery he's bowled so far. Short and wide, and the batsman has got a nick onto it.
It's a struggle out there, isn't it, for the batters?
Porter, there's another nick, and he's gone. Kashif Ali. Well, it's nicking and it's catching, and they're doing a brilliant job in the slips, Gordon. They are sharp. They know the ball could come to them at any moment.
They've not batted well. Rajitha bowls, and a rare loose delivery which Adam Hose hammers through the covers, just throws his hands through it. But it's hard work. Rajitha bowls. Hose cuts in the air for 4, down to third man, but not far wide of Charlie Allison. I can understand his disappointment.
Snater in, driven back past
Even more
the
now.
bowler. Yes, it's going to go away for 4. Nicely timed up. Essex is 179 all out. Porter in. This is played down to the vacant third man. That's actually well played by the captain D'Oliveira, and it is going to run away for a long part of the boundary here at Chelmsford for 4.
Snater in, bowls wide, short, cut away, 4 runs. A rare loose delivery, and D'Oliveira.
In comes Thane to Hose. Hose forces off the back foot. Tall, stands tall, and plays it out with a straight bat out to back, deep backward point where there is 1 run. He keeps the strike. Score moves to Charlie, an indifferent day. It was a toss that you would have liked to have won. 179 all out. What does that represent?
Yeah, well, obviously we'd like to have bowled first, obviously, but put into bat. We didn't do too badly, I feel. They bowled very well. Bowled us out for 179 on a pitch which was certainly offering something, definitely up top as well, and it stayed consistent through our innings as shown by our 4 very quick wickets. I don't think we should be too disheartened by it. I feel if we get a few early ones tomorrow we can do the same to them.
Teams are allowed to bowl well, and I thought the Worcester bowlers bowled as a quartet quite well. And now it's your turn to have the opportunity. It was 20 odd for 4, it's now 98 for 4, so early wickets tomorrow morning?
Yes, yeah, hopefully. I mean, we got them 4 down very quickly, but Hose and Brett D'Oliveira batted very nicely to steady the ship, so that's allowed to happen. We'll stay patient and hopefully we can get them tomorrow.
You've had 2 games, okay, 2 draws, but you've dominated the games as well. But they've been pretty flat conditions. Here we are back at home. The bowlers must love the idea of bowling on something that might help.
Yes, definitely. It makes the game a lot more interesting, I find. Brings in more modes of dismissal out as well. And you've also got to really earn the right to score your runs as a batsman. It's always going to be a test, but that's enjoyable.
Do you think this wicket will flatten out a bit, will lose a bit of its moisture greenness?
Well, it'll be interesting to see. It hasn't so far today. I mean, the lights did come on later in the day, so that played a part, but we'll have to see on midway through day 2 how it goes.
Good luck tomorrow.
It's a really, really exciting time for us. I mean, it's been the natural progression. I've been with Essex now 3 years. We started just as the cruise line partner, and then we became front of shirt on the 50 over, and now the natural evolution to take on the ground naming rights. It's just a natural fit, and we both want to grow, and we both want to become the best we can. There'll be benefits just for the members specifically, which will include some added value benefits over just a standard discount. There'll be a discount for the sort of wider Essex supporters, and then the naming rights that we've got at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, we will be able to reach out to the hundreds of clubs in the East, and we'll be able to engage with them as well, not just to come on board and experience Ambassador, but hopefully to take more involvement and interest in Essex themselves.
What's been really exciting around this is how the partnership has developed with Ambassador over a number of years, from the work they've helped us in the community around inspiring young people, through to how they've helped us in terms of activating match days, to looking at how we can really make the Ambassador Cruise Line ground a real hub for the region.
To have people on board that can share the vision that we're trying to do as well is really important. It's bigger than just the sponsorship itself. Like everybody coming together as one behind one cause, I think it really helps, and I think it's really important to what we're trying to do.
It's really exciting with one of the only women's teams to play all of our games at our home ground, the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. It should hopefully create such a buzz. It's really exciting and we're really looking forward to the opportunity.
I think it's fantastic news for not only Ambassador but for the club as well. It shows a great partnership between the 2 organisations, and hopefully we can thrive together and make a partnership even better one going forward.
celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday from Mandy and all at KN and all at Essex stand. Please welcome your umpires for this Rothesay County Championship match, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Rob White. Match referee is Steve Davis. And in the scorebox, Paul Parkinson, Super Porter and Gavin Lee.
And a very good morning to one and all from the Ambassador Cruise Line ground in Chelmsford for day 2 of the Rothesay Division 1 encounter between Essex and Worcestershire. We had a cracking day's play yesterday where Essex had to bat. They were asked to bat and made 197 all out before, well, reducing Worcestershire to, well, it was 22 for 3 and 22 for 4 before a very productive partnership between the captain Brett D'Oliveira and Adam Hose, who have put on 76 runs for this 5th wicket partnership, and they played very nicely. So it's a very intriguing morning's play about to happen. First hour will be crucial, and we're going to be joined by my fellow 2 colleagues. It's going to be Melinda Farrell. She's going to join us after half an hour, but the first person to chat and speak will be none other than the BBC Hereford and Worcestershire man, Frank Watson. A very good morning to you, Frank.
Good morning, John.
I hope you survived Chelmsford overnight, or Brentwood.
Yeah.
And you're full of beans for what should be a cracking day's cricket.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to you, Don. Good morning, everybody. I think the first hour, as you say, absolutely crucial. No question about that. Been out this morning, had a look at the pitch. Hasn't changed really. Still very green, very hard. A little bit of wear at either end, around about a length where the bowlers have been hitting the deck, and maybe just a little bit of disturbance of the surface there. And it's hard, so we might see the odd one going up, as we did yesterday occasionally. Think of Gareth Roderick getting hit on the hand and 1 or 2 of the other dismissals. Might, as the game goes on, perhaps see the odd one going down if the ball hits a certain part of a worn little divot. Not a divot, you know what I mean, a little bit of an impression. So it may get harder. I don't think it's going to get easier. I don't think it's going to flatten out. It's a pitch that isn't going to, it's not going to deteriorate in the way that we would expect a 4-day pitch to deteriorate, mainly because it's a hybrid. That's my reading of it anyway, and I think batting is going to remain a very difficult exercise.
Now, before a game has seen a ball bowled, we have Simon Fernandez, who is acting as the wicketkeeper. Jordan Cox isn't 100% fit from his recent injury, so he had to do it yesterday as an emergency. But it's Simon Fernandez, who heralds from my part, the next door village. He comes from just inside the Suffolk border. Just into Constable country. But the first ball of the morning is going to be Shane Snater. Would you like to take the first over?
Absolutely. Simon Fernandez then, standing up to the stumps. I'm guessing it's his debut in first-class cricket. And he is up to the stumps, which is quite a challenge, as Snater comes in and bowls, and Adam Hose is forward to the first ball and pushing it out on the offside. So Simon Fernandez, don't know anything about him, Don. You might be able to tell us a little bit about him. Sounds like a good Suffolk name.
Yeah, a couple of brothers play for, yes. His father enjoys flying. Simon Fernandez plays at Colchester and East Essex. Has played quite a bit of second team cricket.
Right. Anyway, there he is, crouching down now as Snater is in and bowls again from the Graham Gooch end to Adam Hose. Hose is forward, pushing out on the offside, and there is no addition. So overnight then, Worcestershire still trailing, of course, by 81 runs, but in better shape than they were when these two came together at 22 for 4, and it's the biggest partnership of the game, from Hose, who's on 39, and D'Oliveira on 31. Snater is in, bowls, and Hose is on 43, because that one from Snater is short of a length outside off stump, and Adam Hose on his toes cracks it through the covers off the back foot. Lovely shot from Hose, good way to start the day for him. He goes to 43, and Worcestershire bringing up the 100, 102 for 4.
Great shot off the back foot, stood tall, allowed the ball to come to the bat and caressed it through the offside. Mightily impressive shot.
Snater coming in again to bowl to Hose. 3 slips in place. He bowls a bit fuller, and Hose is on the front foot, pushing this one up to mid-on. It's fielded by Rajitha, and there is no addition. Another bright morning here at Chelmsford. A little bit chilly, but it's bright, dry, not much rain in the forecast, and we're better off than the western half of the country from what I can see, although I gather that there will be an 11:30 start at Edgbaston this morning. They only managed a few overs there yesterday. Speaking to a few people overnight, a lot of rain back in Worcestershire. Snater in bowls, and Hose is forward and playing back up the pitch to the bowler. And I spoke to our sports editor Trevor Owens this morning, or messaged him. He lives in the middle of the country, and it was raining at home for him as well.
Yes, good morning, Nick. We've only just started. We've had a couple of balls. There's been 1 boundary scored by Adam Hose into the offside. But Essex need inroads in this first hour. It should be an intriguing first day, but the first hour will be important. Worcestershire, 102 for 4.
And the over finishes with Hose driving up to mid-on, was a good stop by Rajitha. But yes, just saying, Trevor Owens, who lives in a town called Prestine, which is on the border between...
Is it Prestine?
Between... is it? Yeah, pretty much, I think. You'd have to ask Trevor. He used to be the mayor, so...
oh, did he?
He probably would say that it is. No, it's Prestine anyway, on the border, literally on the border between England and Wales, directly west of Worcester. And he said this morning it was hosing it down, to use the name of a batsman who's out there. 43 to Hose, 30 on to D'Oliveira. We've had 1 over this morning. It's 102 for 4.
I always think of those Worcestershire villages as very pretty. Yeah, you know, along the Stour, is it? No,
the team. On the team out of Worcester into Herefordshire, some beautiful villages.
Herefordshire,
absolutely.
Stunning. Is it Ross?
Yeah,
Wye?
Ross on Wye.
Porter to start from the Sir Alistair Cook end, where he bowls. He bowls a ball of good length, which D'Oliveira, the skipper, has got behind and played into the leg side. There is no run. So we've got 4 slips waiting. Looks like Paul Water, and then Harmer, and then Critchley, and I think that's Thane at 4th slip. Took a good catch, did Thane yesterday.
Yeah.
We've got a man at Boot Hill, probably 2 strips away, so the best part of 12 feet. 2 on the offside on the ring, and a mid-on, and a fine legs fairly square. And the fine leg fairly square comes into play now, because Porter's bowled quite straight. It's gone into the leg side, and Brett D'Oliveira takes a quick 2 runs to his own score, to Worcestershire's score, 104 for 4. And Essex will need inroads this morning. It could be Rajitha, who may come into the attack after Snater. Rajitha bowled the Sri Lankan, new on his debut. Bowled very nicely yesterday. Porter in, up the hill, played off the back foot. Brett D'Oliveira looks for a single, but he turns it down, and rightly so. Good bit of fielding there from Jordan Cox, who kept wicket yesterday in the absence of Michael Pepper. Michael Pepper still being watched and looked at and investigated. He's not on the park, and we all welcome Simon Fernandez from just inside Suffolk. I think he heralds from Polstead, that area, Stoke-by-Nayland, just inside Suffolk on the Constable country. The River Stour runs through there is the boundary. As this is left alone by Brett Dolliver, it goes through to Fernandez, who takes the ball. Yeah, he plays at Colchester. I think he has a brother. They both played through the age groups at Essex. I think they were quite well connected with Laurie Austin, a former policeman who ran the Essex under-12s for many years in the pathway system. Again, Laurie Austin was a stalwart of Colchester and East Essex at Castle Park. This ball bounces and he plays under the ball. The ball goes over the bat. It's an attempted square cut, and the ball did get a little bit large, Frank.
Yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Not really any apparent difference in length, but climbed quite steeply off the pitch. Wide enough for the batsman to be encouraged to play an attacking shot, because if you don't try and hit the short wide ones, you don't get a lot to hit on this pitch, but the bounce can undo you. Lucky to miss it.
Porter, pass umpire O'Shaughnessy. There's a squeeze perhaps between bat and pad into the leg side, where Rajitha at mid-on does the fielding. It's the end of Porter's first over. I wonder how many he's going to be bowling today. But Worcestershire have moved from their overnight score of 98 for 4. They've added 6 in the 2 overs. They are currently 104 for 4.
I say lucky to miss it, and just clarify what I mean by that. I think you've got to have a certain amount of luck in order to bat for any length of time on this pitch without nicking one, if the bowlers bowl in the right areas, and they generally have on both sides. And just to, explain, if a batsman goes for a cut off a short wide one in this game and nicks it to the keeper and is on his way, and that's happened to 2 or 3 players. We'll just break off a Snater, comes down the hill to bowl to Hose, and Hose is forward to this one, plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. And it's easy then to look at that replay, and I think we did it yesterday, and said, he didn't need to play that really, what's he doing chasing that one? Well, the answer to that is, as I've just said, I think it's fair to say, if you don't play those ones and try and score off them, you're just letting the bowler bowl at you, and you've got nothing to work with. You've got very little to score off. And Snater is in again and bowls, and Hose is again forward to a very good delivery, pushing it back up the pitch. And so you're tied down, you're playing good deliveries in the V, and then you get a short wide one, and understandably you've got to try and score off it. And if you do, and we saw Hose and Oliver yesterday, and 1 or 2 other players on the Essex side make runs off short deliveries that they cut away. If you nick it, people criticise you. Snater bowls, Hose is forward, pushing up to mid. I hope that makes sense, but it's the conundrum that a batsman faces. And I also picked out yesterday, Don, that Shane Snater, who's now bowling, came into bat, and he came in and clearly decided that the best policy for him was to be aggressive.
That's
and
in
play
his
shots.
DNA.
And that was absolutely the case, and he played well, and he made 24 fairly quickly. In he comes again now, and the Hose is again driving, this time flicked by Snater onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Dolliver hadn't left his ground. And then Simon Harmer came in and decided that he had the technique to cope, and he did, and he played extremely well, and he played the longest innings of that Essex first innings, the longest personal innings. He faced 77 balls, and he trusted his technique, and then eventually he was dismissed, and he got 28, which is almost the same as Snater got. So it just shows you, Snater again is in, and Hose is driving off, or trying to drive off the back foot, but missing it, and it's taken by the substitute keeper Fernandez. Nice take up to the stumps, and it just shows you that there's no right answer. You can go out there and you can battle for an hour and a half and still make 20 odd, or you can go out and play some shots and get 20 odd. But it's not a pitch, I think it's fair to say, it's not a pitch that you're ever really in on. And that goes for anybody, including these two who've put together a good partnership. Here's Snater again. He's in and he bowls, and Hose lets that go outside the off stump, and it's taken nicely by Fernandez, standing up to the stumps. Tidy work from him. The end of the over. A maiden from Fernandez. Worcestershire have added just 6 runs this morning. They haven't lost any wickets. Hose has 43, D'Oliveira has 33, and Worcestershire are 104 for 4, trailing by 75.
Thanks, Frank. So you're listening to Don Topley, Frank Watson, and in about 11:30 we shall invite Mel Farrell back in, the same team that brought you the ball-by-ball action yesterday. We hope you are enjoying the commentary here with BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, the BBC app online, and the smart speaker too, and also on the live streaming from Chelmsford. Porter on his way in, bowls, right arm over. It's gone back as Brett D'Oliveira, where he's gone into line, played it back to the bowler, and the mid-off, Tom Wesley, the captain, does the fielding. And we've got a fair bit of high cloud. There was a rumour that at about 11 o'clock, Stuart Kerrison, speaking to him this morning, he was talking about this with a little bit more. It's a hybrid wicket with a little bit more grass on it, and I think Frank was feeling it and could feel the sort of nylon contributions in the wicket. This is driven nicely through extra cover, which is going to run away. It won't be a boundary as Wesley's running after it. They're looking for 3. D'Oliveira turns and calls as he runs to the danger end, the bowler's end, and there is 3 runs. 107 now for 4. Good looking shot, quite well pitched up, just outside off stump. Yeah, so Stuart Kerrison was briefly talking about this as he was putting the covers on, because just before there was a rumour that there would be a little bit of drizzle, but we didn't really experience it, although some at the train station felt it as they were coming out and walking across the parkway beside the river through the town towards the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Porter in outside off stump, just moving slightly away from Hose, and that's a good delivery. Now, Frank, we were talking about how well Roderick kept wicket yesterday, and he was noticed by when he came up, because Jordan Cox was advancing down the wicket to the Worcestershire bowlers, so he came up, which made Jordan Cox stay in the crease, which gave him a chance not just of an LB then, but also perhaps a stumping, as Porter is bowling to Hose. Hose comes forward, looks for a quick single, but turns it smartly down as it goes to mid-on, no run. But the point is, this morning, with a reserve wicketkeeper coming in, standing in, that is Simon Fernandez for Michael Pepper. Simon Fernandez is standing up and took a good take last over, which would have pleased someone like Barry Hyam. And interestingly for me, yesterday afternoon, this productive partnership which we're witnessing, Porter's in, he bowls outside off stump, left alone by Hose through to Fernandez, no run. And this productive partnership was very much because they were quite aggressive and quite positive, and also walked about a little around the crease.
He's coming up now. Interesting you say that.
Is he? And
yeah,
he's coming up.
He is.
And look, and it's a great tactic, a great skill. Mel, you, myself, were all talking about it yesterday. But what will happen, it will bring Hose back to the crease. It won't allow him to walk around or advance. And it will increase an LB or indeed a stumping as he comes forward with a strong front foot. Plays a forward defensive out into the offside, and it concludes a good over there from Jamie Porter, 107 for 4. So we're seeing it again, like yesterday. It's a fantastic skill. It's brave by the keeper. Some bowlers don't like it, but if you emotionally cannot, well, don't get too emotional about it, you're still a fast bowler, but you find yourselves with the keeper standing up. Think of it, it's for the benefit of the team. You've got a chance of getting another wicket, and actually what you're doing is you're encouraging or making the batsman stay in the crease, which is what he didn't want to do. It might be that he's batting outside the crease, 12 inches down the track, or he advances down the track. For me, I applauded the keeper when he did it. Jack Russell did it for a lot of his career. Brilliant tactic.
Snater in again with the keeper standing up from the gooch end, pushed out by D'Oliveira on the offside. Yeah, I agree, and we had a lot of chat about wicket-keeping yesterday, partly when Melinda and I were on air, Don, and I was talking about my feeling that although there are many aspects of the game that have improved over the years, and fielding is definitely one of them, and I think lots and lots of aspects of batting have improved, they've changed. There are certain aspects that perhaps are not quite the same as they used to be. Snater is in and bowls, and D'Oliveira is forward, pushing into the covers. I'm not sure that keeping has improved as much as other aspects of the game. I say that partly because of rose-tinted spectacles and my childhood memories of my favourite ever model, because I was a keeper.
Who was that?
Alan Knott, who I just think was the best I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Bob Taylor, I think, was brilliant.
Yeah.
Jack Russell, etc. One thing about keepers now and standing up is that they have helmets on. Snater in, bowls, D'Oliveira is forward and defends, and there's no run. And that means that standing up is easier than it used to be in a way, because you've got a helmet. And whether you like, I never wore a helmet as a keeper, never. I wore a helmet as a batter, but I never kept in a helmet.
How old were you when you finished?
Probably about early 40s, I think, when I finished playing good league cricket. And I stood up without a helmet. Now, I can never remember being scared. I can remember being hit by a bail once. It missed my eye, and I was fortunate. Snater is in again, bowls, and D'Oliveira cuts, but into the ground, and it just bounces up on the offside, and he doesn't get a run. But I think now you can go up, and that fear factor is taken away a little bit, because you might get hit, but you've probably got a helmet on. I'm not saying it's easy. Of course it isn't easy. It's a great skill, as you say. But I just think it's perhaps a little bit easier than it used to be. But the Taylors and the Knotts of this world, and the Russells, they used to stand up and make it look very, very easy against all sorts of bowling, and they didn't have helmets on. Snater bowls, D'Oliveira is forward to mid-on, and there's no run again. It's tidy from Snater this morning, very straight. He's only bowled one bad ball really, and Hose put it away. So I think that's to be taken into consideration. Now I've said this yesterday, and I remember, Ben Folkes takes a catch off the inside edge, and people say, "Oh, look at this!" And nobody's fantastic. Bob Taylor did that all the time, Don. Jamie Foster did it all the time. They were just brilliant keepers. Yeah. And I'm not sure there are that many around now as good as that, but I might be wrong. D'Oliveira again pushes out on the onside. Another really good over from Snater. 107 for 4 at the end of it. 43 to Hose, 36 to D'Oliveira. They're still together, but they're finding it very tough to score runs this morning.
What we are finding with wicket keepers, and you can't deny this, is that they are slightly taller.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that yesterday.
And then, of course, the consequence of being taller means you probably have a longer reach. It might mean you, on a negative impact, that you stand up earlier because you're taller. But you have nonetheless a longer reach, which means first slip can go a bit further, which means second slip can go a bit further, which means you cover a larger area. Pure maths tells me that. As Porter starts a new over with 4 in the slips and a back pad, and this is a good stride there by Hose, comes forward, big tall man, and he gets a decent stride in and then plays it back to Porter, who collects on his follow-through.
You might be right about that, Don. I would like a sports scientist or an expert to talk to me about whether taller people move their feet quite as adeptly as smaller people. Dancers perhaps would be the ones to tell us that. So I'm not sure.
Porter in at the crease, bowls. This is driven. There's a bit of width on it. It's quite full. It's gone across through extra cover. And Jordan Cox, who kept yesterday, is running after it. And they get 3. They run well there, did Worcestershire. 3 more runs. 110 now for 4. Not forgetting it was 98 overnight, wasn't it?
Yep.
98 was the overnight score. Porter is bowling from the Sir Alistair Cook, or the old River End. We're at the River Stand. The River Stand is fairly popular today. Still a few cardigans and sweat tops are being worn, and looking at the Tom Pearce, that looks to be frequented well as Porter comes in, bowls. This is driven in a very similar position, but this might have been timed better. It's a long part of the boundary towards the scoreboard. Tom Wesley does the fielding, and once again Worcestershire take a long 3, 113 now for 4. Good looking shot, timed by D'Oliveira.
Yeah, nicely played. Slightly overpitched, not quite a half volley, but these two this morning have been quite watchful. Very focused.
Most of the runs have come off the front foot, apart from the first boundary of the morning from Hose, which was struck powerfully through the offside off the back foot. And Porter has to abort because Hose is not ready.
Well, Rajitha was moving around at mid-on, I think. And that movement just in the corner of Hose's eye, I think he's quite entitled to pull out there.
I said to Rajitha this morning, I was on the pitch doing a quick report and stuff, but he was smiling. He's loved being in Chelmsford. This is played on the front foot. Strong front foot, just a little punch into the offside no run. Here, Rajitha was smiling. I said, well, bowl, what a cracking first over. I said, you won't bowl better overs than that. He smiled at me. Still wearing slightly different hat. I wonder if it's the T20 hat.
Yeah, there were a few in the warm-up I noticed this morning wearing that hat.
It's a blue front with the badge and red at the back. Porter comes in, driven off the back foot. That's well fielded by Charlie Allison. And Ben, well, I have to say, Adam Hose is not fortunate, but it was a fantastic bit of cricket all round.
He slipped quite badly as well, didn't he? He's made quite a mark on the pitch, actually.
Porter's bowled it. It's just short of a length, where Hose has executed it beautifully off his hip. He's naturally thought he's powerfully hit it and it's going to go for runs, but it's gone straight at Charlie Allison under the lid, who's about the best part of 12 feet away. He's collected it. Meanwhile, Hose has gone for a single and Allison has thrown it back at the stumps. He may have been out if it had hit.
Yeah, I think he might have been.
Being square, he's only got one and a half stumps to aim at. He's missed. And Hose has fell on the floor as Porter comes in. This time front foot, drews it back to Porter, who fields on for the end of the over. 113 for 4. And that, well, that was an exciting last couple of balls. Brilliant bit of fielding by the gentleman under the lid. That's the young Charlie Allison. And we've just witnessed Hugh Turberville, the editor of the Cricketer, just turn up. He hasn't turned up on time. He's turned up late. Eh? Can he blame the British rail trains or what? What do you think his excuse is? Eh? If you come to cricket, don't you want to be there for the first ball?
There's all sorts of reasons. I don't think we should judge yet, Don.
No.
First bowling change, Rajitha coming into the attack to replace Snater at the Graham Gooch end. There was real panic for a second from Adam Hose when he fell there. I think he turned it off his legs, as you say, thought he might get a run. Charlie Allison fielded. Horrible slip, and he was on the ground and desperately reaching for the crease with his bat. Gosh. What a horrible way that would have been to end an innings when you've played as well as he has, but he escaped. So D'Oliveira will face Rajitha, 3 slips in place. Walter at first, Harmer at second, and Critchley at third. All very good grabbers. It's the wider slips that have been most employed in this game. Second and third, as the balls move quite sharply off this surface. Rajitha bowls, slightly over pitched, and D'Oliveira helps himself to runs down the leg side, flicked away to fine leg, and 4 of them, so that's a bonus. A bit of a loosener from Rajitha. Runs have been hard to come by. That's only the second boundary of the day, and it takes D'Oliveira into the 40s. It's on to 43, and Hose is 46. Actually, he might only be 30. No, he is 43. Yeah. One scoreboard is quick, one scoreboard slightly slow. 117 for 4. As Rajitha is in again and bowls, and D'Oliveira is driving up to mid-on. Snade to the fielder, and on this occasion, no run. So 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg the field. Simon Fernandez keeping wicket as a substitute for Michael Pepper, who was injured yesterday. Rajitha down the hill, right arm over the wicket, bowls down the leg side again. D'Oliveira misses out and throws his head back in disappointment, because he'd already picked up 1 boundary down to fine leg, and he thought he might have been able to get another one there, but he missed it. Taken nicely by Fernandez, who moved his feet well, and that's what I was trying to talk about before when we were talking about tall keepers and reach. I think a smaller keeper, it's all about anticipation, isn't it? The best keepers never dive, did they? Or rarely dive. Bob Taylor hardly ever dived, just moved his feet.
Are you saying then, when you brought the analogy of dancers, are you saying not many tall dancers can properly dance?
I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you one. This one dug out by D'Oliveira. I'll tell you one wicket keeper who couldn't dance.
Yes.
That's me.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful dancer.
I listen to
my wife would,
too.
if she's listening, my wife will be nodding in agreement now. But
Good
I
morning,
don't know.
Mrs.
What
Watson.
I'm saying is I don't
Surely
know.
you're listening.
What I'm saying is I don't know. But Bob Taylor didn't dive, did he, very often?
He was brilliant.
He was amazing. I remember playing in a benefit game once, and I was at slip and he was keeping, and the ball went down the leg side and somebody nicked it. Rajitha again in bowls and left alone by D'Oliveira, and Bob Taylor caught it down the leg side with just routine, just, you know. And as he caught it, he just bent down, put his hand down to steady himself.
Did he?
And I said, "Oh, that's a great catch." But he said, "Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that I lost my balance." Incredible! It's absolutely fantastic.
Lovely man.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
We were talking yesterday, and I've been thinking about it overnight, and I genuinely believe I am right about this, as I mentioned after this ball.
Rajitha in, and D'Oliveira gets runs, or at least one of them here, down to long leg, just flicks it off his pad, runs the first one quickly, hoping for a second, but no chance of coming back. As Jamie Porter fields, last ball of the over, they get a single. D'Oliveira keeps the strike. He's on 44. And it's 118 for 4.
Many listening are here on BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, on the app and smart speaker, and also on the streaming service here, courtesy of Essex County Cricket Club. Listen, if you've never seen our new Sri Lankan bowl, then I ask you to think back to the days of Saj Mahmood, formerly of Lancashire, formerly of England, and indeed of this parish at the end of his career. Cousin Rajitha, his action is very, very similar. He's a similar build, tall, wiry, quite thin, and let me tell you, he bowls very similar action to Saj Mahmood, formerly of Lancashire, England, and indeed Essex. So if you remember him bowling, that's what I'm asking you to think of. As Porter starts a new over. 3 slips now, and this is going into the leg side, shovelled into the leg side, where Shane Snater does the fielding at mid-on, and there is the single, because it's gone wide of Snater. So Frank's gone off to do a update, and we're going to welcome Mel Farrell into the commentary seat. Porter talking to his skipper, Tom Wesley, at mid-on. They're deciding what they're going to do, how straight they're going to bowl. They're bowling at the tall man Hose, Adam Hose, formerly of Warwickshire, Somerset, and now at his 3rd county. Hose takes guard, bat aloft. Waiting, Porter in, bowls. This is played into the leg side, looking for a quick single. What good cricket that is from Worcestershire. The pair just went, probably not even a call, just a simple look, and they both went. Very good cricket there from Hose and D'Oliveira, 120 for 4. And most importantly, can I say a very good morning to my colleague Mel Farrell.
And a very good morning to you, Toppers. And
Survive Chelmsford?
I'm still here. Good morning to all our listeners, including those on 5 Sports Extra, who
Have they joined us?
believe have joined us for what has been a fascinating game here.
And Porter's in bowls. This is well fielded by Jordan Cox at cover, but they do get through a single because he's parried it to his left. He can't get up straight away, and that's a good call. So I have to say, 98 for 4 overnight. They've moved now with a further, what is it, 22 runs overnight since the overnight total, and they have run well between the wickets, and at the moment there are no worries for Worcestershire as Porter bowls, and that's a very good delivery. There we go, there's a worrier playing a miss through to the keeper, who is Simon Fernandez, who is acting keeper because Michael Pepper got injured yesterday.
And that says it all. So just in case you weren't following yesterday, Essex lost the toss and were inserted by Worcestershire and made 179, the top score for them. Jordan Cox with 32. So that tells you a story. They're playing on a hybrid pitch, good bowling conditions.
Porter in, shovelled into the leg side, probably a little too straight. And there's the applaud for the 100 partnership. Most of the Worcestershire visitors who have travelled to watch this encounter are in the top of the river stand. And that's where we're commentating from, and congratulations to these two. This is the first century stand of the game, and it's been very productive for the away team.
It certainly has, and just to emphasise, Michael Pepper was injured yesterday. We saw Gareth Roderick get pinged on the hand as well. He was very uncomfortable for a while. It's been really hard work for the batters, so that puts this 100 partnership in context, because they were in real trouble when these two came in at 22 for 4.
The keeper comes up now to Brett D'Oliveira, who looks and scrambles for a single. He's going to get 2 as Noah Thane runs down to third man for 2. Quite a decent over that for Worcestershire, 124 for 4. Porter takes his sweater. It was a cracking day's cricket, what I have to say. Essex have witnessed 2 very benign flat wickets in 2 weeks. There was the draw here, a high-scoring draw where Surrey followed on, but there was a draw here against Surrey and then a draw up at Trent Bridge last week. And this week there is a little bit of grass on it, but it's not a bad wicket, it's just a little more challenging to bat on, as opposed to the 2 benign surfaces that we have seen Essex play on in 2 weeks.
Well, if you're going to land in a country and bowl in county cricket for the first time ever, this is the sort of pitch you'd want. And we're now going to see Rajitha, the Sri Lankan. He loved it yesterday. He's bowled well. He's in now from the Graham Gooch end. It's a Yorker. It's dug out to the leg side by Hose. No run, but that first over he bowled yesterday.
I said to him this morning, I caught up with him and just said, hello, good morning, how are you? Just a nice friendly chat. And I said, what a cracking first over you bowled. I said, you probably won't bowl many first overs like that. And he just smiled at me. And of course, how different the wickets are in Sri Lanka.
Certainly are. Here he is again. His right arm over. There's a nick, and it's taken. I thought it had dropped short. It hasn't. It has been taken at first slip by Paul Walter. But no one's going anywhere. The umpires are going to chat, and that is because it was really hard to tell if he had got his fingers underneath it or it had dropped short. The umpires are having a chat now. A little discussion going on. Adam Hose, he's still out there in the middle, and now the umpire is sending him on his way.
Adam Hose looks a bit disappointed. He's not behaved badly at all there, but he just looks a bit disappointed. I think he felt it may have dropped short. We'll have to look at the replay in a minute. Paul Walter, if he did take that, it must have been beneath the bootlaces, and he snaffled it. But he was very confident that it was a legitimate catch, and Hose has gone 124 for 5. That actually in the story this morning, which has been, well, it's been a very good 35 minutes for Worcestershire until that moment. But Essex badly needed that wicket. They needed to make inroads because Worcestershire will be trying to get a first innings lead, which they're very capable of. Meanwhile, Essex, you've just seen it, they need wickets.
Well, they're still, I mean, Worcestershire is still quite a way behind. 124 for 5 now. They've only batted for 36 overs and a little. So they're still quite a way behind, and it is still a green pitch. That partnership was so important. We've just been praising it. First 100 partnership of the entire match. So for them, that is a crucial loss at this stage because they're going to have to start again. Brett D'Oliveira, Captain Fantastic for them. He's going to have to take on the mantle. As we see, it's Waite who's coming in to bat now. But yeah, it was such an anomaly, that partnership, and it was just looking a little bit easier. Adam Hose, anything with a little bit of width, he plays those lovely drives when he's got the width, and scoring was looking easier. But now it's Waite. He's on strike. In comes Rajitha, and he manages to get it past mid-wicket, flicks it away. I don't think it's going to go all the way. It's not. Just slowing up there in the outfield. So I'm just looking at my colleague behind me, Frank, who is always impartial, and he's not sure that carried. I thought my initial call was that it's dropped just short. Yeah. That's what I thought as I calls it, but yeah, it's doesn't matter what we think. It matters what those two fellows in the very nice Panama hats think out in the middle. Anyway, here comes Rajitha again. 2 runs were scored off that last ball. Next one is flicked down towards fine leg. I'll pick up another single. So productive from Waite as he comes to the crease.
In those circumstances, the fielder won't always have 100% guarantee that all he's done is snaffled it. He feels he's caught it. Probably the guys left and right of him will have a better view.
Here's Rajitha once more, and Waite's, D'Oliveira now, happy to let that one go through. Just, yeah, what I would like to see, because just to explain, we are behind the fields, the slip fielders, so their backs are to us, so it is
high at third man.
Yeah, so I'd be interested if there's a replay that comes up of that from the front, which of course there will be, but well, I don't know if that will show it any better, Dom. Rajitha in once more and left alone by D'Oliveira. Nice bit of bounce and carry, as there has been all week. That is the end of an over. It's a good one. Rajitha now has 2 wickets to his name, and he is finishing that over with Worcestershire 127 for 5.
Well, the umpires, one would have been the best part of 35 metres away. The umpire next to the bowler, and the square lug umpire, which would have been Steve O'Shaughnessy. You've got to remember at Chelmsford, Mel, here, both, it's like Crown Green. So where you're standing at slip, it's beneath the height of the square. So Frank has seen a few images, which he is suggesting that it may. I can't see that.
It's very tight. I'm trying to show.
It's a very tight image. Is it possible to make it larger? There is an element of doubt about that last catch, the first wicket of the morning for Essex. But it's going to be Shane Snater to take over from the Sir Alistair Cook end, from Jamie Porter, who possibly may follow Rajitha in a bit later as Snater moves away from us. He bowls short of a length, forced into the offside. Good looking shot. Well, Waite has faced 2 balls and he's scored some runs already. That was a very good looking shot. He got a bit of a half stump leg volley, a leg stump half volley last over from the Sri Lankan. And that was his first ball, which was a tremendous shot, and now has played very tall off the back foot against Snater and forced 2 runs into the covers. Good looking shot. A man that's in form because he scored runs during that great match saving innings down at Taunton in the first game of the season against Somerset. Waiting. This is played on the offside, 4 defensive, and there is no run. 129 for 5.
He's often listed as a bowling all-rounder, but he averages tick over 30 with the bat. So, and has at least 1 century to his name. Yeah, 1 century, 8 50s. So more than capable.
In comes Snater, moving away past the umpire, driven into the offside, but straight up to Tom Wesley, the captain, at mid-off, and there is no run.
Just if anyone hasn't been following, one thing we discussed yesterday is that I can probably only think of 2 wickets maybe that you would say, when you're watching cricket and you think, oh, they gave their wickets away. Now, that hasn't been that kind of game. There's been edges, there've been players bowled. We saw 1 catch taken at deep third yesterday, which was a brilliant bit of captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira.
Not losing any play at the moment. We've just got a lull because the umpires are inspecting the ball. Snater took it to Captain Wesley. Wesley then presented it to O'Shaughnessy, and O'Shaughnessy's walked to his colleague Rob White, where they're looking over the ball. Yes, they're going to do something to the ball. I think they're going to ask for that executive case to come out.
It's going to come out. We saw one replaced when I think it was Jordan. Was it when Jordan Cox smacked it over the stand at our end at the river end? But yeah, then I think there was one with Rob Jones kind of slashed at a wide one that maybe he didn't have to play at. But most of the wickets have been balls that batters have really had to play at, and it's just been the skill of the bowlers and the conditions that they've had. It's just sort of one of those unusual games where you don't sort of see that very often.
Last night, you did an interview with Jacob Duffy.
I did.
And just tell me, because we were both impressed with Jacob Duffy's efforts yesterday, especially from the old money we call, well, it's the Graham Gooch end. We've recently renamed our ends here, so Alistair Cook at one end, the old river end, and Graham Gooch is at the other end where you come down with the slope. Mel, what did Jacob Duffy have to say?
He was great, actually. As you would expect. What is it with Kiwis and their modesty, and they're just so nice, aren't they? And he was a bit like that, because we were talking about the day's play. He said he actually felt he used an expletive, a mild expletive, and then immediately apologised because he's a nice Kiwi. But he felt pretty rubbish after that game up at Headingley because he's aware of the expectation, and he just felt he was out of rhythm.
Well, he just got off the plane. He had one day and bowled.
Well, not just that. He hadn't played any red ball cricket since December because he was carrying drinks for the New Zealand Test team, and he's been brilliant for them in white ball cricket.
Yes.
Particularly at home again in those series against Pakistan, at the end of which he was named the number 1 ranked T20 bowler in the world in the ICC rankings, which he, of course, because he's a lovely New Zealander, says, you can't take too much notice of that because we were the only ones playing cricket. No one else is playing international cricket. The IPL's on, so he kind of played that down a bit. But it does mean people do see you, as we see they are about to recommence, by the way. We've
changed the ball after 37 overs.
Might make things a bit interesting.
Snater on his way, away from us, bowls. This is clipped into the leg side. And that's quite another good shot from Matthew Waite, who will collect 2 as Rajitha has to work his way around the boundary to collect the ball, and Worcestershire move to 131 for 5. Worcestershire historically have had some, they like Kiwis because they fit their system. Look, they haven't got a lot of money, Worcestershire, so they have a budget and they cut their cloth accordingly. But Worcestershire with Nathan Smith, Worcestershire have had a lot of Kiwis over the years. As Snater comes in, good delivery, but give credit to Waite, he leaves it alone, shoulders on, but the ball does come back and go into the glove of the reserve keeper for the day, that is Simon Fernandez from Colchester in East Essex.
Well, we actually talked about Nathan Smith because Jacob Duffy and Nathan Smith both played for Otago. They've known each other for many, many years, old teammates, really, really good friends. So he talked to Nathan Smith about coming over to Worcestershire, where Nathan Smith was last year before being snatched by Surrey.
Snater in, bowls, good delivery. May have squeezed bat and pad there, gone out in the offside, well bowled, good over. Ball's been changed, 38 overs have now gone in this reply to Essex's 179 all out. Essex were invited to bat yesterday, but Worcestershire have moved and lost the 1 wicket since the 98 for 4. They've moved to 131 for 5.
Yeah, so they had talked a lot, and Nathan Smith was obviously very happy at Worcestershire, and but you know the lure of Surrey and what they have to offer. But don't forget either that Nathan Smith again was the sort of player that Worcestershire liked, because he was terrific with the ball. He batted really well for them, just an all-round good player, so you get a lot out of him. As Rajitha running in, right arm over, and just almost gently driven to point by D'Oliveira, no run.
His action is very similar to Saj Mahmood. Do you remember Saj Mahmood of Lancashire? Played at Essex, and he played for England. Went to Australia, can't remember which Ashes, but we'd lost them.
Sorry.
Oh, you're an Aussie now, are you?
No.
You were
dual
English
citizen.
yesterday.
It depends what I want to be. Here's Rajitha once more. Ball just bounces a little sharply, but D'Oliveira gets on top of it, plays it out behind point. But just to finish that point, yes, about the Nathan Smith relationship, and of course don't forget, so Nathan Smith comes into the Worcestershire side, does a terrific all-round job for them. He's not far away from the New Zealand side, and he does well here, and he ends up in the New Zealand Test squad. So you know, that's something that Jacob Duffy is very well aware of as well, that as Rajitha comes in, that one's left alone by D'Oliveira. Good ball, good bounce, good take. But he's very aware of that, and it shows that good performances here in England don't go unnoticed when you're playing in the county championship. So this is a huge opportunity.
I say this quietly, just only goes unnoticed by maybe England selectors.
Okay, yeah, well New Zealand, no. New Zealand pay attention, put it that way. Rajitha running in once more. He's very well wide of off stump. No way at all that D'Oliveira had to play at that, because it started wide and then it moved away.
I say that tongue-in-cheek, but there'll be many listeners, whether it's BBC Hereford and Worcester, BBC Essex, or indeed 5 Sports Extra. There'll be many listeners who probably would agree with what I just said, but we shall see, because an England cricket team squad is going to be announced soon for the Test match against Zimbabwe.
Rajitha gets nice bounce again, and that ball really did nip away. D'Oliveira leaves it alone. Plenty in it for him. There's a lot to like about him. Tall and gets good movement off the seam.
He has a heavy front arm, which gives you the balance, the speed and the direction, and then he follows through with he's got a very economic robotic action, very simple action. Big front arm and then a very big follow through. There's a lot to like. Chris Silverwood suggests that he just loves overs.
Just dropped deep square leg back as Rajitha is in once more. He has got him. He has got him. Well, he loves it too. My goodness, a celebration. A finger's gone up. The appeal was immediate. And Worcestershire lose their other set batter from overnight on exactly the same score as Adam Hose. D'Oliveira departing on 48. The appeal was immediate. He's just having a look now at the replay. And yeah, it was pretty adjacent.
Yeah. The LBWs, when you're up in the commentary box, sometimes they look right, sometimes they look wrong. That looked right. We're talking about D'Oliveira. We're also talking about a man that's not particularly tall, so he doesn't get very far forward, and he probably looked as if he was playing from around the crease. So when the umpire, I was very interested watching it, and once the umpire started to raise his finger, you could see that it was just out. And we're not behind the arm. We're at very high third man, which sometimes is a good position to watch from, but we can't always tell how straight it is.
Yeah, that just watching the replays of that again, yeah, it looked like it was plumb, didn't it? It didn't bounce too high. He's been getting some really good bounce, but that one, forward delivery, not bouncing as high, and D'Oliveira was forward in defence. But yes, and he's not the tallest man either.
Yeah.
But there you go. So Rajitha removing both Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira, both of whom were on 48, had managed to put together the first 100 partnership of the game. So, and now Worcestershire find themselves 6 down with 2 new batters at the crease, having to start again, and it is not easy to start on this pitch. Toppers?
No, absolutely right, Mel. 3 for 38 has the Sri Lankan on his debut. 3 for 38 off 11, but it's Snater's turn now from the St Alistair Cook end, where he comes in, bowls to Waite, who plays it into the leg side. He's quite watchful there, not looking to whip it, just makes a good connection to mid-wicket where there is no run. Snater has played for the Netherlands, heralds from Zimbabwe, sporting, I suppose, a 1980s moustache. Looks smart.
It's a little bit Mitchell Johnson.
Is it?
Isn't it? Maybe not as long as his.
In he comes, right arm over, this time quite full. Waite comes forward and push back to the bowler, who collects on his follow through.
I mean, as someone who sports a magnificent bit of top lip furniture, you must really love seeing the
yes,
the tash.
Yes. Yes. Well, we had Mark Church, BBC London, in the commentary box here for the game against Surrey, and he's sporting a very smart 80s.
Oh, I like that. I like a bit of retro.
Do you?
Yeah, it's good.
Well, he used to have the mullet as well, didn't he? I can't mullet.
He's got a little bit of a mullet, Snater.
Snater and the mullet coming in, and it's well bowled on a length. Waite plays into the offside, and he drives the ball to Jordan Cox, who's at cover. Jordan Cox was keeping wicket for a bit yesterday when Michael Pepper got injured as an emergency keeper, but he's still recovering from his own injury, which thwarted his England ambitions in the winter. He was going to make his debut in New Zealand, but it's Simon Fernandez of Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club keeping for Essex today. This is short, a bouncer which has been pulled beautifully. They're going to take a single, as it is well fielded at deep square leg on a long boundary in front of the pavilion, and Worcestershire just get the single. 132 for 6. Yeah, I believe he's a cousin of Jason Roy, so there's a bit of cricket in the family. Extended family, I suggest, as one came from Zimbabwe, one came Jason Roy's family came from Durban. Father represented water polo with South Africa. As Snater comes in, and this one cannons off the pad. There's an ooh and an ah from behind the sticks, but no genuine appeal. Was played into the leg side, but there is no run.
I was just looking at someone has sent me a message asking if that ball that got Brett D'Oliveira out might have struck outside the line, but
really,
well,
look fairly straight from the part of the problem when you see. Don't know. He I did look to see where his front foot were, and it was on the crease line, so he hadn't really gone very far forward. Snater in. This is again, keepers come up. Good tactic, which keeps the batsman in the crease and true, and there is no run. End of a good over from Snater. 132 for 6. I'm going to probably look at doing 2 more overs, and I'm looking at Frank Watson from BBC WM, who's going to take over from me in 2 overs.
I know what Frank's doing. He's having a look at that replay.
Is he?
Yes, he is. He's always, it's like he's doing that little hand thing.
Does
where,
he?
Yeah.
What schoolmastering. He was a very, very reputable, honourable schoolmaster, you know.
Do you know what I can tell? That he was a schoolmaster. No, nothing to do with that. It's that I know that he could make me feel if he was disappointed in me, I'd feel terrible.
Would you?
Here is Rajitha back in. First ball left alone by Waite again, finding that nice bit of bounce and that zip away from the batter, from the right-hander.
Yep. Well, 3 slips are waiting. All 3 slips have got their hands in the pockets, suggesting it must be a little chilly out there. Back in the day, in the 80s and 90s, we used to have hand warmers in the pockets. It's Walter, Harmer and Critchley in the slips.
That is a glorious shot of the next ball from Rajitha. Just a lovely drive, picked a gap through the covers. And that was 4 from the moment it left the bat. Lovely shot from Waite. Takes him to 12. It takes Worcestershire to 136 for 6. And that kind of positivity is what we've seen from Waite, really, since he came out.
Oh, he's looked tremendous. He's looked like a top-order batter since he's been out in the crease. The first time really I've seen him in the flesh, but he's played well so far.
3 slips in for him. Next ball is just a tighter line there from Rajitha, and it's just played into the ground and defended by Waite. Not on top of it. Everyone's in here looking at replays and so on in here, because we are intrigued. There've been, you would say that we've had a couple of very close calls for sure this morning. Essex won't care about that. Here comes Rajitha, and this is flicked nicely through mid-wicket. There is a fielder running from deep square leg, doesn't quite pick it up cleanly, so they'll get another couple. And I really like this positivity from Waite. We've seen some batters, a couple of batters come in, well, certainly when Essex were batting, Snater, for example, come in and go, right, there's going to be a ball with my name on it. I may as well go for it. This is not quite that from Waite.
No.
At all. He's waiting for the right ball. As Rajitha is in once more, plays that, he's got width, and that is another brilliant shot through the offside. 2 boundaries in this over from Waite, and they were lovely to watch. Make you purr when you watch them.
Yeah, had a little bit of width, as did the previous boundary for Waite, but it was a very good shot. What I like about him, he looks to have time. He looks to have superb time, does Waite. Very impressive. Don't forget, he scored a mammoth knock in the first game of the season down at Taunton against Somerset, and helped save that game, a memorable game for Worcestershire.
He's there now and plays another glorious stroke through the covers. Goodness gracious me, don't give Waite any width. That's something Rajitha is learning very quickly. 3 boundaries in that over, 14 runs coming from it. And Waite has zipped along to 22 off 18. Brooks yet to score. It's 146 for 6 now, Worcestershire. They'll undoubtedly be looking to Waite to lead them to a first innings lead.
Another good shot. What can I say that I haven't said? Listen, he has time. When he bats one off the back foot, he had time. On the front foot, he caresses the ball. I would suggest Essex might have to, when Waite plays into the offside, it might be worth that they either bring a player over to reinforce the offside and have a ring, or maybe take a slip out, because what you want to do with Waite is play a waiting game, sorry about the pun, but just say, right, I'm going to not give you any runs as Snater comes in, and I'm going to wait for you to make a mistake, as bowls a good ball, keeper standing up, and it's played into the offside. And Brooks, well, formerly of Warwickshire down the road, has moved to New Road. Well, he's batting and he's had to go back into the crease. Maybe he took his guard outside the crease. With Fernandez standing up, well, he's had to pop back into the crease. Porter loosening up. Maybe Porter will bowl from the top end. Snater. There's a ring on the offside now, and this is played off the back foot by Brooks into the offside, no run.
And you'd actually just see there the way Brooks suddenly shuffled his feet, that just not being as comfortable with Fernandez up there, just making him very aware of his presence. But Waite, in a similar sort of way to Adam Hose, any width, they play that shot beautifully. I mean, good batters will always do that, won't they? But
you have to bowl straight then at him. Don't give him that option. This is a good forward defence. Snater bowls a decent delivery. Keeper standing up. So that's well played. Good defensive technique there. Meanwhile, Porter in front of us is practising his follow-through with his sweater on, with his cap on, suggesting that he will take over from the Sri Lankan at the top end. As Snater turns, holding onto the ball with both hands. He releases his left hand. He bowls. This is played down to third man, and it's going to run away to the vacant boundary where there is 4. That was played. He's opened the face of the bat, run it down there because there is no man there, and he's run it down by design, and he himself has collected 4 runs, but so has Worcestershire, who collect their 150th run of this first innings.
that was just really well played. Really smart shot. It was the ball to put in that particular part of the ground, and just waited for it, really.
In comes Snater, bowls, outside off stump, good take, shoulders arms does Brooks, but well taken by Simon Fernandez, and there is a dot ball. I thought Gareth Roderick kept wicket well yesterday.
He was so good.
Standing up, didn't he?
Yeah.
Then we noticed him because he was standing up to Cox in particular, and then he took 2 or 3 fantastic catches straight afterwards, which reduced Essex and contributed to their 179 all out. This time there's an LBW shout, but it's possibly done too much. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, formerly of Lancashire and Worcestershire, says not out but calls over. 150 for 6.
I really like the way he makes his decision really clear very quickly, does umpire Shaughnessy. Straight away then, it looks like the ball did too much coming back in, but he leaves them in no doubt. So very, very confident in his decisions.
He's a lovely man, Steve O'Shaughnessy. You know, never going to play for England, but he was a very honest, erstwhile county professional. Played at Lancashire and then Worcestershire, but can I just say, he is one of the funniest men to spend an evening with. Great man, full of stories. He's got that Bolton Bury accent. He's a lovely, lovely man. Always enjoys company. Often see him around the world. Spends a bit of time in Sydney in the winter.
That's not a bad place to spend a winter, let me tell you.
As we suggested.
Yes. Yeah, Jamie Porter is just loosening up and getting a few practice bowls in at the Graham Gooch end. He's got 3 slips in for weight. He's on 22. Runs in bowls over the wicket and first up beats him. Oh boy, that ball nipped away. It was not far from the edge of Waite's bat. Good bounce as well.
I'm going to leave you. Welcome back, Frank Watson. And Frank may have a guess because we've got the former captain of Worcestershire, Phil Neal. And listen, you stay here for a moment and we'll organise something. Over to you, Mel.
Okay, Jamie Porter starts his run up. Again, 3 slips in bowls, and again it's outside the off stump, moving away, and it's a play and a miss from Waite. So this bowling change has all of a sudden just curbed his free scoring. He made pretty good of Ranjitha in his last over, but Jamie Porter just proving to be a bit more of a handful. Starts his run up again. He's in. A little shuffle forward by Waite and just defends his back to the bowler. No run. And, oh, well, there you go. I am joined by Frank. Hello, Frank. Are you on?
Hi, Mel. Yeah, I'm on now.
Good.
Yeah.
Well done. So you're going to take over. You're going to take over with a guest, I believe.
Yeah. Don't want to push you out, but we'll
You
have a
do.
little. We'll have a few minutes. It was the Essex show yesterday when Don was on for a bit with Arfan, so we'll have the Worcestershire show with me and Phil for a bit.
Here comes Porter. He's in, and that's just firmly defended on the front foot. Down towards mid-off, no run. For 2 crucial wickets.
Yeah.
Falling this morning, the 2 set batters, both on 48, both falling to Rajitha. But this has been good from Waite. A really positive start from him since he came in, Frank.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's no surprise to those of us that see a lot of him, because this is the way that he plays. He's a great timer of the ball, and he does tend to be quite positive.
On strike now, and just defends the next ball from Porter straight back down the pitch.
He played, obviously, that rear guard at Taunton, where he played almost against his instinct. But this is a guy that hit George Garton for 5 sixes and a 4 in the last over of the last game last summer at Edgbaston. He likes to put bat to ball. He just times it. He's a big, strong boy, and
but he's not
gives it a good punch.
He's not been.
No, it's not reckless, is it? No. Proper batting.
But he's played and missed here a few times against Porter. Last ball of his over, he's in and he punches that through the covers.
Yeah.
We've seen him play this shot several times. He did it a few times to Rajitha. He's now done it to Porter. Lovely shot through the covers. Just a nice punchy drive. And that ensures that there's no maiden for Porter. Coming back into the attack, 4 runs off the over. Waite moves on to 26 off 24, and Worcestershire 154 for 6.
Yeah, good shot again from Matthew Waite, and that in a way typical in that it was just a sort of short arm punch really through the covers, but he's got big shoulders and he times it very well, and it's a good contribution so far. 26 to him, 154 the total, so the deficit just 25. Worcestershire with 4 wickets in hand. Still a lot of work to do, and nobody's ever in, as we say, on this pitch. They could consider themselves, and I think they will, a little bit unlucky with both of those wickets this morning. Just kind of both of them absolutely borderline, could go either way. Snater in bowls, good take by the substitute wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez, standing up, Brooks having left it. And what I mean by that is the Paul Walter slip catch, not for a minute suggesting that he didn't think he caught it, but replays show, you know, there might have been a little bit of doubt about whether it actually carried, and then the LBW for D'Oliveira may have been just an inch or 2 outside the line. maybe unlucky that they both go against you.
Well, when I was calling that slip cat, I immediately called that it's dropped
Yeah.
just short, and
Yeah.
oh no, he's out. Oh,
Yeah.
because that was my first impression, certainly on that one.
And Snater in again, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Brooks. And I went next door into the press box, and 2 or 3 of the journalists in there who'd studied replays like we had and stopped them or whatever, and they all agreed that there was an element of doubt about it. And I know myself, you know, I've caught slip catches over the years that I wasn't 100% sure about, and you claim them and they've been given, and there's others where maybe you just know that it does quite bounce, and most catches don't claim them. It's 50-50. It was unlucky. Snater in, bowls, left alone by Brooks, and keeper Fernandez now gone back and takes that standing back.
I think it's the most important question of the morning, though, Frank, is how is your coffee?
Yeah, well, I knew you'd ask me that, and I'll say it was A, very good, and B, the best coffee I've had since I left home on Thursday
Let's
morning.
just so
yeah.
dear listener, I made him his coffee,
and it was very, very good. And I won't say the name of the gadget used, Snater again outside the stump, left alone, because there are lots available, but it's a method of making coffee that Mel uses that she takes around the world with her, and it was very, very good indeed.
Even the coffee was from Australia.
Yeah,
That's
and it was also
made the
very good.
journey with me.
Yeah.
That
I
coffee.
I almost feel like I'm in Adam Zampa territory now. He's the most famous Australian coffee maker that I know, but you're a close second. It was very good. It was very good. I was just saying this morning, the hotel that I'm staying in, Snater Bowls, Brooks taken on the pad by this one. Still quite tricky out there. Well, it will be. Sun shining now, but this pitch offering consistent help to the seamers. It's got one of those machines, the hotel, that makes about 9 different types of coffee, and they're all the same. I'm sure listeners will know what I mean. You press a button, and it doesn't matter which button you press, you get the same drink. That's what it seems like to me, anyway.
Oh no!
So it was great. It was great. And what you've done now is you've put yourself in a position where you've got to make me a couple of those each day, I think. Snater moves away from us again. Number 29 on his back. He bowls. Good carry through outside the off stump, but again left alone by Ethan Brooks, who's been very watchful. He's on 4. Matthew Waite is on 26. The 2 men out today, the overnight pair, who added 102 for the 5th wicket. Hose out for 48, caught at slip by Walter Ofrajitha, and D'Oliveira LBW to the same bowler for the same score, 48. That was 131 for 5. It's now 154 for 6.
I'll tell you,
6, that was, sorry.
I took the same system when I went to Pakistan 3 years ago, and every morning, because the only coffee they had available was instant and powdered milk, and so every single day, Bazid Khan, every morning, he would just come and stand by my shoulder, just standing there, not saying anything, and I'd turn around and look at him. I was like, "Would you like a coffee, Baz?"
Yes,
and oh, if you're offering. Here's Jamie Porter. Sun is out and he is in, and the ball is just clipped straight down to a diving mid-on, rolling and picking up the ball cleanly, saving any runs.
Yeah, going back to Matthew Waite, I mean, I'm sure there are times when he goes out to the crease and doesn't time it, but it just seems he is a player that has that knack of going out there and just timing it straight away. I don't want to put the mockers on him, because it's always likely on this sort of pitch.
No, there's no such thing. Frank, I hate to break it to you.
I know.
You're not that powerful.
I know.
Jamie Porter is, as he comes in and bowls, and the powerful weight just plays it out into the covers.
But nonetheless, I cleaned up poor Walter yesterday morning, absolutely without any trouble at all, very early on. No, I know, I agree. And I was never a player, when I played, I didn't believe in any kind of superstitions at all. It's just nonsense. But I get in trouble. I get in trouble if I do it. He gets out. So there you go.
There's some serious shining going on out there. Is that Simon Harmer? Oh no, he's down here. I was just trying to see who is shining that ball, giving it a good one. Here's Porter. And again, that's played towards mid-on, who has a much easier time of it stopping that ball. No real force behind it. But we saw it's a sort of pitch, what I like about what Waite is doing. We saw this yesterday. Simon Harmer, he batted for an awfully long time. It's a sort of pitch where you could get really stuck, and then you're there, you face 30 balls, you don't score, and then you're gone. It's not easy. Porter is in bowl, short ball, and it tries to pull at Waite. That doesn't connect, and it goes straight through to the keeper. No run. We haven't really seen many balls pulled, have we, today?
No, Waite played one very nicely, didn't he?
Yeah.
Only got a single for it. But, well, they just haven't bowled that length, have they, most of the time? And it's quite an intelligent bit of bowling from Porter, I think, because it's unexpected for exactly that, that reason, really. So, yeah, worth a try. And he nearly got reward.
I've got Fielder out deep square leg. Porter in again. It's a fuller delivery, and it's just carved into a little gap in the covers. They'll only get a single. It does keep things ticking along. If Worcestershire can rack up a lead here, they've still got 4 wickets in it. If they can rack up a lead of between 50 and 80, you'd probably be pretty happy with that, wouldn't you, Frank?
I think, well, that was the sort of discussion that was being had in the camp, I think, last night and this morning. If you get 70 ahead and then maybe pick up 2 or 3 before they get parity, but it's
Porter in, left
a long
alone.
way to go in there before you can do that. But yeah, I think you're right. That's the sort of thinking that was going through the minds of the Worcestershire players last night and this morning.
End of Porter's over, 155 for 6.
But now we're going to see the first spin of the game, aren't we?
Oh, wow.
I think it'll be very interesting. Simon Harmer, who for me is, if not the best, certainly one of the best 2 or 3 finger spinners in county cricket, and not perhaps the sort of pitch that we're used to seeing him bowl on here at Chelmsford, but it's hard and he'll get bounce, and I think he's going to be quite tricky.
Well, and you know, we've seen he might get some grip, because we have seen the ball seaming at times quite extravagantly.
Yeah.
If he's able to get any purchase.
This is an interesting moment as well, because in the game here last year, on a pitch which was very different from this, at the far end, at that Graham Gooch end, it was very worn and very dry, and it offered a lot of purchase for Harmer right from the day one, actually. But Ethan Brooks, who's the non-striker, who was very inexperienced at that time, came in and made, I think, 70, played really well, and he slightly upset Simon Harmer by reversing him quite regularly, which is a shot that Ethan Brooks plays a lot. And it disturbed the field setting a little bit and so on. It'd be interesting to see what happens today. Here is Harmer now, and his first ball does grip and turn a little bit, I think, and it was a little bit short of the length and off the back foot. Waite had plenty of time to play it, but he's a superb exponent of the off-spin craft is Simon Harmer. He's in again now, and he bowls, and again that one is tiny bit short of a length, and on the back foot Waite plays it up to mid-on. First spin of the game, 155 for 6. Slip in place, short leg in place, and Harmer in and bowls. A little bit more air, a little bit fuller, a little bit slower, and Waite just forward, pushing out on the onside. I think this is really fascinating now, isn't it? This is just going to tell us a lot about the way the rest of this game might go, I think. As Harmer is in and bowls, and that one is a little bit quicker and flatter, and Waite this time pushing half forward, just pushes into the covers.
Because he's so reliable and he has such great control, it allows them to set an attacking field as well when he comes in at a situation like this.
Absolutely. He comes in again and bowls, and that one a little bit quicker. Nicely played, beautifully timed by Matthew Waite. Absolutely magnificent timing, just short of a length, outside off stump, goes back, maybe got a little bit more room than he had on the first 2 or 3, and just timed to perfection.
Do you know that?
4 runs behind square on the offside.
He's played quite a few shots through the covers for 4, but that one was the best for mine. Yeah. That was a terrific shot.
It really was. There's Armour again in bowls and just works this one away with the spin this time on the onside out to deep mid-wicket for a single, which means he'll keep the strike, Matthew Waite, and he's gone on to 32, and Worcestershire are 160 for 6 at the end of that over. So the deficit is just 19.
I know he's not had the highest score of anyone, but it'll be me. I won't put the mockers on him because it doesn't exist, but he's actually looked more comfortable out there.
Almost than anybody.
I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Cox looked pretty good when he came out. But
I thought Wesley started well, didn't he? But actually lost the impetus, really, the momentum. But yeah, I'd agree with that.
He's really looked good. He's not over-attacked. He's played against good balls, put them away. He's there now as Porter is in, and he plays this one up to mid-on. He's chosen the ball, but he's put away good balls, and he's put away not so good balls. So it's just been nice and positive, proactive, sort of taken the mantle on. He's seen a couple of new batters coming in, but he's just looked really good. 3 slips in for him. As Porter runs in, bowls. Oh, he does have a bit of a flash at that one. Did try to put that away. It's well stopped by Fernandez, who's taken the gloves today in the absence of Michael Pepper, and also the ongoing issues that perhaps Broad and Cox has had. He's done a good job so far. I'm going to leave you at the end of this over.
No, I'm only joking.
I can make you a coffee, can I? Oh, I knew this.
No, I've got enough caffeine going around the system after that last one.
I asked you if you liked it strong. I explained there were 2 shots in it.
Good. I haven't been able to sit down.
Here's Porter. Next ball. Oh, and that's high. Is it given? It is. He had a swish at that weight. He'd been so patient. We haven't seen a lot of short balls, but in the end, it is the short ball that does for him. And a fine innings from Waite. As he walks off, he throws his head back and thinks, why did I chase that one? It was banged in short. He tried to pull it, and in the end, he's just got the edge through to Fernandez. Yeah, so the substitute wicket keeper has a catch there, and a fine moment for him, but for Waite, he departs for 32. Warwickshire, I'll get in trouble there. Worcestershire now 160 for 7, still trailing by 19. He can never afford to get too comfortable in this match here.
You just said you didn't believe in it.
That was not my fault, Frank. It was
best batsman we've seen, etc., etc., etc.
Well, he didn't need to play that shot. I can understand. It was.
Because I think Jeremy Porter just decided to mix it and he waited, gone for a hook shot in the previous over and not made contact, and on that occasion just got a nick. So a catch for the substitute keeper. Probably should we make the change now, Mel? Probably a good time while the batsmen are changing over. So Mel just going for a little break, and Phil Neal, the former Worcestershire captain and current president of the club, coming in alongside me. And well, it's nip and tuck, isn't it? The deficit is 19, Worcestershire 160 for 7, and the new batsman coming out to join Ethan Brooks is Tom Taylor, as Phil comes in alongside me. Good afternoon, Phil. Good to see you here.
Hi,
and yeah, it's disappointing end to a really good Matthew Waite innings, but actually decent bit of bowling from Porter, I think, just to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, it was obviously a trap that they set.
Yeah. He's in again now, Porter, and he bowls to Taylor, who's on the back foot, pushing down on the offside, and there's no run. I would say it's very, very evenly poised, Phil, would you, at the moment?
I think it will be if the score's even, yeah. I think the pitch is still going to do a bit all the way through the game. There's plenty of carry there, certainly. The ball's going through to the keeper nicely. there's plenty of grass on the pitch, so I don't see any reason why the ball would stop moving around. It'll be a challenge for batsmen.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's not going to be a draw, this game. I think that's for certain. Porter in again from the Graham Gooch end, bowls, and Taylor is forward, pushing out on the offside. And again, there's no run. And it will be interesting now that Simon Harmer has come on, just to see what sort of response he gets from the pitch. It's hard. He'll get a bit of bounce, I think. Might get a bit of grip and a key man possibly in the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, as he is such a quality spinner, he'll bowl the line outside off stump with a slip on and a back pad, and probably look to get a bit of bounce, as you say.
Yeah.
He does get the ball to drop nicely.
He does. Porter in again, bowls, and Taylor is playing and missing at this one outside the off stump. Through it goes to the keeper. End of the over. A fruitful one for Jamie Porter. 16 overs, 2 for 41 now, his figures. It's 160 for 7. The men out today, Adam Hose for 48, Brett D'Oliveira also for 48, and Matthew Waite for 32. So Phil, you're here at Chelmsford. Good memories of this ground for you?
Yeah, we had some good battles with Essex over the years. During the time we were successful, the first year we won the championship, Essex were chasing us. We played at Colchester, we played at Ilford. We did have some games here though. So they were always a very strong side in those days.
Yeah. Well, they were big games, weren't they? Those Worcestershire-Essex games in the 80s and early 90s, they were big games with big names on either side.
Invariably it spun. They had a strong spin attack and were good catching around the bat, so it was a strong part of their game.
Here's Simon Harmer, talking of spin, over the wicket from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and Ethan Brooks plays his almost trademark reverse sweep and gets 4 runs for it. I was mentioning just before you came on air, Phil, about the innings that Ethan Brooks played here last year, where he used the reverse sweep to good effect, and actually Simon Harmer was visibly quite annoyed by it and having to change his field and so on. They'll expect it this time, and we've got that man back at sort of short third, but Brooks picking up a boundary with that one, plays it very, very frequently on the bowls. Now he plays the conventional sweep shot out to deep mid wicket and picks up a single. So that's Ethan Brooks in a nutshell, really, in 2 balls, 1 reverse, 1 conventional sweep, and he's moved on to 9, and the total to 165 for 7. And Harmer will now bowl at Tom Taylor for the first time. Slip coming in, the man at short third coming up to slip, got a short leg in as well, and Harmer bowls to Taylor, who is using his feet, comes down the pitch and just turns this on the leg side for a single. Just going back to those games, there was one at Colchester, I think it was 89, I remember, where it was a high scoring game. I think Worcestershire won by 1 wicket perhaps, and Graham Hick got 10 in the game, I think, or certainly a lot of, might have out-bowled all the other spinners in the game, as he occasionally did, of course. As Harmer is in once more and bowls, and down the pitch comes Brooks, and then just checks himself and pushes it out defensively on the onside.
I seem to remember, I can't remember whether we just failed to get the last wicket.
Oh, that might be it. Yeah,
I think we had them 9 down.
I think Don might have played in that game, actually. Yeah, that's right. It was a draw, but I think it was Graham Hick that got a lot of the wickets. Faster, quicker delivery from Harmer, and expertly swept by Brooks. That's a very, very well executed shot. Got right on top of it, and away to the square leg boundary. Timed it so well. Fielder out there on the mid wicket boundary, unable to get round. So good start from Brooks against Harmer, but it's a cat and mouse game, and Harmer responds to that by saying, right, I'm going to go round the wicket and challenge you a little bit, change my line. Also has moved that man at mid wicket a bit squarer. He comes in round the wicket now and bowls, and Brooks is forward to that and just drops it down on the offside. It's a good battle developing out there between these two, and it's 170 for 7 at the end of that over. The deficit is 9 runs. Brooks has 13, Taylor has 1, and as I said earlier, the men out today: Hose 48, D'Oliveira 48, and Matthew Waite for 32. Made off 38 deliveries with 5 fours, and I think most of us think that Matthew Waite probably timed the ball as well as anybody has in the entire game.
Toppers has just shown me the scorecard from that game
that
when they were 9 down. I was run out for 7.
There you go. Do you remember it?
Not really.
I bet it wasn't your fault. Yeah. At Castle Park, Colchester, it was very hot, as I remember. Very, very hot. And a very, very nail-biting finish. Here's Jamie Porter from the Graham Gooch end, in now to bowl to Tom Taylor, who is forward, pushing this out on the offside. And there's no addition. Your role at the moment, Phil, as president of the club, and you sort of dip in and out with the dressing room and going out and doing a few. Saw you out there this morning doing the nicks beforehand. Enjoying that?
Yeah, I mean that's not really part of the president's role, but I was doing that before I was president.
Most presidents can't do that, I suspect.
I enjoy that side of things, definitely.
Porter is in and bowls to Taylor, who turns this on the onside. Yeah, it just keeps you a little bit more in touch, I suppose, than if you're watching from the side, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm very grateful to Alan Richardson and Brett for allowing me around the dressing room and around the practices. You know, it is a sacrosanct area for players, but I'm there to give an opinion if they want it. If not, I'll just help with the practice wherever I can. And I get on really well with all the guys and with all the coaches, so it's a very comfortable arrangement for me.
I'm sure they value your input as well. Jamie Porter in, bowl short to Taylor, who swivels round and cracks this away to long leg. Snater is the fielder down there. They go through for a single, takes Taylor on to 2, and the score to 171 for 7. So the deficit is 8. We've just been saying about it would be nice for Worcestershire to get a lead of 50 or plus, but anything will be gratefully received. It's just a case of small targets, I think, for the batters out there. Just try and get through the next 5 or so overs and see if you can just get into the lead and then extend it bit by bit. Porter again is in and bowls. Brooks leaves outside the off stump. But it's I turned up this morning and felt, and we said on commentary at the beginning of the day, felt that this session would be crucial in shaping the outcome of the game. And whilst D'Oliveira and Hose were in, Worcestershire felt that they were on top. I think Essex, with those 3 wickets, will now feel that they've almost got it back to parity, and it could go either way. It really depends on who bowls better, and maybe if 1 or 2 batters can really get stuck in. Porter is in and bowls, and Brooks defends up to mid-on. I mean, that partnership of 102 for the Worcestershire 5th wicket was quite an anomaly, really, in this game. Given that, you know, nobody made more than 32 in the first innings, and nobody has passed 50. So
no, I thought they batted superbly.
Yeah, they did, both last night and this morning.
They were quite proactive. They actually took the attack to the bowlers a little, not recklessly, but they were prepared to look for the bad ball and put it away for 4, and they were very clinical when they did that.
I'm always interested as well. I'll just break off as Jamie Porter bowls this next ball to Ethan Brooks, and he's edging it to slip, and it's gone through the slips for 4 down to third man. Didn't carry to Simon Harmer at second slip. He's one of the best slips around. He might have hurt his fingers, actually. He's got his head down. Ball just flicked the bottom of his right hand as it went to the boundary. 4 runs, end of the over. What I was going to say is, on a pitch like this and in a game like this where the first 2 innings go in the way that they have, I always think it's interesting to see how a team approaches the second innings, whether they play with, you know, a slightly different approach to that they showed in the first, when they know what to expect a little bit more.
I think if you just stand in the crease in your normal position and try and play every ball, I think you could struggle. I think you have to. Brett and Adam Hose moved around the crease a bit. They've moved over to off stump. They came down the wicket a little bit, and the bowlers suddenly weren't bowling at a sitting target anymore. And as a result, some loose balls were available, and they put them away really well.
Yeah, it's quite right. I think it's this idea of putting the bowler under a bit of pressure rather than just sitting there. If you let them bowl at you on a pitch like this, you're just going to eventually get one that you nick. I think that's absolutely right. And it might be that we see Essex top order certainly approach things a little bit differently if they go back in again later today than they did first thing yesterday morning.
I think Jamie Cox did that a little bit when he batted, which led to Gareth Roderick coming up to the stumps, and you see the Essex keeper stood up a bit this morning just to try and stop the batsmen batting out of their crease.
Yeah, exactly right. Jamie Cox certainly was the first to show that sort of intent, I think, yesterday. Noah Thane is being introduced into the attack at the Sir Alistair Cook end with his right arm over the wicket. fast medium, and he comes in now and bowls, and that's 4 runs slightly over pitch down the leg side, and Tom Taylor just gets a bat on it, thick inside edge really, and it raced away down to the boundary, and Taylor immediately looked at his partner Brooks and indicated that there'd been quite a bit of dip in on that delivery, but well, a little bit of a bonus really to pick up 4 like that, and the deficit now is down to just, well, that's it, that's parity. I think that's taken it up to 179 for 7. Scoreboard hasn't quite reacted yet, so useful 8 runs off 2 deliveries for Worcestershire, neither of them from particularly convincing shots. Thane is in, bowls, and another one here as Taylor looks to work it away on the leg side and is taken on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye. So Worcestershire are in front for the first time, 180 for 7, and now, Phil, it's just a case of total application and trying to get this lead up into the
Ethan
30-40 area.
Ethan's looked very comfortable so far, and obviously, as you mentioned, there's good memories of this ground last year, and confidence is everything to batsmen, isn't it? So suddenly he's out there in a position where he's feeling very confident. So
he's on strike now on 17. Thane is into him, and he makes a movement down the pitch and then just plays defensively out on the offside, and perhaps he's batted at 4 in the games up to now, but with Rob Jones coming into the side, he's dropped down. Perhaps 4, I don't know. I mean, obviously it's early days, and so far, I think, since he's moved to Worcestershire, Ethan has risen to every challenge, but I wonder if 4 is perhaps a little bit high in the order at this stage for him, but not that he hasn't applied himself, and he's actually played quite well, but perhaps a little bit happier, slightly lower down. Thane is in and bowls, and he just gets a couple, 2. He's coming back for 2. Good, really good running from Ethan Brooks, because that was only really ever a single as Rajitha came round from long leg, but he ran the first one very quickly and darted back for the second.
Yeah, I wonder if part of the thinking of moving Ethan back down the order was the threat of Simon Harmer and the fact that Ethan plays spin very well. To have him coming in when the ball's a bit older and the spinner more likely to be bowling is
interesting that Harmer's been withdrawn after just those 2 overs. So here's Thane again, who is in and bangs this one in just a little bit short of a length, and Taylor just drops his hands and allows it through to the keeper, the substitute keeper, who is Simon Fernandez, keeping with Michael Pepper, having been injured when batting yesterday. Tried to carry on and then had treatment over the lunch break and came back out after lunch, faced 1 ball and went off, and then came back in with a runner, but clearly in quite a bit of trouble. Pepper, the Essex keeper. Here comes Thane again in, and he bowls, and Brooks is forward, driving that out through the covers for a single, and that means he'll keep the strike at the end of the over. It's 183 for 7. Worcestershire 4 runs ahead. Brooks on 19, Tom Taylor on 2, and alongside me Phil Neal, the Worcestershire president and former captain, and also Phil, former operations manager with England, and you're still doing a little bit in the 100 perhaps? And
with Oval Invincibles. When I retired from the England job, suddenly found I was out of cricket, and a lot of my friends were still playing in cricket. It was a bit of a loose end, so I did liaison officer with New Zealand for a couple of tours, and then when Steve Howes at the Oval saw that I was working, asked me to come and do some work with the Oval Invincibles. So I've been with them since the competition started, 4 years, and thoroughly enjoyed it, working with Tom Moody again, another former Worcestershire player.
Great. So really keeping your contact with the game, which is great. In comes Porter, and Brooks is taken on the pad. Might have got a bit of bat on it. It's run away down to short fine leg. They've gone through for 2. No signal for the umpire, so he must have got a little nick on it. There was a strangled appeal, but busy running again from Brooks, which is good. So you're just keeping in touch with the game, but not having to sort of be totally committed to it, which must be perfect for you.
Yeah, after 20 odd years away with England, I owe some time to my family now. So
how many tours, Phil? Just remind me.
I don't know how many tours now. I mean, I worked with them for 21 years, and I reckon it averaged out to between 220 and 240 nights a year in hotels. So I need to spend some time at home.
Indeed. As Porter is in bowls, and that is a lovely shot from Ethan Brooks. He's only going to get a single for it, but he got on top of a rising delivery outside off stump and punched it away through the covers. So he's gone to 23, and it's 186 for 7. The other thing that would happen now, Phil, is that as the lead grows, and it is just tiny at the moment, but if a partnership can be put together with Ben Allison still to come, of course, it's irritating, isn't it, for the fielding side? If you're the fielding captain, you just get a little bit fed up as that lead just grows slightly. Porter in bowls, Taylor on the walk, pushes out on the offside, and you just got to stay calm and stay focused, I guess.
So far it's been the sort of pitch where you're expecting to take wickets. As you say, it could get frustrating. With it being a hybrid pitch, I'm very interested to see how that plays and whether it settles down. There's quite a bit of grass on there, but whether it keeps its pace, because the ball's carried through nicely to the keeper. Whether it settles down and becomes more difficult to prize batsmen out, you only get to see that when Worcester bowl with a new ball again. It'll be interesting to see.
Jamie Porter in bowl. Taylor again is on the walk slightly and then lets it go outside the off stump. I must say, I think there's been some criticism of Worcestershire's batting performances this season, and some of it probably fair. There was that brilliant effort at Taunton to save the game, and they've got good starts and not gone on, but certainly in this game I think it would be fair to say that it might not seem it with a score on 186 for 7, but I can't think of many batters who would feel that they contributed to their demise in this game. I think they've applied themselves really well today and last night, really.
Yeah, so far it's been heavily stacked in favour of the bowlers.
You have to earn every run out there. There's Porter in bowls with the keeper standing up now, and Taylor is forward pushing into the covers, native fields, and there's no run.
And one thing we have got at Worcester, we've got a lot of guys in the side as bowlers who also can hold a bat properly, and batting down the order has always been even going back to the years when I played, it's been a strength of the Worcestershire side that if the top order fail, there are guys down the order who are capable of getting you out of trouble.
Yeah, so important. Porter again in bowls and played out on the onside this time by Taylor, and there's no run. End of the over, 186 for 7. And one of your former charges out there as an umpire, Phil, and Steve O'Shaughnessy, who also did the Worcestershire game up at Headingley.
He did, yeah, he did. Yes, he was a funny man, Sean. He came to us obviously after his time with Lancashire, played a key part in us winning the Sunday League in '87, opening the batting. And I had a lot of admiration for Shawnee, because he was probably the first guy that came to me and said, "I've realised it's time to stop."
Did he?
It's a difficult thing to, when you've been in professional sport. It's a very seductive sort of environment, and it's really hard to flag it away. But Steve realised he'd reached the end of his time, and effectively retired.
And he's now a regular on the umpiring circuit. Noah Thane comes in past him now and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. I remember also that, I mean, cheeky this is really, and only semi-serious, but remember at one time he had the nickname Fatima, didn't he, in the dressing room, and it was because Steve O'Shaughnessy was a medium pacer who had occasionally a very quicker ball, and there was a question about whether or not it might just have been a little straightening of the elbow, so the lads nicknamed him Fatima for a while, which I always thought was very amusing. After Fatima Whitbread,
he never got called while he played for us.
No, he never. I don't think he ever got called, but I'll leave that to the listeners to work out why. As Thane again bowls, and this one is clipped away on the leg side by Brooks. Will he come back for 2 this time? No, he won't, because fielder Rajitha out there is just a little bit quicker to the ball. He indicates to Tom Taylor that again there's a little bit of dip in from Noah Thane. We had Bumble on with us last week at Headingley, and he was talking about Shawnee as a teammate and about how he started at Lancashire and what a great character he was. And he was one of the great characters around the game. Always got a smile on his face, still the same now when you see him before play. Quite serious at the moment as he stands waiting and watching as Thane comes in and bowls, and Tom Taylor repeats the shot that Brooks played off the previous delivery, just turns it behind square on the leg side and picks up a single. That takes him to 3. Brooks is 24 and Worcestershire 188 for 7, just 9 runs ahead but just trying to apply themselves and build this lead. 15 minutes to go to the lunch interval.
We've always been blessed with a good dressing room at Worcester, Frank, and Shawnee was very much part of that, and I'm pleased to see the Worcester dressing room now is a really good place to be.
Yeah, so important, isn't it? I think to bolster what you can do on the pitch with a good a good atmosphere off it, but on this occasion I'm afraid this delivery has produced a wicket. Ethan Brooks pushing forward to a full delivery from Noah Thane outside the off stump, an edge and a good catch at first slip by Paul Walter, this time going at a better height for him than the one he took by his ankles this morning, and Brooks has gone for a very decent 24, but just proving once again, Phil, what we've been saying throughout this game, literally from ball one, you're never really in on this pitch.
That ball it flew to first slip, went very quickly and bounced. Ethan played a perfectly acceptable defensive shot, but definitely a decent delivery, that one.
Yeah, so almost throughout the game, with the exception of that one partnership of 100 between Hose and Oliveira, we've been saying that at no point does anybody really look in and just encouragement for Essex in that they tried Harmer for his 2 overs of spin and then went back to seam, and then sooner or later, if you just keep plugging away around about off stump, you get one that will just do a little bit too much or bounce a little bit too much, and it produces a wicket. And you need good catching in the slips. They've caught very well, and Paul Walter making no mistake on that occasion. 188 for 8, and as we keep saying, there's just nothing between these two sides really at the moment.
I made that comment this morning that Essex had caught particularly well, and apparently they hadn't been doing up till that point. They dropped some catches, but they have caught exceptionally well in the slips.
I mean, I do think there was some doubt about Adam Hoses this morning, and I don't, as I say, for a minute suggest that Paul Walter did anything underhand, but looking at replays, just a question as to whether it might just have touched the turf, and Hose didn't walk and was eventually given out. But they've caught well. Yesterday particularly, I thought Matt Critchley held on to 2 good ones. Noah Thane himself caught a really good one, and it's just so important, especially on a pitch like this, because the slips on a pitch like this are going to be absolutely in the game. Thane is in and bowls the first ball to the new batsman, his former teammate Ben Allison, and Ben Allison is off the mark with a clip through square leg. Thane's got his hands on his head, suggesting that he thought that was through, and he might well have played it very late, but it's a nice start for Ben Allison. He's off the mark with a boundary, and it's 192 for 8.
He's definitely slanted the ball in during this spell, and it looked like the one that got Ethan Brooks out just held its line a little bit, didn't drift in quite as much, and took the outside edge.
A good bit of bowling.
Again, he was slanting that into Ben Allison, got onto his leg stump and put it away for 4.
So here's Thane again, 3 slips waiting. He's in and bowls, and Allison lets this one go outside the off stump, and quite a bit of movement after it had passed the stumps, because the wicketkeeper moving away down the leg side to take it. That's the end of the over from Noah Thane. His figures now 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. The other wicket taker today is Rajitha, who's taken 2, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 62, and 1 for Jamie Porter this morning, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 49 for him. Shane Snater took 2 yesterday, 2 for 44 from 15 for Snater, and we've had just those 2 overs of spin from Simon Harmer. And I think we're going to see the Sri Lankan Rajitha, who's making his debut for Essex, coming on now at the Graham Gooch end. I'm going to make way for Don Topley, who's going to join Phil Neal, who's probably going to stay with us now, if you don't mind, Phil, till lunch, which is just 10 minutes away, and it's 192 for 8. So a few more words from Phil, and then Don will be with them.
It's the young Sri Lankan bowler. I won't attempt to pronounce his name, but coming back onto bowl now, and looks quite a good signing. Chris Silverwood presumably had some previous knowledge of him, having worked with Sri Lanka, and he bowled pretty well yesterday. Gets the ball to leave the right-hander,
As Rajitha turns at the old Hayes close end, which is the Graham Gooch end today, bowls outside off stump, goes wide and wider, left alone by the Worcestershire batsman, that is Tom Taylor. Mr. Neil, former captain of Worcestershire, delighted to have you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Don.
And may I say you're the El Presidente of Worcestershire.
I am. Well, we're a 2-year term. I did 1 year last year, and this is my 2nd year, and enjoying it.
Rajitha, 3 slips waiting, comes in outside off stump again. Taylor, the tall Worcestershire number 10, is very happy to leave it alone as it goes wide and wider.
So there's not a lot of there's nothing laid down. It's up to you how you do the president's job. I spent a bit of time trying to get the Worcester Old Players Association going with a bit more attendance for this year, but also I get the chance to sit in on board meetings, so I've been able to see a lot of the discussions about potential for a new ground or a different ground. It's been very interesting.
The Sri Lankan on his way in from the top end bowls outside off stump, and again Tom Taylor happy to leave it alone to get through to lunch. Some of those old Worcestershire players, I'm guessing people like Paul Pridgeon's involved daily because he was chairman of the cricket committee.
He has been chairman of the club I think as standing chairman. He's done virtually everything at the club, Paul.
Has he?
For about 50 years he's been giving service to Worcestershire.
Other players who sort of attend those reunions as Rajitha comes in, bowls, and this is well caught, Snater at backward point. It was a little bit of a slash by the tall Taylor, and he got hold of it. But I have to say that Snater at backward point has leapt and taken it behind him, which represents a wonderful catch. And Essex have been quite good in the field, generally speaking. They dropped to 3 or 4 in the last 2 games, 2 at Chelmsford and 2 down up at Trent Bridge. But catching by Essex in this particular game, I think, has been exemplary. Good catch. Impressed with that, Phil?
Yeah,
Neil?
no, very good catch. And Tommy will feel a bit unlucky. There was some width there, and probably Rajitha's got a couple of wickets with probably not his best balls. He got a short ball that was cut to cover yesterday, and then that one that was a bit wide. And he's bowled a lot of balls that are a lot better than that. They've gone past the outside edge.
And if it's your day,
I'm sure you would know that, Don.
if it's your day, you take them everywhere. But that was a wonderful catch. I can't tell you, if you're listening on the BBC forums with us, then to see that catch as Snater's taken it behind him, it really was a superb 2-handed catch, and he himself, Snater, would have been overjoyed knowing that he's taken that wicket and got Rajitha the 4th wicket of his Essex debut. I suggested, and you will know this man, I suggested yesterday, I said, who does he remind me of? And his bowling action, he's very tall, very wiry, he's good action, nice sideways on, big strong front arm, follows through. I said he reminds me of Saj Mahmood, formerly of Lancashire, England.
Yeah.
You would have had him in your England team. As Rajitha comes in down the leg side, doesn't follow through quite as much there, but that concludes the end of a good over for him. He's bowled it outside off stump where the batsman Taylor left it alone for most of the over, and then Taylor felt comfortable. He had a go at one and he slashed hard, but unfortunately it found the very, very safe hands, the excellent hands of Shane Snater at backward point, and Essex have got their 9th Worcestershire wicket, and the score now 192 for 9. Phil, I've got to ask you, because you've taken the invitation to come up to us, and it's wonderful to talk to old captains, old cricketers, batsmen, and now you're heavily involved with Worcestershire. Listen, you had a wonderful job, and I don't know if your job was manager, but you were in the dressing room with England for over 200 tests.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. Noah Thane comes in. This is driven, and unfortunately Jordan Cox has dived over the ball at cover, where Worcestershire will get 2 runs. 2 more runs to Ben Allison, who has returned to this parish. So 200 times.
My title was operations manager, and that was I started when Duncan Fletcher became head coach, and there was a bit of talk about the title being general manager, but Duncan felt that he was the guy that was in charge of the playing side, so he felt general manager implied that I had some control over the players. So operations manager became the title, and Duncan was very much in charge of the cricket side of things, and it was my job to look after the logistics and make sure that, as I used to put it.
Thane comes in. This is short and wide. There's a cut played, but he's played and missed, and it's gone through to the keeper Fernandez, and there is no run.
My job was to make sure that at home or on tour, the captain and the coach could concentrate on the cricket, and there was nothing that was going to cut across that, so the logistics all had to be in place. And yeah, it was a fascinating job over the years, I must admit.
Well, that must have been a great privilege.
Yeah, working in the dressing room, being around the dressing room, I've seen a lot of memorable moments on the field. When people ask, I'll let you carry on with the next ball, Don.
Thane moving away from us, passes umpire O'Shaughnessy. He bowls this. Oh, what a wonderful shot that is from Ben Allison, who's returned to this parish as a Worcestershire player, and he's hit Noah Thane, who he will know, and has hit him back over his head, but for 4 to the Sir Alistair Cook end. That's a cracking shot. You'd have been pleased with that shot, wouldn't you?
It was slightly on the offside, which was definitely my side of the wicket.
Wasn't it? It was. You certainly favoured the offside.
Yeah,
I remember many times bowling at you as Thane comes in. 3 slips waiting. This is down the leg side, and it's going to run away for 4. Buys. A bit unfortunate that was almost a wide down the leg side. Fernandez, the part-time keeper, the reserve keeper, who is hoping one day to be an Essex contracted player. He dives to his left, and unfortunately it's sailed away quickly for 4 buys.
It's always harsh on the keeper, that, because that moved a lot after it had gone past the stumps. So judged to be buys, but very unfortunate for the keeper.
You were talking about that game in '89 at Colchester, and Essex and Worcestershire in the 80s had some incredible encounters. Thane comes in outside off stump through to the keeper, well left, no run.
Essex had been a very strong team for a long period of time, and invariably very strong in the spin bowling department, so invariably games against Essex featured spin. And
what we used to enjoy playing at outgrounds.
Yeah.
We felt outgrounds did a bit more. All of our outgrounds were saucer shaped, so if I suggested you bang it in, you didn't get much out of it, but when you pitched it up, it carried, but they also turned.
Yeah.
Thane comes in outside off stump, and there's a nick, and it has carried, and he has nicked it, and Essex on the spot of lunch have bowled Worcestershire out for 202. The last wicket to fall was that of Ben Allison, who has been caught behind off Fernandez off the bowling of Thane for 10, and that represents, well, it was a very quiet half an hour at the beginning of the morning session, which Worcestershire put on some runs, but then slowly Essex have taken over, and they've taken 6 wickets to bowl Worcestershire out in this morning session for 202. And from our point of view, Phil's going to just stay with me for a minute, but the actual commentary I think will finish because they will go to lunch. But as we're talking to Phil Neal, the former Worcestershire captain and now president, it's important to ask you, those 80s, you had the likes of Botham, Dilly, Radford. Great days.
It took us a while to build that side, and obviously signing Botham and Dilly was the final piece, the final pieces that put together, and we were able to field a side then that could cater for most conditions. We batted all the way down the order. Our bowling attack was Dilly, Radford, Botham, Newport. We had Richard Illingworth to bowl left-arm spin, and Graham Hick was a more than passable off spinner to be able. So if people prepared a turning pitch, we'd got 2 spinners as well. So we were pretty well equipped for all conditions.
And one day cricket was very important to you. And when I look back, you've just announced those players, but there was, I suppose it's not being nasty in any way to say that there was, for instance, a journeyman cricketer that would play, that would open the batting, bowl his overs on a Sunday. Martin Weston, who for me, you know, you had superstars in your team, and dear old Wezzo, who would perform brilliantly.
They
We have an update in a minute. Don't worry, we'll carry on talking to the update.
One of the negatives that detractors put forward about signing Ian Botham was that it would block the path of a lot of local Worcestershire players who had been ringing through the team. But Ian played in '87. He injured his back in '88 and didn't play for a large time. When he got back in the England side in '89, so didn't play quite a lot of games there. And you look back on those two championship wins in '88 and '89 and the Sunday League in '87, and the names of Martin Weston, Stuart Lampitt, Chris Tolley, Paul Bent, Gordon Lord all feature very prominently. So a lot of the young players benefited from coming into a successful side and were able to hold their place. And Martin Weston, he would bowl his 8 straight off on a Sunday and very rarely went for more than 30, and would pick up a couple of wickets, and then he'd open the batting, and he you know, he was a very popular character and was very successful for Worcestershire.
Brilliant days. When you look upon those other teams, Essex, other teams that were good, Lancashire were always competitive, weren't they, in those 80s?
Lancashire, particularly in one-day cricket, were our demon side, and Worcestershire went through a period where we lost 6 Lord's finals, and it was the one that we really wanted to win, was to win a Lord's final. We lost to Lancashire in 1990, and we played them again in the Benson Hedges in 91. The game spread over 2 days, and we managed to win that one, which was our first Lord's win. And much as winning the championship was important, to get a win at Lord's was also something that I was very pleased to be able to tick off as a Worcestershire captain.
But there's nothing in it.
Would you like to take Mr. Duffy?
Yeah, in he comes now, Jacob Duffy, and his first ball beats Paul Walter outside the off stump, goes through to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. 3 slips in place for Worcestershire as they begin this Essex second innings, and Duffy, who bowled really well in the first innings, his 4 for 39, probably the standout bowling performance, and had a chat with him after the game yesterday and asked him about how he felt bowling yesterday compared to at Headingley last week. And he comes again now down the hill, bowls to Walter, who is clipping this one in the air over mid-on. Oh, so close to giving a catch to D'Oliveira at mid-on, just a leading edge. Didn't appear to know where it had gone, and he gets a fortunate 2 runs. And I said to Jacob Duffy, is it a relief after not really finding any rhythm at Headingley last week when you were thrown into it, having really just got off the plane? And he said, he said it absolutely is a relief. He said, I'm not going to lie, I was quite nervous coming into this one, having not started well. But he got that early wicket yesterday and that settled everything down. And here he comes again now. Perhaps unfortunate not to have got a wicket already in this innings. This time he's straying onto leg stump, and Walter turns it down to long leg for a single, which brings Charlie Allison onto strike. Allison, who played nicely for his 19 yesterday before falling LBW to this bowler Jacob Duffy, but he was quite fluent early on. One of the few batters who's started his innings fluently in this game.
It's interesting, having watched Walter just get away with a leading edge to mid-on. I would say Paul Walter and Charlie Allison have got to play very straight this afternoon.
Well, Allison gets off the mark in fine style with a cut for 4 off a slightly wayward delivery from Duffy. But yesterday Allison started his innings fluently. He's got a series of starts without going on to anything really significant this season. Charlie Allison, brother of Ben, who's playing for Worcestershire, and off to a decent start with that one. You always feel better if you hit your first ball like that, and timed it beautifully. So Essex is on to 7 without loss in this first over, as Duffy comes in again and bowls to Allison, who is just covering up on this one, just riding the bounce a little bit and turning it square on the leg side to Jake Libby, and there's no run on this occasion. But yeah, we keep saying it. I mean, if you're just joining us, or if you're skipping in and out from other games or whatever, we've really got ourselves a 1 innings game here. It won't go to day 4 one way or another. At least I doubt it. I mean, if Essex pile on 300 here, then that might be different, but I doubt that it will go to day 4. As Duffy is in and bowls to Allison down the leg side, taken by keeper Gareth Roderick, end of the over. And I say that, and it could change, and it could be a situation where Essex get a very big second innings, but we anticipate, I think, that batting is not going to get any easier, or significantly any easier, on this pitch. And throughout the game the seamers have dominated. Harmer's bowled 2 overs of spin. Other than that, it's been seam all the way, and every so often the pitch has offered enough sideways movement to the bowlers from both sides to bring slips into play, and it's been hard work for the batters throughout. Tom Taylor will take up the attack from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and in he comes now to bowl to Walter.
Around the wicket, which I don't think he did much in the first innings, and outside off stump, it moves away from the left-hander through to the keeper, Roderick, who I was really impressed with in the first innings. He stood up when Jordan Cox was advancing down the wicket. He stood up to the seamers, and he did take some pretty special catches as well. And he made a significant contribution in helping Essex get 179 all out. Taylor round the wicket. This is driven into the gap. It's going to run away. D'Oliveira's chasing it towards the Tom Pearce stand, and Walter and Essex will get 2 9 without loss. Yeah, I thought it was an intriguing morning. There was plenty of playing and missing, and perhaps not the best balls. Got wickets, Frank, as you often see in cricket.
Yeah, particularly if there aren't many scoring opportunities. Batsmen tend to go for shots they might not go to against.
Taylor bowls, and there may have been a nick onto the pad there.
Against deliveries that they think offer them an opportunity. So when, for example, Jamie Porter bounced Matthew Waite and got the nick as he played a hook shot, Waite, who had probably played as fluently as anybody, if not more fluently than anybody in the game, for his 32 off 38 deliveries, but he was got out by that short ball from Porter, and yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing you're talking about, I think.
He did look good, Matthew Waite. I thought he had time. He just played some very good shots. As Taylor comes in, that's a play and a miss against Walter, and good delivery. Walter hasn't got anything on it. Both these boys, for me, right now, are going to have to play straight. Walter, who fell over slightly, played across the first innings and was bowled, and then Allison was LBW. So these chaps will be very aware that they're going to have to play straight. They can't manipulate the ball, can't work it, especially Walter. He's facing, and this time outside off stump, and very happy to leave it. So Essex are 9 without loss. And interestingly, in that 9, that they reduced that deficit of 23 down to 14. Yeah,
Even that's very good, very good.
I didn't teach maths. No. I did colouring. I was part of the PE department. Is that what you used
Woolly
to say?
toys, they used to say.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah.
Taylor round the wicket. Oh, that's a good ball. A little bit tighter. He's made Walter play, and he's played down the wrong line through to the keeper. Well bowled. Good start, 9 without loss.
Yeah, when I began my teaching career, and I was a PE and English teacher, some of the older members of the academic staff used to refer to the PE team, used to just raise their eyebrows and say woolly toys.
Woolly toys.
And it was a
Really?
disrespectful
Yeah, it was.
attitude to have, which belongs in a bygone age, I hasten to add.
Yes.
I'll do one more over, and then Hugh Turville will be coming in to join Don. Jacob Duffy from the Graham Gooch end, tall, right arm over the wicket, fast medium Kiwi. He's in, he bowls, and Allison has plenty of time just to work this one away off his hips down to long leg, run the first one quickly, but Matthew Waite, the fielder down there, comes off the boundary, and only a single, which brings Walter on to strike. Duffy dismissed both of these two batsmen in the first innings. Walter was bowled, Allison was LBW. A good opening spell by Duffy, and Worcestershire will be very much hoping that he can repeat the dose in this second innings. He comes in now to the tall left-handed Walter, and Duffy bowls to him. He's taken on the pad as he tries to work this one away off his pads, and it goes down to fine leg, and they come through for 2 leg byes as Waite comes round to do the fielding down below us. Every run actually quite vital, so running that first leg by quickly and coming back for 2, so significant in a low scoring game. Every single run has to be earned. Duffy in bowls full and straight outside the off stump, left alone by Paul Walter, tall left-hander, number 22 on his back, filling in really as an opener with Dean Elgar not yet here, and a man of many parts, Paul Walter, as we were saying yesterday. White ball, red ball, bit of bowling over the wicket, bats middle order, dangerous hitter, standing up and doing an opening job in the red ball game here. Duffy into him, bowls, and he clips this beautifully off his pads down to long leg. He's timed that really well, and there's a good bit of fielding by Jake Libby running around the boundary, keeps them to 2, but good shot from Walter. Duffy just in at the pads, and most professional batsmen worth their salt will score runs off deliveries like that. Bit of a bonus on a pitch like this. 3 slips in place. Duffy in once more. And Walter is defending back up the pitch to the bowler. And there's no run. If you're just joining us, earlier today Worcestershire resuming on their overnight score of 98 for 4. D'Oliveira and Hose took their partnership for the 5th wicket to 102 before Hose was out for 48. D'Oliveira then out also for 48. Waite 32, Brooks 24, Taylor 3 and Allison 10. Worcestershire 210 all out, a lead of 23. Duffy in again, bowls, and Walter steers this behind square on the offside. That is the end of the over from Jacob Duffy, and Essex are 14 without loss in this second innings. Walter has 7, Allison has 5, and in a moment Don will be joined by Hugh Turberville.
Thanks, Frank. Hugh Turberville is the editor of the Cricketer magazine. He heralds from these parts. In fact, he's comes from inside Suffolk, but he's been to this cricket ground on many occasions, watching and supporting frequently Essex, as Tom Taylor is on his way in. Away from us, he comes in, bowls, outside off stump, where the right-handed Allison comes forward, probably plays down the wrong line, and there is no run. And a very good afternoon to Hugh Turberville. Hugh, good to see you.
Very good to be here, Don, with you.
You're right, 2 Suffolk gentlemen.
We are together, yeah.
Is that right, 2 Suffolk
I
gentlemen?
wasn't born in Suffolk, but I lived there between 1976 and, yeah,
Went to school?
2000. Went to school, yeah, at Woodbridge.
Your formative years as a young cricketer?
For Deben Valley, which was based at Woodbridge School.
Yeah.
And Halesworth, I should say Halesworth as well, the now defunct Halesworth Cricket Club.
This is driven. This is a good looking shot by Charlie Allison. A little bit of width on it. It's going to run away, but it's not going to go for the boundary. It's been pulled up by the duo of Worcestershire fielders, and Essex take 3. They move to 17 without loss. So Suffolk is dear to your heart.
Absolutely love it, yeah. Not allowed to live there, though.
Not allowed to live there. So, Hugh, one of the reasons you've come into the commentary box is to introduce yourself firstly as the editor of
the Cricketer magazine. The world's oldest and best-selling cricket magazine. We started in 1921.
As Taylor comes round the wicket to the left-handed Walter, plays into the offside off the front foot, and there is no run.
Yeah, so just Sir Pelham Warner founded us, and we've had some esteemed editors over the years, including Chris and Martin Jenkins, and David Frith. And,
he was an Australian, wasn't
he? Dual heritage, isn't he? I think. I think he was born in England, went to Australia.
That seems to be quite a common thread.
It's got. We've just signed Mel Farrell, sitting behind me.
So we have 2 people from the Cricketer in this commentary box.
Wow.
Well, it's appropriate, isn't it? As Taylor comes in, bowls, driven up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, so fantastic magazine, lovely glossy pages.
Monthly magazine.
Monthly, 13th issues a year, and then we've got the fantastic website as well, which you can subscribe to with extra content.
Online, has that sort of made the opportunities bigger?
Yeah, we've got
a magazine.
Bigger staff because of it, and all our writers write for the magazine and the website, but yeah, no, we've got bigger staff. Nick Friend.
It's an important development over the years.
Nick Howson, well, that's the way journalism's going, isn't it? Print to digital, but...
As Taylor moves away from us in the sunshine, there's an LBW shade. I'm not so keen because I thought it may have been a bit high.
Bit high, yeah.
But a good shout, an enthusiastic shout. You as a bowler would have liked that, wouldn't you?
I'd have gone up for it, but it'd be a question of trying to persuade the umpire, wouldn't it?
And you're still playing these days?
Yeah, I'm captain of Beddington 5th this year.
And you, listen, I know this, but our listeners won't. You have an annual tour.
Well, we have had 3 tours to Corfu. We called it the Corfu Trilogy, but I've been persuaded not to go this year. But we might go to Malta next year, or we might go back to Corfu, but it's been fabulous.
And that's all because of the common love of the great game of cricket. As Taylor comes in, this is on the front foot, big stride there from tall Paul Walter, who plays and concludes the end of the over, the 4th over of this second Essex innings, and the score is 17 without loss, which means Essex have a deficit of 6 runs.
I strongly recommend anybody going to Corfu to play cricket. It's fabulous. You go to the town square and everybody sits there eating their chicken and drinking and watching us play cricket on the town square.
You would have thought not just eating their chicken, it would have been fish.
Chicken and fish, yeah.
Because it's an
Was
island.
it gyros, isn't it? Gyros?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
That'd be my choice, but yeah.
And it's an artificial wicket
It's
in
an
the
artificial
middle
wicket.
of Corfu town.
Yes, and then there's also an artificial wicket down at the Marina ground, which is lovely actually. That's where they play their ICC
Do you
stuff.
get many watching?
Not at the Marina ground.
No. Jacob Duffy, the Kiwi, comes in and gets that one slightly wrong. His radar fell away perhaps. It's actually a red ball wide there, very wide, as the ball dies and the keeper, Roderick, takes it in front of first slip, and there is no run, apart from the wide. Okay, so the Cricketer magazine,
Yep.
You've been editor for how long?
About 4 years, and then before that Simon Hughes and I sort of did it together, and I've been there 10 now.
Really,
in total.
and going back in your cricketing development, this is shot. This has got width all over it, and he's come forward as the right-handed Allison, and he's caressed that very powerfully through the offside to the pavilion boundary for 4. Essex 22, just 1 run away from Worcestershire's first innings score of 202. So from the point of view of the cricketer, you got to that. It's a dream plum job for yourself.
The job I dreamed of as a
But
child.
you were a journalist
Yeah.
as a young man.
4 years at the East Anglian Daily Times in Ipswich.
In Ipswich, yeah.
And 15 years at the Telegraph.
And reporting on cricket and sub-editing.
Football and cricket.
Football and
And
cricket.
sub-editing all the sports pages, yeah.
Fantastic. That's a great education there. Good ball from Duffy, where he bowls a little bit straighter, just short of a length, and Allison is allowed to leave that through to the keeper, Roderick.
Lots of
No run.
sacrifices they've done.
Like, go
Evening
on,
shifts
tell
and weekends.
Evening shifts.
I had to miss a lot of weddings and things.
Yeah, I'm sure. No,
Dedication.
yeah.
That's what you need.
It is, yeah. Part of your
As Roy
apprenticeship.
Castle said. Yeah, it was a good apprenticeship though, yeah. And Ipswich was lovely, the local papers there. So sad people don't buy local papers anymore, isn't it? East Anglian Daily Times. I did see somebody reading it down there.
Did you? There were people like Robin Chipperfield going back years.
Well-
This played on the front foot, out to cover. There is no run.
The Essex reporter was Robin Scott Elliott.
Yeah, Roberts. Yes.
And he used to come and interview people, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, during.
Ronnie
my-
Irani.
Yeah, very much so. But also in your cricketing history, you've written a few books.
Yeah, I wrote The Toughest Tour in 2010, which is about England's away series to Australia since the war. And a new one out now. Oh, and a cricketer anthology of the Ashes.
Really?
And we're going further about a Manchester United fact file, which was quite a bad thing to write for somebody who's a Liverpool fan.
Jacob Duffy bowls a gorgeous delivery as this squares up and beats Allison as it goes through to the keeper. Well bowled, Jacob Duffy. That was a good delivery. So
I should be an Ipswich fan, I should say, because
You should
I
be.
used to
You
go and watch
go-
them.
you
Yeah, I go and
watch,
watch them a
you do
lot,
watch.
and I was there in the Bobby Robson years, and so
Yes.
there's no reason why I shouldn't be an Ipswich fan, really. My son is, anyway.
Is
yeah.
it? Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good to hear. But listen, importantly, you've just written a book, and I'm looking at it,
Yeah.
and it looks quite a thick book. It's
Yeah. Some big words in it.
It's called a wheelbarrow and things like that. And Jacob Duffy bowls and drags Allison forward into the covers, and there is no.
There's a local hero on the cover, Graham Gooch.
Graham Gooch
has called it a compelling
Has
read
he?
or compelling book.
Stephen James says nostalgic, passionate, and timely.
Yeah.
So the final test, the uncertain future of cricket's first-class game. Tell me more.
So, oval test match against South Africa, England-South Africa, 2022.
As Jacob Duffy, 3 slips awaiting, comes in, and this plays down to backward point where there is a quick single, good single, because the batsman, the right-handed Charlie Allison, has seen it's gone to the left-handed fielder, the left-hand side of the fielder at backward point, throws with his right, and he knows that he could get an easy single. End of the over, 23, scores a level, and Essex have 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, so it's about to be. It rained all day on the first day, and unfortunately the sad news came through that the Queen was very ill and she passed away on that first day. And I just thought it was analogous, really, an analogy to Test cricket, because the South Africans didn't really want to be there. They moaned actually about having a match in between the second and third tests.
Taylor, away from us, starts a new over. This time Allison, who continues to face the bowling, comes forward rock solid and plays with a straight bat down the pitch, and there is no run.
Actually, their local hero was moaning, Dean Elgar. He was the South African captain, wasn't he?
He was.
But it just gave the impression that they wanted to sort of go home. And Test cricket, we all know it's fighting for survival against the onslaught of T20, and we all know the County Championship is fighting for relevance and survival as well. The first-class game.
Yeah.
Cricket in whites with a red ball.
Beautiful.
Indeed.
As Tom Taylor comes in, bowls, good delivery, hits the middle of the bat, good forward defensive, but there is no run, 23 without loss. So where do you think cricket is going? Where do you hope?
Well, I fear it's going to be T20 saturation around the world. But I mean, I do try and take both sides of the argument in the book, and I try not to be just a miserable Victor Meldrew, sort of moaning about things. And I got different opinions in the book. I got your opinion in the book. I got Rhys Topley's opinion in the book. Richard Hadley likes T20. We all like T20,
but not too much of it. As Taylor comes in, and this is played into the offside. That's going to run away for a couple of runs. That's a good looking shot, and well fielded too, as we welcome listeners from 5 Sports Extra. Good afternoon to you all. Welcome to Chelmsford. It's a beautiful day. We've had no rain here at all for ages, to be honest, and I'm pleased to report that Essex now are in the lead. They have lead by 3 runs over Worcestershire, who were bowled out right on the spot of lunch this morning for 202. So Essex are now 26 without loss. Paul Walter at the crease, along with Charlie Allison, who is playing against his brother Ben Allison, who is in the Worcestershire side. Taylor comes in, that's a play and a miss, a good delivery, just shaping in from around the wicket, away to Paul Walter, which there is no run. You're listening to Don Topley, and in the commentary box today we've got Hugh Turberville from The Cricketer, who's just introducing his brand new book, which I think I'm right in saying is launched on Monday.
Next Friday, I think. We've got a little do, haven't we, on the following Monday? So yes, but about the battle between Test cricket and T20.
As in comes Taylor. Taylor short of a length. Walter does go back, but he negotiates it safely, and it's played into the offside, no run.
So, local hero Nasser Hussain says everybody likes fast food now and again, but you don't want it every day.
No.
And of course
you
we all know.
Ill every day
well, that was a film about that, wasn't it? Super Size Me. But you've got the IPL, you've got the CPL, you've got the PSL, the MLC in Australia, you've got the Big Bash, the 100, the Blast, the Lanka Premier League, New Zealand. All these T20. I mean, even Saudi Arabia are now interested in having a T20, aren't they?
But we're still watching the very best red ball competition in world cricket.
We are.
As Taylor comes in, round the wicket, Walter stands tall, plays with a straight bat up to mid-off to conclude the over, and the score remains 26 without loss. Paul Walter has 7, and the younger opener, which is Charlie Allison, he has 16 not out.
So we all know, though, Don, that it's something of an endangered species, isn't it, this? And people like Andrew Strauss and Michael Vaughan are saying that the number of championship rounds should be slashed from 14 to 10. They probably will compromise with 12, I hear. But, it was 18 a while back, it's 14, 12, 10, it's 8 in New Zealand now.
I can remember back in the day when I was playing, we played 24.
Right, yeah. Some 3-day games, of course.
Though, of course. 3 slips awaiting. Jacob Duffy comes in outside off stump, which Allison leaves alone, and it goes through to the keeper. So 3 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside, a conventional mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg towards the large scoreboard here at Chelmsford.
I mean, in a way, I do play devil's advocate in the book. It is fantastic, T20, that any country can play it. You've got the world rankings like the FIFA football rankings, and Papua New Guinea could play Croatia, and Denmark could play Sweden, couldn't they? So it's fantastic in a way.
as Jacob Duffy runs away down the hill at the Graham Gooch end. This is driven, mistimed up to D'Oliveira at mid-off where there is no run. Yeah, it's all got to be paid for. I mean, you know, we have regular chats about it, but your book is not just about the cricket's future, it's also about your past, how you've got involved.
My love of Test cricket, yeah, there's plenty in there about falling in love with Test cricket in the 1980s and county cricket.
As Duffy's in and played off the back foot by Allison up to mid-on, no run. Tell me, do you think youngsters are inspired as much? Is it a hard gig to attract youngsters?
I think they're interested in watching cricket on clips on their phones and things, aren't they? And I think a lot of clubs have thriving youth sections, don't they? I think in my own experience I find that the youngsters tend to drop out about 16, don't they, and find other things to do on a Saturday afternoon.
We had Arfan Akram in yesterday, who gave us a little opportunity for a chat. Duffy in, clipped into the leg side. That's well fielded at mid-wicket, where the fielder dives to his left and prevents Essex any further runs. Arfan Akram came in and talked about the challenges of having very little facilities in certain areas, and I thought that was a really good point he made.
The decline of cricket in state schools from the 1980s onwards, the selling of the playing fields, was a national scandal, wasn't it? It was just so upsetting.
He suggests tape ball cricket is very important to certain areas of East London.
Yeah.
As this
Cage cricket is another one, isn't it?
Good delivery from Duffy, where he's got the ball to nip back and it's cannoned in to the body of Charlie Allison, and there is no run. Good bit of bowling.
We're quite friendly with the EastEnders actor Colin Salmon, who does a lot to promote this cage cricket.
Oh really? Tell me more.
Well, I don't know, a guy called Trevor's involved with it, but you know, it's like tape cricket, but they play in a sort of basketball court sort of thing, yeah.
And of course,
inner cities.
You know, with the harsh reality, yourself and myself grew up with manicured cricket fields, which, listen, you don't have those necessarily in part of the subcontinent, and you don't need them to become a good cricketer. You need the opportunity more, first and foremost, and that concludes the end of the over with a forward defensive out on the offside, and Essex have moved to 26 without loss, and now at the we're not even at tea on day 2. We're into the third innings where Essex lead by 3 runs.
There's a fabulous charity called Bat for a Chance, set up by an 18-year-old lad, actually. It's amazing, and they give equipment around the world to people. So equipment's another thing, isn't it? You need bats,
to play
stumps.
proper cricket, but tape ball.
You don't. I suppose you just need a bat and ball, don't you?
Well, it sounds a bit like putting shirts down for goals and playing football.
Yeah.
You know, it's the most basic form, but it's a great opportunity. Well bowled there from Tom Taylor, who gets a ball just to hold its line, which cannons into the thighs, the large thighs of Paul Water, the Essex tall batsman. No run.
So you put tape on one side and it swings and reverse swings, doesn't it, I think?
Yeah, that's right, that's right. But it swings, and of course, it's important to give the bowler a weapon that he can use in his armoury.
Well, they need that in the IPL, don't they, when Jofra Archer's going for 76 in 4 overs.
Yes, who would be a bowler as Taylor comes in? This is well bowled, well respected and safely secured there by Paul Water, who rocks on with one of his size 13.
I say in the cricketer that I'm so sad, so glad that my hero Richard Hadley never had to do it. I'd hate to have seen him go disappear around the park, wouldn't you?
What all bowlers do today.
At some stage, yeah, exactly.
They do. You know, you can be an excellent bowler, highly skilled. I mean, I've been watching Trent Boult. He's one of my heroes.
Yeah.
Trent Boult just recently has been going for sort of 50s in his 4 overs. Taylor comes in outside off stump through, and Walter happy to leave, and Essex remain on 26 without losing a wicket. So your current book, how long did that take to write?
I wrote it last year at weekends.
So a year?
Yeah,
or less?
yeah, probably a year. Yeah.
And I mean,
with my main job, of course.
Do you find as a writer, well, you have a full-time job as editor of the Cricketer, but in your role as an author, do you find days that you can write and today is a day you can't write? Does it happen like that? as Taylor comes in, driven, but up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, there's news, isn't there? So the Sussex chairman, John Philby, teases me because he says I'm like the spitting image journalist with the hat, with the ticket coming out, because I'm always sniffing around, snaffling around for news, you know, like...
Well, they say a good journalist is never off duty.
Yeah, that's right. He said it to Adrian as well, the BBC chap as well. It was quite funny yesterday.
Adrian
But yeah, but it was... I was at the Hove yesterday for Sussex, Surrey. It was quite an event-free day, but there was lots of cricket to write about, but there wasn't any sort of events or colour.
As Taylor comes in round the wicket to the left-handed, who squares Walter up. He eventually negotiates it, goes with the ball safely into the offside, and there is no run.
So Mel and I were talking about that, you know, just the run of play stuff. I mean, there was some fantastic cricket. Dan Hughes came out in a starburst, 60 or 62 or something, starburst of strokes, you know, and Worrell had 3 overs for 27 at one stage.
At Hove?
Yeah,
Really?
he was running up the hill. I felt a bit sorry for him. I don't know why he was running up the hill. Fisher bowled well.
Did he? He
Yeah.
bowled well here.
Yeah.
Against Essex here on the first game of the season, actually. Taylor comes in. This is driven in the gap, quite square of the wicket. It's going to run away. I think it's going to beat the fielders to the pavilion wall, and it does. 4 runs to Walter, 4 runs to Essex, 30 without loss.
So 2-2-7 for 2. It was what is a fairly functional day, whereas I was here for the Essex-Surrey game and got to spend a little bit of time with the great man, Mr. Gooch, and gave me a few ideas about, you know, Jordan Cox and everything. So that some days are better than others.
You were here for Jordan Cox's century.
No, it was 80, wasn't it?
Was it?
He got 89, didn't he, or something
No,
against Essex?
Or
did he get 100?
Jordan Cox got a big 100 against.
I don't think he got
Surrey.
3 figures on that day. I think.
Didn't he?
Was it the first day I was here, or
I
think it was the first day of the
Paul
season.
Walter got 95.
Yes, he got bogged down in the 90s, unfortunately, which
Yeah.
was sad.
And so you spend your time working here with being involved with the cricketer here at Chelmsford, but you have a love for Sussex.
Hove is where I went with my grandfather, who lived in Haywards Heath, and I went to spend 2 weeks a year every summer with him, and he took me down to watch that team with John Barclay, Paul Parker, the
Imran?
Wells brothers, Imran, Garth LaRue, Ian Gould.
That was a good.
Yeah, they were pretty good. They were
Sussex
second, I think, 1 year.
Yeah.
And very competitive all the time. All
And
the
that was
teams were competitive, weren't
made
they?
an impression on you
Yeah.
in the cricket world.
Absolutely.
Ben Allison comes in from the top end, change of bowling, and this is outside off stump. So we've got Allison versus Allison.
There we go.
Hey, we have. Now, their mum and dad were here yesterday. Nothing happened much between the two of them yesterday, apart from Essex got bowled out. But we are now seeing brother bowl at brother. What a huge moment.
Yeah. And if
for
the
mum and
Liverpool
dad.
goalkeeper Allison was watching, it'd be even better, wouldn't it?
Oh, that's very clever. Hey, you obviously do support Liverpool.
Oh,
as
sorry, I shouldn't do that.
Ben bowls to Charlie. 3 slips awaiting. Ben comes in. This is pulled, an attempted pull down the leg side, and it barely arrived for the keeper, Roderick, who dives to his left down the leg side. Yes, the 2 boys didn't go to the same school. Mum and Dad are sort of Wivenhoe way. I know they both. Well, Tom, Dad, was a good rugby player. Played at Wivenhoe, but Ben went to Newhall School in Chelmsford.
Oh, that's where NASA coaches, isn't it?
It did, correct. And Charlie went to the Royal Hospital School.
Oh, well, your school, yeah.
So up in Suffolk. So two
Shotley
different-
Peninsula.
And yeah, absolutely. As Ben comes in, bowls, and this time he doesn't say anything. Would you, if you were playing Get Your Brother, would you chirp your brother?
I haven't
Nicely?
I haven't got any siblings, so I don't know. They must know each other so well. I'm sitting next to 2 brothers actually, and they've been chirping at each other all afternoon.
Have they?
Teasing each other.
Yes.
Well, didn't one of them give you his coat because he thought you were the coat man or something?
Yes,
So he's
he
been
did.
teasing you about.
He did. He wanted me to look after his coat.
So there's been
He
some
did.
chirping.
I've had a few jobs. I've had a few
There's
jobs.
been some chirping about that.
Yes, as Ben Allison comes in, this is cut beautifully, and that's gone for 4. That's raced across the square towards the pavilion balcony, and he'll be chuffed with that. Ben Allison, meanwhile, will be saying, why did I serve up a delicious, well, maybe it was an Easter gift for
Slight
brother.
back of a length, and it was absolutely clattered with the covers, wasn't it?
Went like a trace.
Yes,
of
it did. There's a lot of those today, haven't there? We've had 4 or 5, didn't
Bats
they?
have improved.
Well, that's what they say. There's that famous picture of Barry Richards comparing the two bats, the modern and the old, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you ever see Barry Richards play, or were you too young?
No, I was too young.
I did.
My first test was 1982, England-Pakistan.
1982,
Yeah.
England, Majid Khan as Ben Allison bowls outside off stump through to the keeper.
Wasn't a great day.
Majid Khan
295 for 3.
I thought
Was he
Majid
playing?
Khan got.
I've heard about Majid Khan from my dad's cousin Roger, because he played for Glamorgan. Yeah,
I think he got a big. He was the opening batsman.
Somebody
got a
did, but I don't
decent
think it was
score.
Majid Khan.
Did he get 199 at Lords?
Wasn't that Siddharth Vetamani?
No, that was Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I know, but he got 199, didn't he?
Yeah, Mohsin Khan.
Yes, Mohsin Khan. Yeah.
Mohsin Khan,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I said Majid Khan.
You did.
He was a generation
He was the
before.
Glamorgan guy,
Yeah.
Magic Khan.
As Ben comes in wide of the crease, Charlie will get a run as it goes down to fine leg.
Yeah.
Score becomes 34 for no wicket, and Allison has 20, and Paul Water, the left-hander, he's on 11. So first over from Ben Allison to Charlie Allison. Well, I wonder how Mum and Dad are feeling. How would you feel, do you think, Mum and Dad?
Immense pride, mustn't they? Must
With
have
two
immense-
balls
but also
playing
a bit
first-class
scared.
cricket.
You know, you wouldn't want the bowler to get the batsman out cheaply. You'd feel you have mixed emotions, wouldn't you?
Fear of failure?
You'd want the bowler to get everybody else out except your son, and you'd want the son to get a decent score. It must be heart in the mouth stuff. I think Alistair Cook's mum used to come and watch, didn't she, and do the knitting, and she probably couldn't bear to watch.
I think a lot of parents, when their kids are starting to play cricket at representative level, this time it's Matthew Waite who's been driven. No, it's not. It's Tom Taylor still. Sorry, Tom Taylor is driven back towards the bowler. It cannons off the stumps. There was no bowler's mitt on it, and there are no runs scored from the
He
right
knocked the middle stump out, didn't he?
Did he?
Cleanly.
Yes. It's always a great sight.
And
that,
but at the non-strikers end, he hit the ball with it. Yeah.
It's a great sight in cricket to see.
Well, if you're the bowler,
stumps,
yeah. Didn't you do that a couple of years back on the nursery ground at Lords? You removed a stump, didn't you? Was it against Rees?
It might
was
have
Rees
been.
batting? Yes.
It might have been. It was my last first-class wicket. As Taylor comes in, driven, dug out as a Yorker from the right-handed Allison, and there is no run. So tell me about writing a book again. Do you find good days, bad days?
This one flows really well, actually, I think. But my previous one, The Toughest Tour, was quite hard work, and I don't think my family thought that I'd actually get it off the ground, and they probably thought, why am I, away so long, wondering what I was doing.
And who contributed? I mean, you talked about Hadley. Which other people contributed?
So
to
Graham
your
Gooch.
Yep.
Talking about the drama, skill, and tension of Test cricket, and how sad it would be.
Taylor driven into the leg side, well struck but well fielded, no run.
He likes T20. He says the bowling is extremely skillful, but
Yes.
some of the batting, clear the front leg and whack it over mid-wicket, can get a bit tedious. David Gower, very worried about the situation. It's fine to make cricket relevant to the next generation, but don't euthanize the red ball stuff for the rest of us. So he's quite strong. We've got Merv Hughes, Richard Hadley, Mudassar Nazar, Farouk Engineer, the Topleys.
Mudassar Nazar, I remember him getting a 5 for. He opened the bowling at Lords.
I just looked it up in that Test match that we were talking about.
Yeah, I was there.
He got 6 for.
Bowled very nicely, a bit of bounce there as Allison has driven it back past the bowler to mid-off. There is no run. Mudassar Nazar, he got
6 for 32 in the second innings.
I was there.
And he was called Gower was his bunny, wasn't he?
Yeah.
David Gower.
Bowled little
Kept little
induckers.
nibblers,
Little
like mine.
induckers.
Yeah. Like I bowl,
Who
yeah.
else bowls induckers?
And he had Gower many times, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Mudassar Nazar, he was...
Lovely man, lives in Manchester. Big
he?
Man U fan.
Is he?
Goes with his grandson. Super chap.
Taylor turns on his way away from us. Beautiful, bright sunshine here at Chelmsford. Driven down the ground, and he finds the fielder at mid-off. That's a good-looking shot. I must say, Charlie Allison, for me, looks a very impressive young batsman. He looks to score straight. In the first innings, he scored 19, of which 14 were down the ground, basically. 4 fours were down the ground.
Nice.
A very impressive young man. And he's been given an opportunity, as you mentioned. Dean Elgar's not here.
Yeah, and Nick Brown's testimonial year, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. As Taylor
new coach Chris Silverwood giving people a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. As he comes in down the leg side, there's a bit of a shout, but no leg buys. End of the over. Essex have gone on to 35, which means they lead in this Division 1 Rothesay County Championship fixture by just the 12 runs, but do have all 10 second innings wickets intact. You're listening to Don Topley and Hugh Turbeville.
He used to come here, Don, a lot in the 80s as well, though, with my friend Nick, and his parents brought me. And yeah, I remember seeing you, and I remember seeing Derek Pringle get 69 in a John Player game, I think.
Good atmosphere here.
Loved
Always
it,
a good
yeah.
atmosphere. We had a good attendance. You know, you're talking about the Red Bull County Championship. We both came here on day one of the Surrey game, and
Amazing.
there were 2,300.
2,500, yeah. And then the Oval had 5,600 on the day after, the Friday.
You went.
Yeah, it was the Thursday I came. Then it went on the Friday to the Oval, and there was 5,600 at the Oval.
And you went to the Oval yesterday for day one.
No, I went to Hove yesterday.
Hove, sorry.
Decent crowd, yeah.
What was the crowd? Was it
didn't get the figure,
quite
I'm
a lot
afraid.
of Surrey?
Probably 2,000. Yeah, saw quite a few Surrey people, yeah.
In comes Ben Allison around the wicket to the left-handed Paul Walter, who's beaten. It cannons off his thigh pad, goes into the offside, but there is no run.
And they let people in day 3 against Somerset for free, and they reported that they had the best bar takings they'd ever had that day.
Really?
Yeah. So if you let people in for free, you say, well, you're giving it away for free and all this sort of stuff, but then they come in and spend their money, don't they? In the club shop and the bars. And
they do.
So it's tricky, isn't it?
Yeah. I had an able research assistant here yesterday, and I gave him one job to do at lunchtime as Allison comes in and bowls. There's a playing miss from Walter, who looks disappointed that he's missed out on a scoring opportunity, playing the cut shot, 35 for no wicket. I sent him out at lunchtime to count how many kids were in the ground.
Right.
13.
Okay. We're in the Easter holidays, I suppose, aren't we?
We are. 13.
Well, come along, guys, come on. And, you know, I mean, I was a bit sad, I must admit. I went to Cardiff for one game, and that was a poor crowd.
This season?
Yeah. I got around this year.
You have, as Allison comes in. This is driven up to mid-off. Brett D'Oliveira does the fielding. There is no run.
So to their 10-wicket defeat to Leicestershire, the crowds on the 3 days were between 400 and 600.
Right.
But I mean, they do all right in T20s.
Yes.
But I fear, I'm really scared about the appetite for 4-day cricket in certain places.
Yeah. No, I don't
Thriving
think you're
in others.
alone.
Thriving in others. I mean, you know, Essex, Surrey, Sussex. I mean, plenty of others, but I mean, there's a few that it's not great, is it?
3 slips awaiting. Walter's facing. There's a play and a miss. Good delivery from the taller, older Allison that's representing Worcestershire. 65 on his back.
There's a bit in the book, actually, because about 25 years ago I started working for the Evening Standard.
Yes.
And I had Surrey membership, and I was sitting there on my own practically, watching Graham Thorpe, Mark Butcher, the Hollyoaks, Alex Tudor, Ian Salisbury, Zach Klein. I just couldn't believe it. You know, I was practically in the stand on my own watching these Alex Stewart, all these international players.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating that more people don't come to see the championship. It's a lovely day, isn't it? Lovely day out.
As Allison comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Walter. Walter clips it off his legs. There's a man back on the pavilion boundary, which allows them to take the single, and not quite the end of the over. We're in the 11th over. 35 becomes, I think it is now 36 for no wicket. The right-hander is now on strike. Allison versus Allison.
But we all know there are other ways of following it as well, don't we, Don? And websites and YouTube, you know, and the streaming. So it's not just about who's in the ground. There are other people following it as well. Millions around the world probably following it, aren't there?
There are watching it, listening in, as Allison comes in to his brother, and he bowls a pretty wideish delivery. His brother goes after it, but unfortunately he's missed it. I don't want to say it was a play and a miss, though.
Kept low, didn't it?
Wasn't the best delivery of the over. 36 for no wicket. Hugh Turbeville is with us with his book. It's a picture on the front cover, the final test, but it's a picture, an animated picture of
batsman
Lords.
trudging off. It looks Lords-ish, doesn't it? Batsman trudging off, Bales flying in the air, red ball cricket. You know, is red ball cricket dying? We hope not, but.
Tell me, Bloomsbury has published it,
Fantastic,
is that correct?
yep.
So tell me, what do they do? Do you approach them and say, I've written a couple of books before, I want to write this, and do they say, go ahead, as Taylor comes in, clipped off his legs, finds the fielder, short mid-wicket, no run?
I did have the idea for the book, and funnily enough, a book agent approached me called Melanie, and I did say, funnily enough, I have got an idea for a book, and she went away and did the deal with Bloomsbury.
And, okay, so when you have a first print run, how many would that be?
God, it's trade secrets, Don, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, I don't know.
Sorry, have I asked an awkward
3,900.
question?
Well, I don't know. 3,900.
Why not 4,000?
Not sure. You have to ask them. But if we sell some more, then they might print more, mightn't
The
they?
second print.
Yeah, the first book. Sorry.
As Taylor comes in, it's driven powerfully. That's a half volley. It's a little bit of width on it, and it sails across the square to the offside boundary beneath where they enter the arena here at Chelmsford.
Yeah. The toughest door was 2,500, and then they printed another 1,000.
Okay, so when books do a print run, what's a minimum?
Do you know, Mel? I don't know. 2,000 maybe? 1,000? I mean, some people self-publish their books, don't they? And there's a very laudable company called Pitch Publishing that do a lot of cricket books.
Really? Didn't know that.
I would have thought 1,000 would be the minimum print run.
Really? Okay, as Taylor round the wicket to Walter, won't bowl as wide, and he doesn't. And Walter hits it and drives it straight down the wicket. It's well fielded at mid-on, who dives towards the bowler's side, and there is no run. Right, I'm just interested because I would feel immense pressure if you said to me, Toppers, you're going to write a book about. I would.
It was scary yesterday when I was sitting in the Sussex Museum waiting for people to buy the book, and I was a bit scared no one would buy it.
You were signing copies?
Yeah, I signed 20.
Lovely.
No one. I was a bit scary that no one would turn up, but they did.
They did?
Yeah.
And how many books did you take down?
20.
Oh, and you got rid of them all?
Yeah.
As it's a play and a miss. That looks as if he might have nicked it at first glance, but Water is still there. No appeal. Very good delivery from Tom Taylor, 40 without loss. So you signed copies yesterday down there. They're for sale. I saw a copy in Waterstones in Ipswich, because I just mentioned it to you.
You gave me a picture, didn't you?
And it was nice. It must be lovely to go to a reputable bookshop. Did I buy it? I did, actually. I did. Thank you, Frank.
He gave it to his brother.
I gave it to my brother and got Hugh to sign it. And this is forced off the back foot for no run into the offside. Yes.
Don's brother, slow left armer for Kent, wasn't he?
He was understudy to Derek Underwood. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Yes, I did. So because you and he, you like being on Twitter, don't you?
We had a little spat about T20, didn't we, or something? 100
you
or something.
seem to have a few little spats. Do you know?
Oh no, you can talk. Not as many as you, I don't think. Yeah, no, we the county fans get a bit cross about certain things, don't they, to do with the 100 and things.
They do. They're very passionate.
Yes.
As Taylor comes in round the wicket, bowls. This is played into the offside sensibly, and that concludes the end of the 12th over of Essex's second innings here. And it's 40, which means Essex have a lead of 17.
I had a little good frank discussion with KP once, and about something about the franchise cricket or something.
Oh, go on.
Well, no, just he was teasing him, but franchising.
Was he quite strong?
Oh, he said there's no need for that here or something.
Oh, really?
He loves franchise cricket, doesn't he? Everything's franchise this, franchise that.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Essex and other counties didn't need the 100, and they should just play 2 division T20. But look at the money they've got. We were just talking about it with my friends. They're going to get 27 million, aren't they? The non-host 100 counties are going to get 27 million each.
Not yet. It certainly won't happen for a year because, they're
still arguing
how they spend it.
Yep.
The ECB will control it. And you've got to have justifying
my friends are
reasons.
my friends are asking what they're going to spend it on. They could fill up the Graham Gooch end a bit. There's a bit of a hole there, isn't there? Or was that for the side screens, I suppose?
Well, yeah, we have to.
They can't do that, right?
They have to roam between, and of course we get big crowds here.
Yeah.
Which our big crowds
7,
here
000?
are about 5,500. I think they've added, with the 2 new little stands where they've given a little bit of a elevation to them, I think we can get about 6,000 in.
Right.
This is Allison, Ben Allison, bowling to his brother, Charlie Allison, 3 slips awaiting. I should imagine both bowler and batsman are now quite relaxed because they've faced each other for a little while out there. But Ben won't want to give Charlie any runs, and Charlie won't want the bragging rights to go to Ben if he gets him out.
He'll know his brother's weaknesses, won't he, of course?
Yeah, he will.
If he has any weaknesses.
Ben's a very different type of bowler. He bowls over the perpendicular. 3 slips waiting. He aborts because...
I was going to say, he looks a bit like Stuart Broad. The action a little bit.
Right, I would say the action resembles a little bit more Ben Stokes.
Right.
Because Ben Stokes bowls over the perpendicular.
Okay, right. You're more of an expert
So
bowling.
For those types of bowlers, just a little bit more challenging to get an LBW because they're bowling from over the perpendicular. In he comes, and this is into the leg side where Charlie will get a single against his brother.
Bit of Bride and Castle about him, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah. Did you see a lot of Essex's new Sri Lankan?
Yeah, he looked good, didn't he? He's got a good test record, hasn't he? 55 wickets at an average of 29.
In Sri Lanka, half of his games are there.
Yeah, good effort. I liked him, yeah. He got a bit tired by the end, didn't he? But
when I spoke to Silvers about it, he said to me he loves bowling.
Well, I think
He
that's
likes overs.
maybe a coup getting him, because it's hard getting overseas players now, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, every director of cricket finds that.
Yeah. And he was a late replacement, wasn't he?
He was. Shardul Thacker, who's doing very well in the IPL. 3 slips awaiting here, and Walter gets an inside edge into the leg side. He's looking for 1. He may call his partner back for 2. He does, and that's 2 very astute runs there for Paul Walter and Essex. Well played, Essex. 43 without loss.
Essex are lucky though, because they've got Harmer, Elgar and Snater all playing on British passports, haven't they? I think there's a sign up about it.
No, it's Elgar is. Harmer isn't. Harmer's an overseas pro.
Yeah, but he's now okay. He is the overseas pro, is he? Right? Yeah. Eligible to play an awful. Oh, okay, you're right. Yeah. So Elgar and Snater are on British passports.
Yeah, Snater. Yeah. He's has played for the Netherlands. This time Allison bowls at Walter. Walter comes forward, plays into the offside. No run. Snater heralds from Zimbabwe.
Yeah,
has played for the Netherlands.
A bit like Ryan Tendershata did.
Yes.
And he's cousins of Jason Roy.
Correct. Yeah, great knowledge there.
Well,
You've been listening to us.
No, we were talking about him earlier, actually. Well, I probably, you said it, and it probably subconsciously went into my brain.
Most things I say subconsciously.
You always win me round, don't you, with these arguments?
Do I?
You wear me down.
I bore you
about
into submission.
How marvellous the 100 is and everything.
As Allison comes in, this is clipped into the thigh pad, into the offside, no run.
We have to think about the youth, don't we?
We do.
And also how fast bowlers are like modern fast bowlers are like race horses, aren't they? That's another one of your theories, isn't it?
I do suggest that modern day bowlers are race animals.
Race animals, yeah.
They are highly tuned race animals. Unlike the likes of maybe good bowlers, great bowlers, but I wouldn't call Angus Fraser or Derek Pringle a race animal.
No, but they're fantastic, weren't they?
Are they race animals? As Allison bowls up to mid-off, there is no run. End of the over. Paul Walter has 18, and with him Charlie Allison, who will face on 22. Score here at Chelmsford, 43 without loss.
My former Telegraph colleague Martin Johnson had the fantastic quote about Angus Fraser, didn't he? Running in, like, he gave the impression that his what's it called?
Shirt.
Rather than a belt,
chain.
No, where you wear
vest.
keep your trousers up.
Braces.
Yeah, he gave the impression of a man who had his braces caught in the sight screen. He wrote about Angus Fraser.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting
Fantastic, wasn't it?
Interesting description.
Well, Martin Johnson was brilliant, wasn't he?
Who influenced you as a writer?
Yeah, he did that tour, 1986-87. That was his famous quote, wasn't it? That there's only 3 things wrong with this England team.
Can't bat, can't bowl,
can't field. Yeah. Well, I used to read the Telegraph and.
Christopher Martin Jensen.
Yeah, he wrote a wonderful match report. Yeah, beautiful match report.
I could always listen to him.
Yes, no, he was great, wasn't he? I used to love TMS in the in the 80s. Don Mosey.
Don Mosey, yeah.
Who's the alderman? Mosey was the alderman. Trevor Bailey, the Boyle, wasn't he? He was the Boyle.
Yeah.
And then they had people like Tony Cozier come in, didn't they, from overseas?
Yes. Richie Benno and etc.
Yeah, well, was he on TMS? But yeah, I mean, he was fantastic on the telly, yeah. Crikey.
Matthew Waite joins the attack. This time he's bowled just short of a length. It's got on his toes. The right-handed Charlie Allison has played it into the offside. That's a good-looking shot. And I'm pleased he's going to have a little look at a change of bowler here.
And it was so wonderful. A test match was on, and then the next day you'd have a county game. And I expect you it was absolutely exhausting for the likes of you. Well, you know, others who were playing the test match and then had to go and play a county game the next day.
Very different game back then. Waite in. There's a into the thigh pad. Charlie Allison collects the ball, does the fielding for the opposition.
Well, I don't know if any of your viewers or listeners would relate to this, but it was the sheer joy of BBC starting, and you didn't know which game was going to be on, the county game, the next day.
Yes.
And then they were at Hastings, or they were at Hove, or they were at Chelmsford. It was just thrilling. I found it so thrilling.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, listen, I share your enthusiasm. I was very much of that ilk.
You were?
Yeah, very much so. I was.
Were you on the telly a few times at the BBC games? Yeah.
Yeah.
Finals.
As Waite bowls, and it's played out to backward point, and there is no run.
One-day finals when John Lever bowled that ball and Randall was it Randall or Eddie Hemmings?
Eddie Hemmings squeezed the ball.
Squeezed it, didn't he?
Yeah. Brian Hardy was running up the slope at Lord's to cover, and he couldn't catch the ball up. Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I've been at all of those finals.
Yeah.
My regret is I never played in one final. I was always 12th man.
That's harsh.
Always
isn't
got the tap on the shoulder.
From Fletch.
And Gooch.
Yeah.
And this is played down into the leg side. I think it's a leg by. Waite's bowled a little straight there. We look at the umpire signalled. Steve O'Shaughnessy, there is one leg by.
But you ran in all day, Don, didn't you?
Well,
600 wickets, didn't you? You don't like talking about yourself, do you?
No,
you don't like talking about yourself, do you? But wholehearted,
it's
weren't
a different era.
You were wholehearted, though, weren't you?
Yes, I'd like to.
You didn't get many injuries?
Shin soreness, perpetual, always around July. Very different, because it's an interesting chat. We can just quickly touch on it. As Waite looks up, the left-handed Paul Walter, 2 slips now, ring on the offside. It's played with an open-faced bat. It's going to run down to third man. It won't be 4. Walter turns down the second. There's only the 1 run to Walter. He moves to 19. Score 45 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, the classic was Alec Bedser, wasn't it? So I went to interview Alec Bedser at his house in Woking in Surrey, and he was always the one who said, you know, he bowled 1,400 overs in a year or something. Why can't the modern bowlers do it? But, I mean, we never quite cracked it, really. Why? I mean, Essex have 7 games in 8 weeks, don't they? And Porter and Cook could bowl in all of them, couldn't they? They're strong enough.
And they bowl a lot of overs because they're a good side. So the batsman comes forward, Allison, and it's the end of the over, 45 without loss.
We had a really good letter in the Cricketer, you know, saying, well, what's wrong with that? Seven matches in 8 rounds. And they actually cited Cook and Porter saying they bowl 24 overs a week, and they seem to manage, so why can't other people? But it's they're bowling at 83, 84. Do you think it's the 90-mile-an-hour bowlers that struggle?
As well, yeah, definitely. But where it's different to Lever, Foster, Topley, Turner back in that era is that they go to the gym. They have gym work. I'm not saying it's all good. Maybe I'm suggesting we've gone too far the other way. But what I'm trying to say is that the bowlers are finely choosing race animals, and there are certain people that hold the keys to the next level, and you have to please them and you have to obey them. The S&C, the medical staff. Walter facing Ben Allison as he plays an ambitious drive over the top. I suggest he was going over the top straight there. He's come down, and unfortunately fortunately for Walter, he's played and missed.
Baz Ballian aggression, wasn't it?
It is. He wants to see the game moving on.
Yeah.
Okay? So maybe bowlers today, they are at the gym, they play. The issue for the PCA is they play Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, rest day Tuesday, train Wednesday, travel Thursday to play again on the Friday and repeat. That is what the PCA are concerned about. Good delivery from this time, where squares Walter up, and that really is a super delivery from Ben Allison, who beats Walter. All ends up 45, and this may seem strange, but it's 45 for no wicket.
Durham told me that they think 3 matches in 3 weeks is about optimum.
Yeah.
And if you had 4 batches of 3 matches, that would give you your 12 championship rounds.
Which could be April, May and September.
If we carry on with the 100 and the blast, yeah.
Yeah, as 2 slips are waiting. Walter, driven into the leg side. There's a short mid-wicket. He fields it. No run.
But there'll probably be a reduction in blast games from 14 to 12.
As well.
Or 10 as well. And they don't need the money quite so much now because they're going to get this 100 money. The debate is whether 50 over cricket's going to be played. And
if it was me, and I think if it was you, and we've talked this on many occasions, we would have it like the old Benson.
Sussex won it in April, like the old B&H, yeah.
Yeah, the old B&H.
Zonal games, yeah.
Yeah. As Allison coming down the slope to Walter, comes down the wicket, and he really lumps it, is the word I would use, as he's played a full swing of the back and he's dragged it leg side. He's given himself a bit of room, good connection, and it's sailed away to the longest boundary, which is the executive boxes from the wicket we're playing on, and that is 4 runs, 49 without loss. Now, would you say that was a red ball shot or a white ball shot?
Yeah, white ball, wasn't it? It was a thrashing. Good thrashing, wasn't it? Eh? But yeah, interesting.
Big long levers, Paul Walter. He got rid of that. This time he clips it off his thigh pad. It goes down to the Tom Pearce stand where there is a fielder, so they take 1 more run, and the gentle applause you can hear is for Essex's 50, and they now lead by 27 runs. Now,
I don't see Brian Hardy playing that shot, do you? Or would he have done it?
No, he used to play, we used to call it the flay, where he used to sort of give himself a little, stay leg side of the ball and then flay it. And I remember Brian Hardy hitting 6s over third man to the Tom Pearce stand off Surrey's Wackar unit.
Yeah, with Malcolm Marshall. He used to drive Malcolm Marshall to distraction,
and
didn't he?
Sylvester Clarke.
Yeah, really wound them up, didn't they?
He was a wonderful chap, Brian Hardy.
Oh.
What a great player.
Lager
Hardy, yeah. He used to field at bat pad. He was a very stored, used to open the batting with Gooch. You know, it was a great man, Brian Hardy. 2 slips waiting to the right.
He's still with us, isn't he, I think?
Yeah, he is, yes. He's retired from teaching.
Scottish.
He's from Stenhousemuir.
Oh.
He was the only one that would put the Ceefax on to see how Stenhousemuir got on a Saturday.
Wow.
And, yeah, no, lovely man. And taught at Brentwood.
Oh, did he?
Probably retired about 4 years ago.
He used to stop at Brentwood in the old days on the way to Sussex.
Did you?
The Miami Calf, do you remember that? Used to do fine milkshakes.
No, I don't.
Mum used to buy me a comic there.
Did you? What was
Does anybody
the comic?
remember the Miami Calf in Brentwood? DC Comics, you know, Batman or something like that, yeah.
So when did you buy the cricketer for the first time?
In the 80s under CMJ.
Did you? As Waite comes in, Waite clipped off his legs there. Walter will take 1. He might like to look at 2. He doesn't. Bright sunshine. In fact, we are sitting in the sun, and the commentary box and the QB box that we transmit from are all getting a little bit hot.
Does it ever overheat, Don?
It does. We often have to put a book or a diary, like I'm putting with your book, called The Final Test. The Final Test, written by Hugh Turbeville, which is now protecting our QB box.
That's what it's called, right.
As Waite comes in, it's played into the leg side, off the back foot, there is no run, 51 for no wicket. Well, listen, I'm probably going to suggest your time is up, but thank you so much for coming in.
That's a pleasure.
And your book is available in all good bookshops at the price?
I think it's £20 is the recommended price, but there's various deals out there.
£15
on
to
Amazon.
friends.
Signed copies for £15 is what I've been
there you
doing.
go.
Yeah. You're welcome to email me or X me.
I'm sure as Waite comes in, play down to third man, there's going to be 1, there could be 2. and there could be, well, fielded the two fellas from Worcestershire who combined together, and that's just 2 runs, 53 for no wicket. I'm sure through Essex we'll be able to organise an opportunity where there will be a signing.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't
available.
it? Yeah, it'd be fantastic.
Of the Hughes book.
All my friends from Woodbridge
Test.
can come up and get one.
They can.
Yeah.
Hugh, thank you so
Thank you,
much
Don.
for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for your time. Thanks for your
Enjoy
chat.
the match.
Hugh Turberville with his new book. So Essex are 3 for no wicket. We'll invite Mel into the seat, and I'll also invite Frank if he's available, if he has no updates. This is an inside edge, and he's been given, and Charlie Allison has to go. He's got a couple of plays and misses where he's played on the inside, and Matthew Waite has got his man. He's been caught by Roderick, another catch to Roderick, bowled by Waite, and Charlie Allison has to go for 24. Essex are 53 for 1. Mel, you've got a wicket.
Haven't even spoken yet. There you go.
Just your presence.
Just my presence. Well, Worcestershire fans will be thanking me then, because they really needed that wicket. This opening partnership between Walter and Allison was shaping up to be a very good one. But after looking very good early, Charlie Allison is trudging off now. Found that really fascinating, the battle between the brothers. Ben bowling to Charlie.
Might you write about that?
Yeah, I might be writing about that.
Is that a golden opportunity? Is that a nice subject? Can you give a little bit of romanticism to that?
I don't even know that I have to give anything to it.
Mum and Dad were here yesterday.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
They were. Well, their dad's ringing the bell tomorrow.
Is he?
I don't know if I'm supposed to say that or not. I don't know if it's a secret thing.
Oh, that's
anyway,
quite a nice story.
Yep. It was so. It's a very much a family affair, and it was an interesting battle as well. But he has gone now. Paul Walter is still out there, and he's looked pretty good as well. But it just goes back to the thing that we've been saying all through this match is. No one's really ever looked properly in here. So we've had so many starts, top scores so far. Well, the two of them, Brett D'Oliveira and Adam Hose, managed to get to 48 today before they were both dismissed by Rajitha. And everyone else, you get some starts, but very difficult to go on with it. As next ball by Waite to the new batter, who is the skipper, Tom Wesley. Has just played out into the covers, no run. Wesley was another one who just had a promising start in the first innings, but it just has been the theme of it, really. There's always something in this for the bowlers, you feel. You just can't relax, as I'm joined by Frank Watson once more. Good afternoon, Frankie.
Good afternoon, Frank.
Do you get
Good afternoon,
called?
Frank. Good afternoon, Mel. I do get called Frankie. A little bit.
I like
By
that.
some people.
Wesley Waite lets this one go outside the off stump.
But I'm actually a Francis. That's my name is Francis.
Francis or Francis?
Francis.
Francis, okay.
Most Franks are actually Francis, although it's become quite a popular name. My grandson's got a couple of friends. He's 6 years old. He's got a couple of school friends who are called Frank. I think more and more people are being christened Frank, but I am a Francis, and nobody in my family has ever called me Frank, ever.
Really?
I am Fran or Francis. And strangely enough, in my school days I was always Fran, and my Warwickshire schools cricket, and I played for Warwickshire all the way through the age groups, I was always known as Fran. And when I go back to Edgbaston now, there are people, anyone in that area still calls me Fran and not Frank. It's really strange.
My family calls me Lindy Lou.
Well, there you go. Here's Benny Allison round the wicket. Bowling
Oh!
to Paul Walter, hits him a painful blow on the inner thigh, I think, and drops down on the offside. Walter just, that one shot he played in the last over from Allison, where he walked down the pitch and clubbed him through mid-wicket. I almost thought it smacked of impatience. It's about the only time that he's done anything impatient, but he just thought, I've had enough of this, and just walked down and whacked it through mid-wicket. Ben Allison grinned in his follow-through, but he's settled back in again now, Walter. It's a good contest this between former teammates, and that one from Ben Allison left alone outside the off stump, and through it goes. So Lindy Lou, strange, tell us why.
I don't know. Well, Melinda,
Lindy Lou, yeah,
Lindy
I guess so.
Lou.
Yeah.
In fact, so all my nieces and nephews still call me Lindy. They call me Auntie Lindy.
Right.
So but then it sort of sounds weird if my friends call me Lindy,
Yeah.
but then I feel really weird. Occasionally, my brother will call me Mel, and my friends call me Mel.
And everybody else calls you Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's Allison round the wicket bowls. Walter tucks this nicely off his pads down to Kashif Elliott, backward square leg for a single. He goes on to 26, 54 for one.
Of course, poor Walter, known as Tall Paul, especially in Australia, he's
Yeah.
been a real hit in
Yeah,
Australia.
he's a big bash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brisbane Heat, is that
Yeah,
right?
that's right.
Yeah, good cricketer. Isn't he? Good cricketer.
But he came to Australia and sort of became a bit of a cult figure almost straight away.
Yeah, no, I can see why. He's a very, he just contributes in so many ways. Slip catching, left arm, bit of left arm seam, and up and down the order. White ball hitter, stand-in opener, doing a good job. 54 for one. The lead, 31, as Ben Allison comes in again and bowls outside the off stump to Tom Westley. That's that go through to Gareth Roderick. But yeah, it is a funny thing, the way that a name can be. I mean, you know, nobody in Worcester would ever call me anything other than Frank. But it all started when I was at university. I went to a football trial, and one of the other players said, "What's your name?" And I said Fran, and he thought I said Frank. So he started calling me Frank, and everybody did, and that's how it stuck. But as I say, childhood, school, and Warwickshire, and my real sort of, you know, until I was in my 20s, it was always Fran, and that's what my family still call me. Ben Allison bowls, and Wesley pulls his bat out of the way of this one and allows it through. They call me lots of other things as well before anybody starts.
Well, I certainly do.
In, and I don't answer to those. 54. It's a beautiful afternoon here at Charleston. We've had the best weather this week in the country, I think, but it's not been warmer than this at any stage. It's properly warm out there.
Steady
bright
on.
Sunshine, good overhead conditions.
Steady on. I've taken off my jacket.
Maybe doing a bit less than it has. Maybe. Allison bowls, and that said, there's an edge from Wesley which bounces just in front of Rob Jones at second slip. So the end of another tidy over from Ben Allison, whose figures are 5 overs, no wicket for 15. Jacob Duffy, no wicket for 16. Tom Taylor, no wicket for 16. And the 1 wicket taker, Matthew Waite, 2 overs, no maidens, 1 for 4. I don't really think it's getting any easier. Maybe a tiny bit, but I still think the folding side will feel that they could easily pick up 1 or 2 quick wickets and turn this around. And the lead, as I say, is only 31.
Well, it's not so much a case of, you know, the clouds coming over or not. It's not like the ball's been hooping. It's been that seam movement that's been the real challenge for the batters. As we see Waite continue, right arm over, and he beats the bat. Boy, that was a beauty.
Wasn't it?
That moved late.
Big off cutter against the left hand across him. Did well to miss it.
Yeah.
Got to be a good player to nick that.
No, Waite's had a good day. He looked good with the bat.
Yeah.
As well.
He's been a great signing for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
He really has.
Walter made just 1 run in the opening innings before he was bowled by Duffy. But he's looked good so far. He's here now and just defends that, brings his bat down at the last second as the ball was angled across him by Waite. And Tom Westley, it was a familiar sort of innings. He started off quite aggressively when he was out there with Charlie Allison, and then kind of slowed down a bit when Jordan Cox came out. Made 28 in the end in that first innings. And top score was Cox with 32. just tells its own story, doesn't it? As Waite is in once more. Again, just defended by Walter. Just down past the bowler, and mid-wicket does the clean-up. And talking about the Allisons and watching them, one thing that really struck me is their different builds. So Ben, the older brother, much more broad-shouldered and solid and powerful looking, whereas Charlie, only 20s, he's a much slighter, slender build, isn't he? Very different.
Looks a good player, Charlie, I think.
Does. There's a lot to like. As Waite in once more, angled across, and that's just let go by Walter.
He just keeps getting starts, I think, and that's the next step for a young batter, I suppose. He got I think I'm right in saying a couple of sort of scores in the teens in the last game, and then same again here. He's got 19 in the first innings. Was it 19? No, he got
yes,
19 in the first innings and 24 in this, and that's the next step for him as a young batter, is turning those starts into really significant scores. But he looks well organised.
Waite bowls. It's down the leg side. Roderick manages to stop it from going any further.
Yeah, well organised and well balanced, didn't he? And Tom Don was talking about him striking the ball down the ground, and he just looked very, very tidy at the crease. I think he's probably got a big future if he can just turn those starts into scores, and I'm sure he will.
Well, there's certainly, I believe, he's talked a fair bit to Dean Elgar, as you would imagine he would, although not a noted opener. Here's Waite again, a full ball dug out, straight down to mid-on. But that is the end of the over too, by the way. 54 for 1. Walter on 26. Wesley yet to score, so more tidy work by Waite. But seen more, I think, Charlie, as a middle order batter. But getting the chance to open in the absence of Dean Elgar. If you want someone to give some advice and help as far as turning starts into kind of dogged innings, Dean Elgar's not a bad shout, is he?
Absolutely.
Stubborn and tenacious.
There's Ben Allison in to bowl to Tom Wesley, who whips this off his pads, and they've put a man in there now at short mid-wicket, taking the man out of third slip, and put Tom Taylor in there at short mid-wicket in the hope that Wesley might just chip one slightly in the air on the leg side. If you're just joining us, it's been another intriguing, fast-moving day here at Chelmsford, Worcestershire. Overnight, a 98 for 4, bowled out on the stroke of lunch for 202, a lead of 23 on first innings. There's Allison in again, bowls, and Wesley is steering this one down to third man, where he'll pick up a couple as Kashif Ali chases it down. 2 runs, he's off the mark. So Worcestershire 202 all out, 4 wickets for Rajitha, the Sri Lankan debutant for Essex, 2 each for Porter and Snater and Thane. Good catching in the slips, 48 each for Hose and D'Oliveira, who shared the only century partnership of the game. Good 32 from Matthew Waite, who looked in good touch, 24 from Ethan Brooks. And in reply, Essex beginning 23 behind, 56 for 1 at the moment, with Tall Paul Walter on 26 and his captain Tom Wesley on 2, and it's Wesley on strike in bright sunshine. It's a warm, sunny afternoon here at Chelmsford.
Warmish.
Well, warm for me, warmish if you're Aussie. Allison in bowls, and Wesley turns this one down to long leg for a single. Throw coming in to Roderick. Walter will now be on strike, and Wesley moves to 3. But that's how hot it is. Look, the umpire's even taken his floppy off to get some air.
Oh gosh. Although I don't want to be one of those Australians who complains about the weather, because I do enjoy it over here. I've got other things that I like to complain about in this country.
As we've heard, yeah. When I played with Greg Matthews at Old Hill for a couple of seasons, and he was always saying it was cold even when we all had t-shirts on. He had 2 sweaters on. So I know exactly what you mean. Round the wicket, Allison to the left-handed Walter. Turns us on the leg side. They've got a man in there on the drive as well for him at short mid-wicket. They fancy they might just pick a catch up there. And 2 slips. And a man on the drive at short mid-wicket. And short extra's fairly close as well.
Yeah, you did catch me mid-rant when you walked into the press box next door yesterday, because I discovered my absolute pet peeve, the worst thing in the world, and that is a plastic dish in the sink.
What we call a washing up bowl. Round the wicket, Allison bowls Walter off the edge down to third man. That'll be 4. Kept it down, to be fair, but didn't go where he intended. But all runs are valuable on a pitch like this, and Paul Walter happily takes the boundary and goes to 30. 61 for 1.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that is my biggest bugbear.
Yeah, and as I said
really
at the time,
is.
you're not the first Australian I've ever heard who's complained about that. The washing up bowl that we almost expect to be in every sink, in every sort of kitchen facility in this country, is not particularly popular in my experience with Australians. Round the wicket comes Allison, and Walter again is slightly fortunate here. It's a sort of outside edge squeezed through the covers, but it's not where he intended. But it brings him 2 more runs. He goes to 32 at the end of the over, 63 for 1. And I've just got to nip off just for 2 minutes to do an update.
Oh, thanks, Frank. And just so everyone knows out there, if anyone can give me a good reason, please feel free to get in touch with why you would have a manky plastic bowl inside a sink that gets filled with floating bits of whatever and cold tea and coffee and all of that. I would just encourage all of you to set your sinks free and allow them to fulfill the purpose for which they were created. It'll make you feel good. Anyway, here is Waite. He's continuing from the Sir Alistair Cook end over the wicket, and it's down the leg side. Didn't make any contact with Wesley's bat. No run. Oh, Waite, the one to make the breakthrough, the only wicket so far. That's a first ball of his 4th over, and he has figures of 1 for 4, so he's been economical as well as making a vital breakthrough. And this really is just the sort of game where every time you think the batters might be settling in, there's a wicket just around the corner. Worcestershire will hope for more as Wade is in once more. This time it's outside off stump and let through. It did seem back in quite considerably, something we have seen an awful lot in this past day and a half. There's been plenty in it. A hybrid pitch for those who may not have been following on, with a nice covering of live grass, particularly yesterday. Talking to some of the players yesterday, don't feel like it's going to break up or dry out too much. Here's Waite. Next ball is made to play it at Wesley and just defends it straight back down towards the bowler, who wipes his forehead, gets the sweat off it, and gives the ball a good covering of it as well. Don't think it's warm enough that you would get a copious amount of sweat, despite what Frank or Francis or Fran might say. Waite gets to the top of his mark and sets off once more past the umpire. Bowls is short of a length. There's a big shout and the finger goes up. There is that breakthrough, and it's Waite again. And Wesley, his stay is short. It really is a perfect environment for the bowlers. They're loving it out there. And Waite, these are important wickets, preventing Essex from getting away from them. Wesley makes his way back. It was that ball just seaming in again, but this time wraps him on the pad. The umpire didn't have much hesitation at all. So the second wicket falls with 63 runs on the board. And Toppers has just come in to join me because he's, well, excited or disappointed. I don't know what he is about that wicket.
Well, unfortunately for the second time this game, Tom Wesley has failed. But what I would like to say is I think Matthew Waite has enhanced his reputation no end. He looks a good budding county journeyman cricketer to me, and he's got himself a decent wicket there, that of Tom Wesley, and 63 for 2. Well, Worcestershire needed those 2 wickets because Essex have looked quite good with the opening partnership. Allison nicked it, and now Wesley with LBW. Well, you know, this is a game continues to move on, doesn't it? We're not even at tea, and the game continues to move on. You know, we're in the 3rd innings. Essex have lost 2, and what do they lead?
They lead by 40. Lead by 40 at the moment.
What would you like if you had a realistic option? You want your 250s or plus, don't you? If you want to be greedy, 250 plus, please. Is that fair?
They would certainly like it, but it's a long way away. Thanks, Toppers, for jumping in. We're going to have Frank coming back now. Now, Waite. He's in and bowling to Cox, the new batter, Jordan Cox. He's had an interesting game so far. He in the first innings when he came out, Cox, he was sort of in the centre of everything. He was aggressive. He tried to take on the bowlers. We saw him hit a magnificent 6 down the ground. And then was another one who sort of made a start and then was out. He made 32 or 44. It's the highest score for Essex. He's there now. Next ball in from Waite is just defended straight back down at the feet by Jordan Cox, and that's the end of an over. A wicket maiden. Boy, oh boy. Wait, worth waiting for. Fran.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Watson.
Absolutely.
You're on
Lindy
now.
Lou.
You're on now.
Absolutely, Lindy Lou. Yeah, he's a good cricketer, Matthew Waite. He's busy, isn't he? He makes things happen. Hits the deck, usually happy to swing the ball away, move the ball away from right-handers, but working on a bit of a wobble ball at the moment as well, which gets to come back in, and that was the inside edge that it got Charlie Allison. He's nipped it back, I think, to get that one, to get Wesley. And Walter's innings now is becoming seriously important, I think. He's been there since the start. He's on 32. He's had a bit of luck. He's also imposed himself. He's got that long reach, and probably a little bit more difficult to bowl at than the smaller batsmen on this surface, I reckon, as Tom Taylor comes into the attack and starts with a wide, loose delivery, and it's cut away, and it's actually not Tom Taylor, or is it? Yes, it is. No, it's not. Hang on. Have we got a bowling change or not? No, I don't think we have. It's Ben Allison. Still Ben Allison, is it?
No, because he's 32.
Oh,
it's Duffy.
I'll tell you what,
it's Duffy.
Duffy's come back. Excuse me, from the far end, couldn't see his number, and yeah, it's clearly Duffy's loose delivery to start with. Cut by Walter, and he got away with it. And he comes now. Good bowling change, I think, to just try and hurry them up a little bit more, because he's a bit quicker than anybody else. That one down the leg side, and a good take. It was Gareth Roderick who's hurried up by that one, diving away.
That's a fantastic
to his right.
take. Again.
But Jacob Duffy, who was wicketless in his first spell, but 4 in the first innings, including the wicket of Paul Walton, he's reintroduced now after a good spell from Ben Allison, who I thought was a little bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket. 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 24 for Allison. And here is Duffy bowling to Walter, who is pushing this up to mid-on. He's considerably quicker than the other bowlers in the Worcestershire side, Duffy, and if he can get it in the right areas with that little bit of extra pace, he could be asking slightly different questions of the batters. But I'm interested to see how Jordan Cox goes, because I reckon he'll play the same way as he did in the first innings. He's just that kind of a player who tried to impose himself on the bowlers. Duffy in again, past umpire O'Shaughnessy bowls, and Walter drives on the offside, and that's 4 runs. It was width again, really, more than anything else. Quite full as well, and a slicing square drive just behind square on the offside from Walter. Takes him on to 36, and it's 67 for 2. The thing about it now is that you make a bowling change, and whereas in most games you make a bowling change and a bowler comes on, a couple of looseners, yeah, okay, doesn't matter, but in a game like this, 8 runs, say, a couple of looseners going to the boundary can be so important. Here is Duffy again, bowls, and Walter on the back foot, just tucking this away hurriedly on the onside. So 23 the deficit in the first innings, so Essex are 44 runs ahead, 2 wickets down in their second innings. Worcestershire be feeling if they can pick up another couple before tea, which would be ideal, they'd be in a really good position once again. But it's become almost a 1 innings game, this, and it's hard fought to say the least. Duffy is in and bowls to Walter, who throws his hands at a wide one and misses it. It's taken by Roderick, and that is the end of the over from Duffy. 67 for 2. Walter still there on 36, and Jordan Cox yet to get off the mark.
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, we've had 8 wickets today. It hasn't felt like it was as many as yesterday. We had 14 wickets fall today, but 8 already. If there's one player who can just get themselves to hang around and keep scoring positively, it really could make all the difference. And every time we have thought a batter was about maybe to do that, they've got out. Here is Waite, and that is just pushed straight back down the ground, a little bit uppishly. Won't go any further than mid-on though, but Waite now in his 5th over, figures of 2 for 4. That is outstanding, even given the fact that these conditions are helpful to the bowlers.
Yeah, he started at Headingley with 5 maidens in the Yorkshire first innings. So once he gets a bit of rhythm, he does tend to be fairly accurate.
He's in again, bowls shorter delivery, back of a length, and that spat up a little bit, almost got Cox on the hand. He
played that well, didn't he?
Did play it well, yeah, got on top of it, but he as he got on top of it, he was still leaning back. He sort of jumped back a little bit. That tells you just how sharp that bounce was.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's still a fair bit in this pitch. I thought he played that really well. He rode it, didn't he? He rode the bounce, just stunned it down. Skillful batting.
Yeah, he's been a joy to watch when he's been out there. Here's Waite once more. This time a tiny bit fuller in length, doesn't bounce as much, plays it out just backward of point, no run.
We all love to see a cover drive, don't we, or a big hit for 6 or something, but sometimes the little expert pieces of batting are much more subtle than that, and you know, being able to play a ball that bounces like that safely rather than nicking it is just that little bit of extra skill that some batsmen have. He's a hugely talented player, Jordan Cox. It doesn't just show when he's playing attacking shots. Just got that ability to adjust late, and I think that's really crucial.
So I sometimes feel that watching highlights can be really misleading sometimes, or not misleading, but it never tells you the whole story.
No, I couldn't agree more.
And yeah, you gain so much more from
watching it all.
From looking at it all, looking at the leaves, the dot balls, the defences.
Interesting field change, put a man in on the drive, very straight now by the non-striker.
In comes Wade, back of a length, and no, he's got an inside edge. He might have almost chopped on there. Roderick runs to his left. Might have been thinking about that fielder, as you said, on the drive. He was standing.
They know, I guess, and everybody probably does, that he won't like that because he'll want to impose himself. I suspect he's like that anyway, but they've got a man on the drive very straight and a man at short mid-wicket, and they're saying to him, we reckon you might give us a chance here, and he's probably the sort of player who's thinking, well, you know, I'm not going to be intimidated, still play my game.
In comes Waite, back of a length ball, but what he does is he waits for it and he plays it nicely down towards the deep third boundary, but it will get chased down, so they get a couple.
Like a Joe Root shot, that wasn't it? That one where he lets the ball almost pass him and then just caresses it.
Kane Williamson is the other one. They're masters.
Yeah, absolutely.
Masters of it.
So late. That was a good shot.
I could watch both of those players just guide the ball down towards deep third all day. But who is that fielding right in there next to Paul? You can recognise their backs better than me. Tom Taylor. Right, he's there as Waite is in. Fuller delivery, flicked away through the leg side. There is a fielder running around to deep square leg. Fires it back in, but they'll get back for 2. Well run, good running in the end. And that's the end of Waite's over. So doubled the number of runs scored in the previous 4. He has the outrageously expensive figures now of 2 for 8 after 5 overs.
Profligate, Matthew. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8. The only wicket taker, but the other figures are tidy, aren't they? 5 overs for 20 from Duffy, 6 overs for 16 from Taylor, and 6 overs for 24 from Allison, none of whom have bowled badly, but on this pitch, probably a tad disappointed, all of them, that they haven't managed to pick up a wicket. 71 for 2, but I think maybe we saw in the first innings that the ball did a bit more after the first few, after the, maybe after the first 10 overs, after the lacquer had gone off it, possibly. Duffy round the wicket to Walter, short of a length. Walter looking to cut it away on the offside, doesn't time it, just chops it into the ground.
He banged that ball in, Duffy. You can see him. I wrote about this yesterday. You hear his grunts with those effort balls from where we are in the commentary box really clearly. I spoke to him last night and he was really frustrated by our performance at Yorkshire.
There's Duffy again round the wicket. Walter bowls up to mid-on. I've had a message from Peter who says, Mel, and it was after our discussion of names, and you call me Frankie. You could ask Mel, what is it about the Australian culture of mateship which causes them to make abbreviated names actually longer? Like Ben just isn't matey enough, it has to be Benny. It intrigues me so much. I think it's a very serious inquiry. It's not intended facetiously at all. Duffy is in round the wicket, bowls to Walter, and he plays out on the onside. And maybe it is that. Maybe it is that one syllable is too few to express, friendship or whatever it is. I don't know. What do you think?
Isn't it an English thing to add an O?
Yeah, I think
more
it
of
is.
an O.
And we do say things, and an E, they say, like Hodgie or, Finchy or something like that is what they tend to do in England, I think. Batesy or whatever. Round the wicket comes Duffy, but oh no, sorry, that's his real name. And this is whipped away on the leg side by Paul Walter for 2. So maybe it isn't just an Aussie thing, but I understand what Peter's saying by that. 73 for 2 with those 2 runs. It's almost as though the monosyllable isn't enough to express your the closeness of a friendship.
Oh, we had
do it all. Hosey, they say, for Adam Hose, you see, or Jonesy for Rob Jones.
Yeah.
They do it all the time. Duffy round the wicket, bowls, Walter drives wide. Bit of a gimme on this pitch, that wide, and Walter with his massive long reach able to just slap it away through the offside for 4. That's easy runs really for Paul Walter. Duffy will be disappointed. He's gone round the wicket to try and sort of tuck up the batsman and not allow him to get his arms free to a ball going across him, and actually has just bowled it right in the slot for him. So Walter moves to 42, highest score by an Essex player in the game, and it's 77 for 2. The lead is 54 and climbing as Duffy is in to Walter, who's taken on the pad. He tries to turn this one on the leg side, and that is the end of the over from Jacob Duffy. It is properly warm now. It's by my very English inner thermometer.
Soft.
77 for 2.
So we're
There's
going
nothing
to bring you
hard.
up.
There's nothing
No, wait.
hard about being able to cope.
No, just wait. I'm still on the nickname thing, right? Because we
Okay,
had this
yeah.
discussion about nicknames the first week when I was commentating on Warwickshire and Sussex. Because I decided that Finn Hudson-Prentice, his nickname should be Minx. Because a true Australian nickname needs minimum 2, possibly 3 steps to get to it.
Okay.
Right. We continue. We've had a change of
Tom Taylor.
bowlers. Tom Taylor now coming in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Bowls to Cox, and he just lets that one go through. So the reason being, Finn Hudson-Prentice. So he's Finn HP, right? So Step 1, HP sauce, right? And he becomes saucy. And then what follows saucy? Saucy Minx. So I decided that his nickname should be Minx. Because it's, you've got to have 2 or 3 steps to make it interesting. As Tom Taylor turns around, bowls. It's a full delivery, but it's got width on it, and it's played late and really well. Goes all the way down towards long, or just about backward point. And that's all the way as well, is it? He didn't pick it up? That was really well played.
Yeah, beautifully. Again, it was a bit like what we were saying before about his timing of that run down to third. That was just expertly steered and beautifully timed. It was always going to be 4. Overpitched, to be fair, but put away beautifully. He's such a talented player.
It's very easy on the eye. So what do you think of? Do you think that's a good nickname for him,
yeah,
Minx?
I can see how you get there. I don't agree that you have to have 3 steps.
Minimum 2. Minimum 2.
I'll give you one that isn't like that. It's a slightly different one. My favourite nickname of all time.
As Taylor is in over the wicket. Oh, he's got a thick outside edge, and it's going to go for 4. It was wide of second slip, and there's a few hands on heads out there from the Worcestershire players.
Yeah, my favourite nickname of all time in sport, and people will have heard me, some people might have heard me say this before, there was a footballer called Fitz Hall, F-I-T-Z, and his surname was Hall. Fitz Hall, played for 2 or 3 clubs around, can't remember exactly who, I'd have to Google it, and his nickname was One Size.
I do like that.
The best nickname that I've ever heard in any sport, I think.
That is good.
One size fits all. I thought that was
so
superb.
good.
Really good. And
okay.
That's just 1 step.
Yeah, I'll give that. Here's Taylor. Ball just played backward of point, but this time no run. Didn't have anything too much on it. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll
got some good ones in the Worcestershire side. Matthew Waite is Pingu, that penguin, because of the way that he walks. Now you'll all be watching him at mid-on and seeing if he deserves that, but he is generally known as Pingu. I quite like that one.
Yeah, I have not noticed.
Watch him walking in next few deliveries. And
Okay.
see it, probably.
I'll keep an eye on him as well as Tom Taylor as he starts his run up with those wide elbows pumping. He's in over the wicket. It's just flayed straight to point by Cox into the ground. Yeah, nice swish at it. No run.
Here we go. Fitzhall, English former footballer, plays as a defender for West Ham United and Oldham Athletic and Crystal Palace and Southampton and Queen's Park Rangers and Newcastle United. So he's quite a well-known professional footballer, Fitzhall. I'm not making it up.
It'd be good either way. They've got that field back in on the drive for Cox. He's standing right in front of Walter as Taylor is in. It's driven straight back to Taylor, who picks it up with one hand and flicks it up behind his back. Well fielded in to finish off his over. 85 for 2. Walter 42. It's the 3rd highest score of the game, 2nd highest actually. Cox is on 12. We've had 24 overs bowled. So
an interesting consideration in this game. You'd just see what Don thinks about this as well. It's a low scoring game. It's going to, you're looking at 200 as a kind of par score, maybe even above par. A lot of runs have gone through third. through third man from both sides, and you see Taylor running up with that man in on the drive and so on. They obviously got to try and get wickets as Duffy comes in now around the wicket to Walter, who cuts, and that'll not go all the way. It's quite timed it. He'll get 2 runs as Jake Libby runs around to do the fielding. But if you took off those runs, I guess you'd be talking about 20, 30 runs in either innings. I understand that that might mean you've got 1 fewer catching or 1 fewer saving in the ring or whatever, but it's such a difficult balance, isn't it, for the captain? A lot of runs go through there. And it's not a popular position these days. They'd rather go without it. But in a low-scoring game, I think it's quite a consideration. Over the wicket, Duffy, wide again, and slashed away by Walter. Duffy is annoyed with himself, and to be fair, this last couple of overs, he's bowled a few too many. 4 balls to Walter, and he's capitalised on it, and he's gone to 48. And just 2 or 3 overs that are a bit loose, like I said, in a low-scoring game, can be so important.
I think he'll be feeling really frustrated. As I said, we were chatting last night, and just the way things have gone today, I can tell he felt like he'd got some rhythm yesterday, but he's just bowled a few too many loose ones. And it's funny you say that about the sort of third man position. We actually spoke about that because he was saying he feels that third is in really much more in the game over here.
Yeah. He's in again, he bowls, and Walter, whoa, he goes for a big hit on the leg side, and when he plays a shot again, he plays it a lot straighter with top hand in control. When he actually played the shot, he swished at it, the bottom hand came in, and he played right across the line, and it just missed the off stump. Duffy, you can tell by the way he's walking back, you can actually tell from his body language, Duffy, that he's a little bit frustrated and a bit wound up at the moment.
You really can.
And he won't have been out by that one, because that was so close. Good battle between these two. Walter really imposing himself. Duffy is in and bowls, and Walter is just leaning on this one and steering it out on the offside, and Taylor is the fielder in the covers. 91 for 2, the 2 men out this time around for Essex. Charlie Allison caught by Roderick off an inside edge off Matthew Waite for 24, and Tom Westley LBW to the same bowler for 3. Waite 2 for 8 from 5 overs, very tidy indeed. But Paul Walter dominating at the moment on 48, highest score by an Essex batsman in this innings, and he comes under the microscope again now as Duffy bowls to him. He whips this one away down to long leg for a single, and goes on to 49, the total to 92. The lead is 69 now, and it doesn't sound huge, but once it gets up to 100 and beyond, it's starting to become highly significant in a game that looks unlikely to go into the 4th day. That could all change if these two are still together at the end of today, but it looks unlikely on a pitch which has consistently helped the seamers from both sides. But when you get a partnership of any significance in a low-scoring game like this, it's really important. As Duffy bowls, a very full delivery, which Cox falls over as he tries to whip it away down the leg side. Duffy appeals, thinking it's hit the foot or the pad, but it was going down. Umpire O'Shaughnessy says over, gives him his cap and sunglasses, and it is 92 for 2.
And with Walter now having scored more runs than anyone else on 49. But I'm actually going to read you, so I've just been bringing up the piece that I wrote on Duffy, because I've got his quote. He did say, we were talking about when that great bit of captaincy from Brett D'Oliveira, when he dropped a fielder back down to the deep third boundary, and they got Snater out almost immediately after off the bowling of Duffy. And he said, I do find third man's in place so much here. That's one thing that hurt me a lot last week.
Yeah.
The balls fly to third man. So it's something that he really noticed at Headingley.
First 2 balls he bowled at Headingley went through third man for 4 off Adam Lyth. First 2 deliveries of the game. And yeah, I agree. And I don't know, it's an underused position, I think, for me, especially in a game like this. I really think it's significant.
Wow.
Might chat about that later with one or two of the coaches and see what they think. Is Taylor round the wicket to Walter?
It is. He is coming around the wicket. He's in bowls, and that's just defended behind point. The second slip will go and pick that up, and it brings up the 50 for Paul Walter, the only player from either side to have brought up a half century in what has been a very challenging match for the batters, but he has played certainly as well as anybody. It's been quite a positive innings from him. He's held it together so far, and it comes off 79 balls in the end for Paul Walter.
7 fours, yeah.
Yeah, that's the positivity, isn't it? He's made the most of the loose deliveries, but Cox on strike now, and talk about positivity. Boy, that is a lovely cover drive. It's just wide of the fielder at mid-off, who's got a chase, won't get there, and that's 4 runs for Cox. So again, we're at this stage where it feels like, okay, the batter's just kind of starting to get on top now. Does that mean there's a wicket around the corner?
Well, yeah, it could do.
But then again,
Say,
it is. Cox's 16, a runner ball. So he has really picked up where he left off in the first innings. So I'm just losing Frank Francis, Franny, Frangipani, Franny Poo. He's going off to do an update as Taylor begins his run up. As Cox waits, bangs that one in, a fuller delivery. It's just defended in front of Cox. So no run. Yeah, so it has been that kind of game. Every time you thought, okay, this partnership has taken hold, something else has happened. So there needs to be a sense of patience for the fielding team in knowing that it will be around the corner, but also just trying to minimise those 4 balls. Taylor's already had one. He's in again. It's whipped away off the toes, and that's going to be another one. It's gone straight down to the deep square leg boundary from Cox. And so a second boundary of the over. And Worcestershire just losing their discipline here a little bit. And that applause you hear is because that boundary has brought up the 100, the Essex. And they'll be incredibly happy that it's cost them just 2 wickets, 101 for 2 after 25.4 overs. So 9 runs off the over so far from Taylor, with 2 balls remaining. Cox on strike, Taylor in, bowls, and that is just beautifully played down towards the deep third boundary. We were just talking about how productive that particular route is to the boundary. Well, Cox played it beautifully. It was actually quite close to his body. He didn't have a lot of room, but he just waited and used his wrists and was able to guide it down to that area for another boundary. So 3 boundaries in the over now, back to back there. And this is turning out to be a very expensive over by Taylor. 13 runs off it so far. This is the final ball of his over. He starts his run up. Cox waits. Oh, and he's floored him. Goodness gracious me. He's bowled a beautiful Yorker that has literally knocked Cox off his feet. He's still down on the ground. It's not given out. There was a bit of a shout, but he was falling over. We've seen him do that before. It would have gone down the leg side, but goodness gracious me, he's gone down like a set of Skittles. So perhaps a moral victory for, I say that as an Australian with my tongue in my cheek, for Tom Taylor at the end of that over, but he was the one who was really duffed up by Cox until that point. It's now Duffy in, and the first ball, it's short and wide, put away by Walter. And so this pair now being as aggressive as we have seen at any point in this match, really, getting on top, and this partnership looking really dangerous. Just a bit too short and wide from Duffy, who has kind of lost his radar a bit, as has Tom Taylor. Weight has been very tidy, but just a few runs being leaked now. Here is Duffy once more. This is a short ball, and it's going to be called a wide, and that is quite an achievement if you can bowl it so short over the head of someone like Paul Walter that it's called a wide. So he did bowl one of those yesterday as well. Spoke to him afterwards, and he said he was having a little bit of a difficulty judging the bounce for those short deliveries on this hybrid pitch. He's in again. It's a fuller ball, but there's width, and it's slapped away. Won't only go as far as the fielder down at deep point, the boundary. I get a single. 111 for 2 now. Lucky for Essex. Worcestershire will be hoping that the Nelson brings something, because this partnership in a game like we've seen is the best, feels like the best batting conditions as far as weather goes that we've seen in the past day and a half. It's really getting a lot warmer now, as in comes Duffy. It's down the leg side. Roderick, as we've come to expect, does a brilliant job behind the stumps with a roll and a collect. But they just can't afford to let this partnership get too far away, Worcestershire, because I don't know that this pitch will change too much, even if the overhead conditions are much more favourable for batting. I haven't checked the radar for tomorrow. Here's Duffy, oh, down the track, and goodness gracious me, he has gone for that one, Cox, and he has chipped it straight to mid-on. You just wouldn't believe it. What did we say? As soon as you think a partnership's taken hold, someone gets on top, and he's just come down the pitch. He's tried to hoik that over the long-on boundary, and it's just gone straight to the fielder. So Cox departs on 24, rapid fire. It was off 21 balls, and some relief for Duffy, who has taken a bit of tap. It is the 3rd wicket to fall, and no, I don't believe in superstitions. It was on 111, it was 111 for 2. It's now 111 for 3. So Walter's still out there.
Anyway, there you
that
go, 111 for 3.
Just goes to show the theme of this game. Every time you think batters are getting on top, a wicket's just around the corner. For Worcestershire, they would dearly love their wicket to be Walter, although they'll be pretty happy to see the back of Cox too, I fancy, as we see Matt Critchley coming out to the middle. And I'm joined again by Frankie Poo.
I'll tell you what, Mel, your idea that commentator's curse doesn't exist is being well and truly debunked, because that's 2 updates on the trot for BBC Arab Worcester where I've got them a wicket. And in the studio they said, well, last time we were with Frank we managed to get a wicket. I wonder if we can get another one, and lo and behold we get one. And I was just saying in all seriousness that it was just going away from Worcestershire a little bit, and they would have felt if they I said if they could get 2 before tea, they'll feel they're right back in it. Well, they've got one of them. Came from nowhere, really.
Well, it was extraordinary. He was trying to belt the ball down over the long on boundary. It looked like he was going for the big hoy-ho and just
picked out the fielder.
Couldn't have picked him out any better.
Duffy again then into the new man, Critchley, who was turned round by that one, gets a edge out behind square on the offside, and there's no run. So Matthew Waite, you can't keep him out of the action. 2 wickets, and now the catch. But Jacob Duffy needed that because he was just showing a bit of frustration and particularly finding it difficult to bowl at the left-handed Walter, who is still there incidentally. But Nelson struck, so there's another superstition you can't deny. 111 for 3. Here comes Duffy again, bowls, and Critchley's off the mark with a lovely drive through the offside, leaning into it. No great power, picks up 2, and the score goes to 113 for 3.
It would have made you feel good. I did mention Nelson as well. I didn't know what Nelson was until I came over here.
It's 87 in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
Devil's
unlucky
number.
number.
As they call it.
Yeah, because it's 13 away from 100.
Isn't it silly?
Yes.
Superstition. But there you go. It's the end of the over. A wicket for Jacob Duffy, and he needed it. Jordan Cox gone for 24. 113 for 3. Paul Walter is absolutely key now. I did say yesterday, and I'm going to stick by it, if somebody makes 100, they'll finish on the winning side. And I'd stick by that now. Whatever happens. It didn't happen for Worcestershire. The 2 men that got in, D'Oliveira and Hose, both got out for 48. Walter's only 55. He's got a long way to go to get to 100. But if somebody makes 100 in a game like this, it's going to be absolutely huge. And Walter is a key man now.
As Tom Taylor is continuing from this, Alistair Cook, and around the wicket, full delivery, just defended back towards the bowler by Walter. No run. I mean, even an 80 or 90. It's just one really substantial score is going to be crucial.
Another big partnership in an innings like this, and it will be significant. The lead is 90.
That's a decent lead.
It is.
But every time, I mean, I feel like this has probably been the poorest bowling session of the match. As Taylor is in, it's just played up to mid-on, no
without
run.
being really poor.
No, without being really poor. But that's been, and I don't want it to sound like I'm being harsh, but there've probably been more loose deliveries in this particular portion after lunch in this session than probably we have seen. I don't think even the Worcestershire bowlers would disagree with me on that, apart from Matthew Waite, who has been really tight. Taylor, he's in around the wicket, bangs it in, full of delivery, kept out, no run.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think especially Jacob Duffy, who, not for the want of trying, but just getting his line wrong a little bit, giving Walter room, and he's taken full advantage of it, Paul Walter.
So one of the, I told you what he said about
third man.
But let me see if I can find what he said about the bounce. Because I was asking him about this hybrid wicket. He'd never bowled on one before. As Taylor runs in, bowls, and that's just nicely clipped away through the leg side. I'll only get a single for it. So it's a fielder down at deep mid-wicket. Now, where is it? And hybrid. So he's never bowled on a hybrid wicket, and he did feel that it was quite tricky. One of the things that he was finding hard to judge was the bounce, because we've just seen him bowled wide, which over Paul Walter's head, and you weren't on commentary at the time, but I did. It was. That's something quite impressive to do that. But he sort of said the bounce, it was a bit slow and tennis bally.
Yeah.
As Taylor in over the wicket now and goes for the drive, Critchley, but the ball only dribbles out in front of point.
Well, that was a good example of tennis bally, wasn't it? That one that was called a wide. And it was the second one he's had today, actually, that was banged in short and called a wide by the umpire over the batsman's head. He's a big guy. I bet he'd be good on a really quick pitch, on a real flyer. He would hit, because he's a big guy, hits the deck quite hard. He'd get it through. He'd get it through all right.
Yeah, so I think that's been the other challenge. Here's Taylor. Nice tight line, full of delivery, just played out to the covers, no run. And that's the end of the over from Taylor. Just the 1 run coming from it. So that is also better in terms of economy. 114 for 3. Walter on 56. Critchley, a new player out there on 2. 28 overs gone. Game has just moved quite quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah, just thinking, how long have we got till tea?
Yeah,
Got
20.
10 overs.
10 overs
still to go before tea, so tea's going to be about 4:15.
See, I find that really hard to, because I'm so used to test match timings. So I'm so used to tea being at 3:40, I get a bit discombobulated.
Duffy in bowls. Oh, and Walter width again, and he cuts it, edges it past slip. There's only 1 slip now. I went through about 3rd or 4th, down to 3rd man for a single.
He doesn't look like there was no footwork at all in that shot. Just
a waft, wasn't it,
swish of the hands.
Yeah.
He does that a few times. I've noticed there's not a lot of that footwork. It's a lot of relying on the hand speed and through the ball.
One more on the nicknames before we finish.
Oh, yes.
Same chap, Peter, who's actually on the train between Budapest and Vienna.
Oh, wow.
Listening to us.
Oh, hello, Peter.
Great,
Lucky
isn't it?
you.
And he says, as this one is defended by Critchley, back up the pitch to Jacob Duffy, he says, well, and this is another 1 step, I'm afraid, but he says the best cricket nickname is Tom Kohler Cadmore, ex-Worcestershire, ex-Yorkshire, now Somerset. Do you know what his nickname is?
I don't.
Pepsi.
Oh.
For obvious reasons.
Okay,
That's quite a good one.
That's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
There you go. It's not as good as One Side's, not for me, but it's close. Anyway, here's Jacob Duffy. Hasn't yet earned a nickname in the Worcestershire dressing room, as far as I'm aware. In bowls, and quickly drives up to Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off. And there's no. It's a beautiful afternoon. Really quite warm, and 119 for 3. Little bit of cloud, but very little. Cirrus stratus, I think that cloud.
Are they?
Cirrus or cirrus stratus.
Oh, the only one I ever know is cumulonimbus.
Yeah. I got my cloud badge when I was in the Scouts. honestly. And comes Duffy, ball short. Critchley swings it away on the leg side. A good hit, banged in short, a lot of action, only a single because Libby's out on the boundary. Yeah, you had to do certain badges to get certain awards when I was in the Scouts. I think you probably still do. And I did my cloud badge, but I can't remember many of them. I do remember Cumulus and Cirrus and Cirrus stratus, which is that when you get the wispy cloud, it's all in little narrow layers.
Okay.
It's not going to rain anyway, I tell you that.
No, it's definitely not.
That's for sure.
Certainly not in the foreseeable.
Walter, the left-hander, on strike. Jacob Duffy from the Graham Gooch end. Right arm over, ball short, and Walter swivels round and slaps it away through mid-wicket for 4. Worcestershire are just leaking runs at the moment, and it's not comfortable for them. And Paul Walter's now gone on to 61 as the highest score of the game so far, and he looks a comfortable man at the moment out there. It's not an innings that's been without a bit of good fortune, but you can't deny him that.
He got every piece of that.
He's imposing himself on the Worcestershire side, and they need him out as Duffy comes in, bowls, and they nearly got him because he's edged that to slip. It's bounced in front of Rob Jones, who parried it away to his left, and they go through for a single. So Paul Walter gets his fortune. As I said, he's had a little bit of luck in this innings, but he's used it to good effect, and he's moved on now to 62, and it's 121 for 3, and the lead is 98.
It's from Jones hurt himself. He dived and got that ball. He was holding his right wrist. He's still putting his head back, and they ended up running a single on that last ball because he stopped it and then was basically holding his wrist while they ran through for a single. But I'm with you, Frank. It does have that feeling of Worcestershire need to find a way to remove Paul Walter, or it could be very costly for them in terms of this match. Budapest to Vienna.
Yeah.
Oh,
music,
boy.
I think. It's probably something to do with music.
Isn't that
Peter's
lovely?
involved with.
Here is Taylor, and that one just heading down the leg side, I think. And in fact, that's a bit of a stinger for Walter.
Yeah, just missed his pad, didn't it?
Yeah, just above.
That's horrible. Just that little bit of bone behind the front knee roll, and if you just get that, I feel it for him. Nasty.
Doesn't sound like much fun.
No. Just there's a few little ones. Sometimes a lot of batsmen, I used to do it. You hit the inside of your front knee when you play forward. Sometimes with the top edge of the bat, top shoulder. It'd be really painful.
Now here's Taylor. He's in, and Walter just defends that one straight back to Taylor.
The wonderful Don Topley has just handed me a cup of tea. Much appreciated. You see, Don knows 3:40 is when you have tea.
Yeah, well,
doesn't matter what the scoreboard says or anything else. Mel says tea is 3:40.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's given me a bottle of water, which is very nice. By the way,
old story. Oh, go on, yeah.
I'm just going to say, Christ the Choir, I need to give him a shout. If we're talking about exotic locations, hello again from Crete, sun beating down. Is this going to flatten out in the second innings as Taylor is in? That's down the leg side, whipped away fine. There's a fielder in the deep, so they'll just get the single. Sounds like Rajitha is a promising signing. He looked good. He did tire a little bit at one point, but certainly looked good early on. Is it going to flatten out? I don't know.
I don't know. Not as much as we would expect
No.
if it hadn't got so much green on. It's difficult to say, isn't it? It might be that it is flattening out a little bit as we speak, but it might just be that they're not using it as well as they were before, and it might just be that Paul Walter is playing particularly well.
It's Critchley, though, now on strike as Taylor runs in, bowls. Oh, and he plays and misses.
No, it's not flattening out.
Nope.
That was a beauty, wasn't it?
Oh, he had, yeah.
Absolute beauty.
It really was. Just enough movement, but he wasn't far away there.
No, just going back to that about tea and the time of it and everything, there's a wonderful story, I think you may have heard it, of George Gunn, when he played for Nottinghamshire. George Gunn of Gunn and Moore fame, who was a legendary batter at Notts for many, many years.
As Taylor runs past the umpire, bowls. It's just defended in front of point, no run.
During one season, when he was nearing the end of his career, and I have no idea when it was or why, but they changed the time of lunch from 1 to 1:30, I think. And Gunn didn't know. It was the first game of the season. He was clearly unaware of this. And he was batting as he usually did, occupying the crease, and he blocked the last ball before lunch, or the last ball at 1 o'clock, and walked off towards the pavilion, and the umpires called him back.
As Taylor runs in, bowls. Well, it's just turned around the corner. There's a fielder down at long leg. They'll come through for a single for Critchley.
End of the over, 123 for 3, and George Gunn stopped in surprise, and the umpire said, "No, George, you've got to come back. The times have changed this year. We're not having lunch at 1 o'clock." And Gunn turned stunned and went back to the crease. He was non-striker, obviously. And the other batsman took a single, and the next ball, Gunn just walked past it and was stumped and carried on and said, "I have my lunch at 1 o'clock." Whether that's true or apocryphal, I don't know, but I've read it or heard it on several occasions, and I can believe it. When you hear some of the stories about players in those days, I can believe it. Got also a message from Tim Jones, who's our Worcestershire archivist and historian, and he says 111 and 87. Richie Benner used to say the 87 became the Australians' bogey number because his former teammate Ken Slasher Mackay, I'll just break off as Ethan Brooks is introduced into the attack and starts his new spell from the Graham Gooch end with a ball which hits Matt Critchley on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye. Ken Slasher Mackay once commented, "Do you realise that something always seems to happen on 87?" And it stuck. I'll leave you with that thought. So there you are. Maybe these legends all start just with a throwaway comment like that. But anyway, there you go. You say it's 13 short of 100. I don't know. Why isn't it 66 or something? Anyways, Eve Brooks round the wicket, bowls to Paul Walter, played back up the pitch to him, and there's no run. Good afternoon and welcome to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. And here at a sun-bathed Chelmsford, Essex are imposing themselves on this game. They began their second innings with a deficit of 23 on a seamer-friendly pitch, but they have wiped out that deficit and some as Paul Walter tries to turn Ethan Brooks off his legs and gets hit on the pad, and they go through for the second leg bye of the over, because they are now 125 for 3 in their second innings. That's a lead of 102. Walter is the mainstay of the innings. He's now on 63 not out, the highest score of the game. The men out in this second innings are Charlie Allison for 24, Tom Westley for 3 and Jordan Cox for 24. Matt Critchley now on strike as Ethan Brooks bowls, and he pulls him away on the leg side down to a wide long leg and goes through for a single. But we are watching a contest unfold on a pitch, a hybrid pitch, which is very green, a lot of grass on it, no suggestion really that it's flattening out to any significant degree. But Walter, with the highest score of the game, turning the game in Essex's favour. He's taken full toll of any loose deliveries that have come along. Worcestershire perhaps haven't bowled as well as they would have hoped in this second innings, with the exception of Matthew Waite, as Brooks bowls, and this is short, and Walter pulls it up to deep mid-on where D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. Matthew Waite, the pick of the bowlers, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 8 from Waite. But other than that, a little bit loose, particularly from Jacob Duffy, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48. And Walter has ridden his luck, but also played a succession of good shots to take control of this innings. He just pushes this last delivery of the over from Brooks down on the offside, and there's no run. So Walter on 63, Critchley on 5, and Essex 126 for 3, leading by 103. Earlier today, Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 98 for 4, eventually bowled out for 202, with top scorer shared by Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira, who both made 48. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Alongside me is Mel Farrell. And Mel, Worcestershire need another wicket before tea, I reckon.
And that is exactly why they're bringing back Matthew Waite into the bowling attack, because he has been by far their best bowler in this innings. Figures of 2 for 8 off his first 5 overs. Back for another spell. He's over the wicket to Critchley, who just flicks that one straight to a diving fielder at short mid-wicket, no run. Interesting, that Walter has been the batter who has got the highest score, and I don't mean this to sound, he's done really well. He's possibly one of the least elegant looking batters out. Do you know what I mean, don't you? It's in terms of footwork, he's obviously a big man, but tall men can be very elegant. But in comes Wade, a shorter delivery, and that's had some nip to it and bounce. It's got away from Critchley, who plays and misses. But he's not, when you look at some of the other batters that we've watched out there today, he's not the most traditionally elegant, with the footwork and the soft hands and wristiness, anything like that. Boy, whatever he has done has worked.
Yeah, he's played really well. As they say, when you look in the book in 20 years, it doesn't tell you whether he was elegant or not.
Exactly, yeah.
It just tells you how many runs he got, doesn't it?
Yeah. In comes Waite. This time Critchley's watchful and actually turns his head and watches it go all the way.
Another thing I'd say, Mel, is that people have been saying, is this pitch flattening out? I think that, not that ball, but the one before from Matthew Waite tells us that it probably isn't, because that one did bounce really quite steeply, didn't it? And he's not particularly tall man, Matthew's a strong lad, over 6 foot, but he's it's just climbed off a length, really.
So Waite is just as good coming back into the attack. He's here now, he bowls, and guts come off the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket. No run. So first 4 balls that Waite bowls on his return to the attack have been dot balls. And what they would dearly love is to have someone at the other end who is able to dry up the runs as well.
And 2 new batters, I think. If they got Walter and felt they had 2 new batters at the crease, that would also help. 6 overs left after this till tea.
Here's Waite again. It's just defended back past the bowler as he goes through on his follow through. But well, one might lead to the other. I think that's the point I'm making. That it dries up. Paul Walter does not look like the type of guy
who likes that.
Who would like to have 3 or 4 maidens in a row with him just at one end.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But it's such a significant score, 63 in this game, which has seen both teams manage less than, I think, 500 between them.
As Waite runs in again, bowls, drags his length back, and it's just a bit of a one-handed swipe in the end. He lost his shape completely there, Critchley, on that one, but no damage done. Keeps it out, but there it is, a maiden from Waite. That really reflects how he has bowled throughout this innings. He has been the most economical, the most incisive. But Brooks, it is going to be to continue. Now, he just gave up 1 run in his first over. So all of a sudden, this is just a little bit of a dry period for Essex. This couple of overs. If Worcestershire can keep Walter quiet here, it's a big challenge for Brooke as he's in around the wicket, angled in and just flicked away. My goodness, that has hit a patch on the wicket square, bounced over the umpire's head. I just get a single, but boy, there's a little patch of brown there, and the ball's just hit something. It was going along the ground, and then it's just kicked up. The umpire had to duck in the end. A little bit of excitement as Toppers has come back in to join me.
Hello, Mel. Good afternoon. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
Here's Brooks. He's top edge this. This should be out. Brooks has got the ball. He had an absolute age to pick that up. And Critchley, well, he went for a bit of a swipe and has caught the top edge. He departs for 5, and that's the 4th wicket to fall. So Worcestershire, they might not have been able to get Walter, but they are chipping away.
Yes, they just got a little bit big as he's tried to pull that, has Matt Critchley. He's got a top edge, it's ballooned in the air. Any amount of cricketers or the fielders could have taken that, but the bowler took responsibility and got under it and didn't drop it. So, listen, that's, it's excellent news for Worcestershire, but not such good news for Essex because the lead is only 104. Listen, what would the team like here? That I reckon they'll be looking for the best part of 250 if possible, minimum. But we may not get that far ahead. But the game continues to give, and the game is moving as Essex has lost their 4th wicket. The score is 127, but the lead just 104.
And Michael Pepper is on his way out now. Don't forget, he was injured in the first innings. He was hit on the knee and was in all sorts of trouble in the morning. He came back and faced 1 ball after lunch and immediately retired hurt. He was in all sorts of trouble. Came back out again later in the day with a runner. So it was quite eventful, and then has been unable to keep. We've had 2 other keepers since, Cox and Fernandez, keeping for Essex. But now Pepper has come out to bat. He's moving okay. He looks pretty good. So, I say that. No, he hasn't. He's brought a runner on out again, so he's not looking pretty good. I thought he was actually moving quite well. I didn't spot that he has brought the runner out with him.
It's the same runner as yesterday.
It's Allison, Charlie Allison.
Yeah, he's volunteered for it.
So, but he was walking much better as he came out, Michael Pepper.
An update for BBC Radio Essex in due course.
These wickets are falling. I think Worcestershire would be much happier if one of them was Paul Walter. While Every's out there.
Got to keep playing straight, got to concentrate, doesn't need to lose his wicket here, got to bat on sensibly. Shall I just carry on for the update, is that okay? Well, the wicket taker, Brooks, is on his way in, medium pace. Snater comes forward and plays a forward defensive where he plays in the offside, and there is no run. Good to see some youngsters in the crowd in front of us today. How are you? Good. As Brooks is shining the ball, waiting at the end, 2 slips are on their way in, comes in and driven by Pepper into the offside where there is no run. There's a ring of fielders on the offside together with a catcher, short extra cover, 2 slips, a ring on the leg side. As
3 minutes past 4.
Pepper.
Thanks very much, Nicky. And Essex are taking on Worcestershire in day 2 of their county championship match at the county ground. Don Topley has been watching for us.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back. 127 for 4. That is Essex's total. They were pleased to have bowled Worcestershire out for 202 right on the spot of lunch, but the 127 represents a reasonable score, but they got Paul Walter still there at the crease, 64 not out, but Essex only lead Worcestershire by 105 as the score remains 128 now for 4.
Thanks very much, Don. You can keep track of all of that county cricket action on the BBC Sport website and app.
Brooks in again, outside off stump, which Paul Walter leaves alone, through to the keeper to conclude the over, and the score is 128 for 4.
And just before you came on and was talking to Frank and saying, you know, they brought back weight into the attack. He'd been so tight and parsimonious. Could they get that from the other end as well? And that is what Ethan Brooks has done. So that this has been a really good bowling partnership.
Yeah, very good word. Great word in the game of cricket. Not just batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are hugely important. And you've just said it, but we were talking and you were talking with Frank. I've been really impressed with Waite in this game because I think he is a erstwhile, he's not a particularly glamorous cricketer, but he's a particularly effective cricketer, and I think that the way I watched him bat earlier in this game, and he's also bowling fairly effectively.
He's in now over the wicket, and Pepper just plays that gently down the pitch. It's fielded, no run. Oh, why isn't he glamorous? He might be glamorous.
Okay, when I mean glamorous, I mean
they come out there and they've got a bit of tinsel on their whites,
well,
bit of glitter through the hair.
I wouldn't recommend that personally in the cricket world. But what I'm trying to suggest is he's not a fast and nasty. He's not a Ian Botham or a big Merv Hughes or he's a conscientious, competent, effective cricketer.
He's in now, and Pepper lets that ball go outside the off stump. I don't think Merv Hughes is particularly glamorous, and I've seen him up close.
I used to play with him, but yeah, no, there are some cricketers that are quite glamorous. You know, you've got to say Freddie Flintoff would be viewed maybe an all-rounder, budding all-rounder, but some people have to do a hard job up the hill into the wind. You can't really sell it as a good package, but the other people who come with the wind and down the hill are more glamorous.
Here's Waite. It's a fuller ball and it's driven straight up to Brett D'Oliveira, who fields it at mid-off. And just while you were talking there, Brett D'Oliveira just took the ball up to the umpire, showed it to him. They had a little bit of a chat, so I'm just wondering if he's suggesting perhaps a ball might be a little bit out of shape. The umpire didn't seem too interested. Well, yeah, I suppose. Look, I get that. You've got your hard grinders who who do all that work. It's usually the really quick bowlers who are seen as glamorous, isn't it? Here's Waite. Oh, and that's glamorous. That's glamorous when you rip out the off stump. He'll take that any day. Waite, he has been outstanding. And Pepper, well, his stay at the crease is short. He departs for one. And just before tea, the inroads being made by Waite and Brooks. They are still in this. That ball just nipping back in, completely uprooting the off stump. And boy, oh boy, has he been valuable for Worcestershire. Waite now has figures of 3 for 8, 128 now for 5. Essex lead by 105. And boy, they are very fortunate to still have Paul Walter out there at the other end, but they need someone to stay with him,
Well,
Toppers.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm, having travelled like you to Africa for many occasions, many events, you're always wary of an injured buffalo, and I'd hoped that Michael Pepper was going to be that injured buffalo today, but sadly for Essex and Pepper, well, Waite has caused a bit more misery as Pepper has returned to the pavilion. Paul Walter's role, 64 not out, becomes ever important because, look, Essex need him to stay there and be responsible. He needs to concentrate and he's played nicely, played some good shots. Whenever he's been given an Easter egg as a present, he's hit a good, gorgeous 4. But what worries for me is Essex need him to stay at the crease, and he's going to have to concentrate. If he goes back into his shell, even for a few overs, it's not a problem. To the wicket, though, we have Noel Thane, who got a couple of wickets in the Worcestershire's first innings, bowled 6 overs, I think 2 for 28. He bowled quite nicely, a bit of support. It was good for him to get the confidence of some wickets, but we're going to see Waite moving away to bowl to Thane. Thane goes back actually into line, plays it into the offside, off the back foot. There is no run. Sorry, I took your over. You were talking to Frank, sorry.
That's quite okay.
It's teamwork. We're all about teamwork in this commentary box.
Well, 4 overs away from tea. Frank was
is
just
it?
finding out if I needed a break, but I said I'm quite happy.
I didn't get you a tea because you drink coffee.
No, I might drink both. You never asked.
Oh, Mel.
I'm taking my over back. Here's Waite. Here's Waite over the wicket. Oh, that one shot through, and he jagged back as well. He's been really good at getting that ball nipping back in off the seam. That's how he uprooted the off stump for that wicket. And the end of his over, and talk about bowling partnerships. This has been a really good few overs from Waite and Brooks. Well needed. 128 for 5 at the end of that over. So Frank's telling me there's 4 overs to go before tea. And Frank was there saying that Worcestershire would be happy if they got 2 wickets before tea. They've now got 3, is it, from when you said that? Or no, that's at the second. No, that's the third. 3.
Frank's being greedy.
What have you got?
Well, I didn't get you tea.
Here's Brooks. Oh, that ball just comes off the outside edge of the bat, but it's going to go for 4. There's space there. So Walter gets another boundary. How important is he? Spoils Brooks' figures. Now 1 for 7.
So, and you just threw me under a bus on national radio. So I thought I'd present you with a bit of traditional British bread pudding.
Oh, and here's me trying to avoid carbs. Thank you. That looks lovely. Brooks, next ball. I just tucked him up a little bit. No damage in the end. Oh, that does look good though. I am going to try a little piece of it for tea. I'll just have a little taste.
No, it's not the end of the over. 132 for 5. We're in the 35th over of Essex's second innings. And I've been suitably admonished not for bringing Mel a cup of tea. What coffee did you bring with you?
It's from Australia.
Yeah. What is it? It's a special.
No, it's just from one of the chain. Well, it's a chain, but a very good one. As Brooks is in over the wicket. That's just played down into the ground well by Thane, rode the bounce. Yeah, some sort of from I don't think there's an equivalent here, but it's like a market shop, so they do all fresh fruit, vegetables, quite high quality, and yeah, it's their coffee. That's the one I always buy.
Were you impressed in your travels after the ball?
In over the wicket, let go by Thane, no run.
Were you impressed in your travels in America about food?
No, not particularly. Although I tell you what, so I was in Philadelphia, and I could not eat a full one, but I had to try a Philly cheesesteak. So if you don't know what a Philly cheesesteak is, it's very well known in Philadelphia, and it's sort of a baguette. I'll continue after this ball. 2 slips in. Brooks, that's down the leg side. Attempted flick doesn't connect from Thane. It's like a baguette, and that's chopped up beef mixed with cheese on this baguette.
Is it like mince?
No, it's not. It's like steak.
Pulled steak.
Yeah. And so, yeah, steak and cheese, essentially.
Sounds
cheese
good.
steak. It's very tasty, but my goodness, it's a bit of a heart attack on a plate, I think. Here's Brooks is in. And a half
Inside
little
edge.
shout, because it's hit the
edge.
pads. Yeah, hit the bat first. There's certainly a bit of excitement. He's done well after that initial 4 ball. And these pairs have really done a good job. This is just, you feel like this has just wrestled a bit of the upper hand back towards Worcestershire.
Mel, if you look at the combined figures, okay, they haven't bowled all 10 overs, but Brooks 3 overs, Waite 7 overs. If you combine their 10 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 16, that's their combined figures, which tells a story, not only economical or mightily, but they've got a few wickets, and 4 of the 5 wickets to fall, in fact. Waite, in he comes again, 2 slips and a ring on really both sides now, as bowls outside off stump. Walter looks for a single, he calls Waite. You probably heard that in the effects mic, where he eventually says no.
Wasn't he just talking to the bowler?
Bowler, wasn't he? I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Waiting is a common phrase that's used when batsmen ask their colleague to have a look and decide. It's interesting with kids cricket. You never want to hear go, because go sounds like no. Waite is in, played into the leg side, short mid-wicket, there is no run.
See, we were talking about nicknames before. I think a good name for Waite would be Yes No. That'd be great nickname for him. Yes No, wouldn't it?
Or Waite.
Yes No Waite.
Ting.
Is it the last thing you want to hear?
Yeah,
right?
You're right. Do you think he might have a few run-outs with his colleagues?
Oh, that'd be a great nickname.
There are some terrible I mean, there's a great. I thought you were going to mention it with Frank earlier in the day, as Waite is on his way in. This is drilled up to mid-on. Good-looking shot, but he finds the fielder. There is no run. I mean, my nickname is
Toppers.
I mean, there's obviously a few toppers, but for instance. Bumpy Rhodes.
It's a great nickname. I like that. I think that's
captain
terrific.
Stephen Rhodes at Worcestershire, director of cricket as well. He was. I remember in the dressing room once saying, as Waite is in, and forward defensive, good looking forward defensive this time by Walter, no run. I said in the Essex dressing room in my playing days, I said, yeah, lads, why is Rhodes called Bumpy? And they looked at me and I went, oh yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what happened in the. Yeah, I remember that. There's some cracking nicknames around though. B Road.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I don't know who's that.
B Road. Chris Broad.
Oh.
B Road. Hey? Yeah, terrible. And it comes in weight and off the back foot down to mid-on, no run again. Paul Walter playing for tea, which is sensible in the current state of affairs.
5 balls bowling this over, no runs off it yet though, by the way. Just this has been as good a spell as I reckon we have seen from Waite. I mentioned the partnership, but he's been absolutely outstanding.
Do nothing different. Don't try and bowl a magic ball. Bore Essex into submission if you can. Paul Walter has to be smart here. Waite on his way in past umpire Rob White, and this is played into the leg side where the fielder does the bowling, throws it to his captain Brett D'Oliveira. D'Oliveira is running through the overs, as are the wicketkeeper and slips, and the score is 133 for 5. Paul Walter has 67, and Noah Thane's still not off the mark. Mel, how many overs to tea do you think?
How many overs have you been here for? 1, 2, 3.
remember.
Is one more over then, Frank?
Is it?
Must be one more over. I thought you said 4.
No, I think there's 2.
Oh,
34 34 overs remaining in the day, and we have beautiful bright sunshine.
Okay, Brooks is in. Ball just played back gently to Brooks by Thane. He's still yet to get off the mark. It was a maiden over last time, so we've had back-to-back maidens, and the pressure's just on. Yes, it's before tea, and they don't want to lose a wicket here, but just has changed the real feel of the session as Brooks is in once more, and that's high, jumping up above the hip on the leg side, and it's turned down behind square leg, which means Thane gets off the mark with a single. And Brooks is annoyed at himself there. I like that. I like the fact that he's really annoyed that he's given away a single.
Definitely.
It's been a really...
I used to like it when bowlers used to sort of know how many they'd gone for. It's quite selfish, but I think it's a good selfish
Around the wicket to Walter, who just carves that almost straight to the fielder in the covers, no run.
So you're away for Easter. You're working on Easter Day.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it's Easter. Yeah, weekends don't mean anything to me.
This is my last day with you today.
Oh, toppers. I'm heartbroken. Walter waits as in comes Brooks again. Oh, here's a big shout. Here's a bit of interest. Umpire shakes his head straight away. Brooks thought he had Walter. And that would have been a huge wicket for Worcestershire before tea. Just have another look.
Wasn't going over the top.
I think it's pitched, its impact is outside the line, I reckon, on that one. Been a couple of close decisions, a couple of marginal calls, but yeah, I think that one might have been outside the line. Here he is again, Brooks. That's left alone by Walter. He's might have just had to think about things with that ball wrapping him on the pads. Such a terrific partnership by Brooks and Waite. If they could winkle out Paul Walter. In comes Brooks again. That one stays low, it's full, and he just plays it down into the ground in front of him. It's still a tight over, just the single from it. So they have done a good job of stalling Walter, at least a little bit, but he's still out there, and that is so important for Essex. Highest run scorer of the match, 134 for 5. And Waite is back. He's bowled 8 overs now with figures of 3 for 8.
It's been very effective.
Incredible.
Yep.
So it's that ball he gets when he's bowling to the left-handed Walter. It's more likely to take the ball away. He's had the couple of slips in. It's those balls to the right-handers that nip back in. Just been incredibly effective.
He's away from us, passing the umpire as he bowls nice and straight, just outside, moving away, and there is no run. Yeah, guys who bowl away swingers, generally speaking, if they hit the seam, it comes back. Generally speaking, as a rule, you find that you know, I use my experience there as that's what I did. But a lot of guys who swing the ball away because the world is, generally speaking, there are more right-handers than left-handers, so you're looking to swing it away to a right-hander, but if it hits the seam, it just comes back.
By the way, the lead is now 111.
Oh dear, he bowls, pushes Thane back on the back foot, and he gets back into line, plays it with a straight bat, as he plays it up to, well, the short extra cover. There is no run. So you're going to wake up tomorrow morning?
Yeah.
No Easter eggs?
No.
Oh, do you like an Easter egg? Of course you do.
Well, I'm off the sugar, so
dear.
you know, I probably wouldn't have had one if I'd found some sugar-free chocolate. Just, it's the same with Christmas. Like, I don't get Christmas presents.
Not
don't get
only
Easter
have you-
eggs.
Not only have you let me down over the, where I didn't bring you a tea, I brought you water. This time it's on the front foot, it's played out to backward point, there is no run.
Because I'm usually
Mel,
I'm
I
usually
don't want you
away.
to disappoint me anymore, but because you two, my colleagues at BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, I have bought you so you can take back to your home, an Easter egg.
Oh,
so
bless
from me,
your
it's a
heart.
happy Easter for you tomorrow, because you'll be working.
Thank
and
you.
to Frank, I've bought him one as well. Even for Frank at the ripe old age of 78. As the bowler is in weight bowls and it's driven out to mid-off where there is no run. So you both can wake up and you've got an Easter egg in the morning.
Oh, thank you
All right.
very, very much. That's very, very
just
thoughtful
pretend
of
it's
you.
low in sugar. As 2 slips are waiting.
I can have as long as I eat it
Share
over. Yeah, I can share it and eat it over a couple of weeks, just a little bit. So I have
It's
a
going to
little
be a
taste.
well-travelled, isn't it? It's going to go to Worcester, Lancashire, Canterbury, Lords, Chelmsford. Waite is on his way in, and this is driven into the offside square of the wicket. It will run away for 4. Wasn't a bad ball, just probably had a little bit of width where Thane was able to open the face and drill it through backward point for 4. Good looking shot for the young Cambridgeshire batter. 138 I think it is now for 5, and Thane is on 5.
That's a long time since we've seen a boundary. In fact, the last time was in the 29th over. So we're now in the 38th over. So 9 overs. And that was the last time that we saw Waite concede a boundary. In fact,
as Waite is in, bowls, and this brings Thane on the front foot to conclude the afternoon session here at Chelmsford. And Essex do have a lead. They have a lead of 118 or 15?
15.
115, which is important, but they will look to definitely double it in that final session, which will start again in 20 minutes. But from BBC Essex, from BBC Hereford and Worcester, from Frank, Mel and myself, with a score on 138 for 5 with Paul Water on 69 not out, we will suggest that we will return in about 20 minutes time, and thank you very much. I went on one of the cricket cruises, and he did the MC, and actually, to be fair, he did it completely. Welcome back, everyone, to the final session of day 2 as the umpires venture out from their pavilion beneath us here on the river stand at Chelmsford. We're at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. CM2 OPG is the postcode, and it's a beautiful sight this afternoon. Not too much wind. The Worcestershire captain, fielders, bowlers are assembling on the edge of the boundary rope to our right. The Essex men batting come down from the pavilion. Beautiful blue sky. A bit of whispery cloud to our west where the sun is heading. To the east it is really gorgeously turquoise skies. The grass looks verdant out there. The umpires are now waiting for the fielders. They're just chatting to each other with the coach, Alan Richardson. The umpires are sort of out in the middle on their own. And Brett D'Oliveira eventually jogs over the boundary rope. And then behind them is the 2 Essex batsmen. Tall Paul Walter, who is on 69 not out. And with him, well, he is quite tall, Noah Thane of the Cambridgeshire Cricket Board, but now a full-time pro with Essex County Cricket Club. And he's marching out to continue his knock. Thane has 5, Walter has 69, and you're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio, Hereford and Worcester, and we have Frank Watson, Don Topley, and my colleague for the early part of the evening session will be Melinda Farrell, who has thoroughly enjoyed her time in Essex. We're a very giving set of people, and but we don't provide tea.
No. Oh well. In fact, I'm so offended that I'm leaving right now. No, it's all right. I was just gonna. I jumped on because you were here on your lonesome, but Frank has just walked in. So I'm going to leave you straight away because I was on for a very long time before the tea. So thanks for coming. Bye.
Thanks, Mel Farrell. It's going to be substituted, and we're going to have Frank Watson in to her place. But we're looking at the bowling lineup now, and I think we're looking at Tom Taylor, I think, who's going to start proceedings from the Graham Gooch end. They've only got 1 slip of Worcestershire. They've got a ring. They've got a man back on the pavilion boundary, and that is Tom Taylor bowls. When the first ball is run down to third man, Walter will take a single. The ball's gone down towards the scoreboard. Good afternoon, Frank.
Good afternoon. Sorry for my late arrival. I was only next door in the press box, and I suddenly saw them coming out. I've got an update at 5, but it'll be a very quick one. So I promise you, I'm at your disposal.
Much to update. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, well, you're allowed to say it. But yeah.
2 slips.
I can disagree.
for Noah Thane is facing Tom Taylor, who's bowling over the wicket. Man at short mid wicket as well. Ring on both sides now. This is played off the back foot with an open face bat into the offside, no run.
You can say whatever you like, Don, because you've bought me an Easter egg. I feel special and wanted. I feel wanted, and that's lovely. No, really, genuinely, thank you. Because we will, Mel and I, be waking up tomorrow away from home without an Easter egg, and I'll be missing the Easter egg hunt in the garden with my grandchildren.
I've got that.
And that is fun usually. So
I've got that.
It'll be nice.
I'll
try and save it for tomorrow and not eat it tonight.
I'm going to try and cut the grass before 11 and then listen in. Taylor's in. This is played into mid-off.
You can't listen in, Don. You've got to get involved in the Easter egg hunt.
I will listen in until they arrive. We're not having lunch.
Oh, they're not coming till late. Okay.
2:30. I've got 2 grandchildren coming.
Yeah.
One is 3, one is 16. He's more interested in the Easter egg, but he don't want to go hunting for it at the age of 16.
Yeah. Lovely, but they're great days, aren't they? Those
Yes.
those days with your grandchildren.
Very
if you're
much
lucky
so.
enough to have them.
Taylor in as this is played off the back foot out to backward point. In fact, you know, I don't know about you, but I know Mel said she was very tired last night. I fell asleep in the chair. I slept like a log, and I was a bit slow this morning. You know, when you're chatting for 6.5 hours each day, it sort of mentally and emotionally, and you know, you do become quite tired, don't you?
Yeah, it can be a long day, can't it? And there was a lot to get excited about yesterday and to be focused on. Suddenly at the end of the day you feel it, yeah.
Taylor comes in, it's driven nicely by Thane up to mid-off where there is no run. So Monday, I've got another house full.
Have you?
Friends are coming down from Norfolk, Dale and Rachel,
Right.
they're coming down. And we're looking forward to seeing them. And they today, like many, you told me that the Worcestershire or Birmingham League, the Premiership over your way, doesn't start till next week. The Essex League doesn't start till next week. So that's Brentwood, Chelmsford, Colchester, etc. As Taylor comes in, this is outside off stump. It goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. 139 for 5. But the East Anglian Premier, which is North Essex, so Frinton, Saffron Walden used to be in it. So parts of Essex play in the East Anglian Premier, which also involves Norfolk, Suffolk and parts of Cambridgeshire. So that started today, and clearly it was a bit chilly this morning, but the afternoon has been lovely. And I know Frinton were playing, and I know Whittam were up at the promotion team from last year, which was Downham and Stowe, which is one of 5 Norfolk teams in a 12-team Premiership in the East Anglian Premier League. So I'm wondering how Whittam got on at Stowe, and I'm wondering about Swardston. They were hosting Copdock and Old Eyes from Ipswich.
That's a good name, isn't it? Ben Allison taking up the attack from this Sir Alistair Cook end, excuse me, after tea, with Matthew Waite having bowled so well before tea, 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 12, but probably in need of a little break. Paul Walter still there, key man, 70 not out, high score in the game for either side. He's had a bit of luck, but he's also played some excellent shots. 10 times he's reached the boundary, and he has been the mainstay of this second Essex innings.
And must keep going.
Allison round the wicket to his former teammate, bowls, and Walter whips this away nicely through mid-wicket. Standing tall, getting on top of that. Wasn't a particularly full delivery. He's hit it off a length really, but with his long levers, got right on top of it and played it away through mid-wicket for 2. I once played for an East Anglian team, Don, as a guest on a tour. I went on a tour of Cornwall for 2 weeks with Cambridge Grunter.
Yes, yeah, they're still about.
It was a fantastic tour run by a chap called Ron Nunn. It was a long time ago. It was in my second year of teaching in the very early 80s. Walter chopping this one from Allison down into the ground. And it was a club that Mark Saggers played for, who went on to fame as a Sky News sports presenter and so on. They had a boy called Mark Brown, I remember, who was a quick bowler, who was pretty useful. And I went on tour, and fantastic. They had this big old farmhouse on Dartmoor, which must have had about 10 bedrooms, and they just took it over, and you just slept wherever you could. Find a bed, find a settee. There were cricketers coming and going. Some people came down for 2 days, some came down for a week. Allison bowls round the wicket, played out on the onside, and I was there with a friend of mine, and when it had finished, we went to the man who was running it. His name was Ron Nunny, and he said we'd both done quite well, got a few runs, taken a few wickets. I'd been keeper, and he said we said we've got to settle up and pay you for the accommodation for this tour, Ron. And he said, oh yeah, it's been great having you lads, good of you to come. And he said, how long have you been here for? And we said we've been here for 10 nights. 10 nights we'd had in this farmhouse. Allison in again, bowls. Walter defends up to mid-off. And I'll tell you what it was the 81. It was when Beefy was doing his heroics at Headingley. Anyway, we said we've been here 10 nights. How much do you want? And he said, give us a tenner.
Really?
Honestly, give us a tenner. If we paid £10
that wouldn't have
for
paid
10
for
nights,
the-
wouldn't have paid for the
for
bacon and eggs.
Well, I was going to say,
tell
wouldn't
you.
have paid for the cleaner.
No, it was fantastic. Great tour.
Great memories.
Great memories and
Well-
really good cricket. Really good cricket. Round the wicket, Ben Allison, in a different age. In the sunshine, bowls, and Paul Walter just leans forward using that big reach and just pushes it back up the pitch. Tidy over from Allison, just 2 runs from it. And Essex 141 for 5 after 40 overs in the second innings. And they began, remember, with a deficit of 23. So it's still tight, this game. It's still tight.
Oh, yeah.
However well Essex are playing, it's still really tight, and it's 118 is the lead, which is, it sounds not a great deal, but on this pitch with 5 wickets left, it's becoming quite sizable. Worcestershire just got to keep focused and keep chipping away.
In comes Taylor, tall fella, right arm over the wicket, driven into the offside, where backward point does well there. He went down in instalments.
Duffy.
Jacob
Yeah.
Duffy, yeah. But he nonetheless made sure it didn't go for any runs, so well fielded. We're going to see a change now, and I think they're realising that Duffy's in a key position there, so let somebody else field, so they cross. So
Brooks now.
short mid-wicket has gone to backward point, and backward point has gone to short mid-wicket. Who's catching at short mid-wicket? Yep, 2 slips waiting as well. Taylor in, played off the back foot. It goes to Duffy at short mid-wicket where there is no run.
It looks a different game, doesn't it, Dom, when somebody other than Walter is on strike? You know, for the last hour or so,
yeah.
Walter has made the game look a bit, well, as he might, because he's been in there for since the start, and he's faced 116 deliveries, but nobody else has batted since Charlie Allison was out. He also batted very steadily, but nobody since then has looked particularly comfortable.
And he must stay there. He's got to ride a bit of luck, which he's enjoyed, but he's got to stay battling Paul Walter this time. Thane comes forward, just slightly forward, plays it into the offside to Brett D'Oliveira, and there is no run. You talk about Cambridge Granter. I think they are still in the East Anglian Premier. I think they won it a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago.
The reason I was there was that there was a chap called, sadly no longer with us, a very, very good cricketer, Cambridge Blue, who had been at university at Cambridge and gone to Cambridge Granter and then moved up to Worcester to teach. A chap called Mervyn Brooker.
Okay.
Very good minor counties cricketer. This one played to mid-wicket, and he had come up to Worcester to teach and kept links with Granter and said, do you want to come on this tour? And Mervyn Brooker played in the Birmingham League for Kidderminster and for Walsall. Very, very good seam bowler, tall, played for the minor counties, played for Staffordshire for quite a long time. Sadly died just 4 or 5 years ago through meningitis. Very suddenly just fell ill and died just 3 or 4 days later, having just retired. It was all very sad.
In comes Taylor, driven into the leg side. Good looking shot, waited for it, played it under his eye line. Thane will take 2. And Essex move to 143 for 5. Thane moves to 7. This has been quite an important game for Noah Thane for me, because look, he's a learning bowler. He is a batsman who is learning about bowling, and Essex need him to bowl. And you know, you don't know, he's only young, you don't know how the body responds to a lot of bowling and frequently. But it's an opportunity. And Sam Cook missing this game has helped that as well. Thane leaves it alone outside, off stump through to the keeper, 143 for 5. And the reason I say that is Cook is obviously controversially in some circles being given a game off, but they have bowled a lot of overs on flat wickets, and Noah Thane is learning, and he picked up a couple of wickets today, and he took a good catch at slip. So he's contributing and he's learning. You know, he's not used to bowling most days.
Yeah, that's right.
20-year-old man.
Ben Allison in round the wicket. Bowls to Walter, who whips him off his hip for a single out to deep square leg, Jake Libby the fielder, and they go through 4-1, which takes Paul Walter on to 73 and the total to 144 for 5, and brings Noah Thane on strike against Ben Allison for the first time since tee, so he takes a new guard from umpire Rob White and just has a look round the field. 2 slips in place, no third man. Still, Worcestershire have leaked a lot of runs through third man. Just wonder whether that might prove crucial in the final analysis. As Allison is in and bowls, and Thane is on the back foot, pushing into the covers, and there's no run.
I listened to you talking from the back of the box. We were with Mel talking about third men, and of course, may I suggest, back in the day, and one of my captains, former captains on the ground today, Keith Fletcher, he was hosting Phil Neal, president to president, and Keith Fletcher would employ a third man quite often.
Yeah.
Because you don't want a high percentage of runs going down there,
especially in a low-scoring game.
Yep.
Yeah, here's Allison in bowls, and Thane is turning this one down to long leg for a single, which takes him on to 8, and the total to 145 for 5, which means that the lead is 122. And I'm going to nip away for a very, very, very quick update.
No worries. No worries. Ben Allison, who did bowl at his brother this afternoon, didn't get him out, so the bragging rights might depend now on the result, whether it's day 3 or still plenty of time in this game on day 4. Paul Walter to face Allison, and there's a nick. No, there's not. I thought it was, and Brett D'Oliveira, like me, was excited, but Paul Walter's played a miss as it goes through to the keeper, Roderick, and there is no run.
Okay, yeah.
Still a very good competitive game here, with Thane on 8, Walter on 73. Essex need Walter to carry on, not get bored, keep playing straight, responsibly. His bat is aloft. There's an LBW shout. I'm not interested, nor is the umpire. Rob White. It's turned down. No leg by either. Shadows starting to lengthen. The floodlight that is beside the executive suite and the 4 or 5 executive boxes that are in sort of deep third man area. Well, that particular floodlight is extending beyond Paul Walter. In fact, in a nice way, Paul Walter resembles a floodlight. He's very tall. This is smashed into the offside. Not quite executed as well as he wanted, as he found the fielder at cover, and there is no run. End of the 42nd over. 145 for 5, and Noah Thane, the right-handed Cambridgeshire young batter, all-rounder, will be facing, I'm looking at the bowler, and it is Tom Taylor yet again, who's bowled very effectively. Certainly in this innings, his figures are Taylor 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 43, so he's been quite economic. This is played into the leg side by Thane in bright sunshine. It's probably been the warmest and the best part of the 2 days here for this Rothesay Division 1 encounter, Essex and Worcestershire. Fair number of Worcestershire supporters with their greenish hats in front of us in the river stand, and I should imagine there's a few next door in the Tom Pierce. As Taylor comes in, bowls. This is played up to mid-on. There is no run. Beautiful day now, quite warm in this commentary box, where we always get the sun during sort of afternoon bit, and as we all know, we have to protect our Kubi box from the sun as well. You don't want it overheating. 2 slips and a short mid wicket. Taylor in to Thane. Thane plays on the front foot out to cover where there is no run. Huge moment in the game, this really. Every session is important, but none more so than this. Essex, if they lose wickets, will end up presenting a fourth innings target. Well, they want as many as possible. Worcestershire, meanwhile, want to chip away at the 5 wickets remaining. In comes Taylor. Taylor bowls nice and straight. Thane plays up to mid-on. There is no run. Good bit of bowling. Nice and tight. Crowd still in, watching. Reasonable crowd. I think there was 1,728 yesterday here at Chelmsford. I'll be interested to see how many in today. In comes Taylor. This is down the leg side. They're going to take one. They could be taking two. Thane turns and calls his partner through, and he will take the 2 runs. 2 more to Thane. He comes to double figures of 10, and the score 147 for 5. Plenty of time left in this game. So, in theory, we've got 96 overs today. We've had tea, so I'll look at the end of this over to suggest how many are remaining. As Taylor on his way in, bowls right arm over. This is slightly driven in to out, not really entirely under control. It goes through the vacant backward point, down to third man for 1 run, and Noah Thane will keep the strike. He moves to 11, score 148 for 5, and remaining, as I look at the scoreboard, it says minimum remaining 27 overs, and it is now 4 minutes past 5. So we'll probably have a little bit of overtime tonight. Not a problem, because the light at the moment looks good. Bright sunshine. Many in front of us are wearing caps. It's cricket sun hats, Essex hats, Worcester hats. And it's a good afternoon now for a hat, as Ben Allison comes in. Outside off stump, where it bounces through to the keeper Roderick. There is no run. Slight bit of bounce there from Allison, who is a tall man, taller than his younger brother, the Essex batsman. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and the BBC app, online, smart speaker, and indeed Essex TV, which is the streaming that is offered on YouTube, which is outside off stump. Good delivery. I suggest that might have just nipped away, maybe a little bit of a leg cutter, but it's gone away from the right-handed Thane and gone straight into the gloves of the Worcestershire wicket-keeper. Probably just outside off stump, and he may have looked upon it and thought he could have left it. But you've got a different action with a chap like Ben Allison, who comes from over the perpendicular. He bowls again. This is down the leg side. That it could be a nick. I think it might be runs. No, it's not. It's byes. That's a little unfortunate. I thought I heard a noise, but the umpire is sure he's given byes. That's the second 4 byes that will punish Roderick. I'm not sure he could have stopped it. But importantly for Essex, they've notched up the 150. It's 152 for 5, and the applause was for the 150th run in this Essex second innings. Allison again, won't bowl down the leg side this time. No, he doesn't. It's in the air. It's ballooned into the air. It was in the air for a little while, but it wasn't an opportunity for a catch. I think it might be Damien D'Oliveira who fielded it, and there is no run, but it was driven just slightly on the up. It was in the air for a little while, but nowhere near a fielder. Was that a good update, sir?
Well, it went on a bit longer than I thought, because I got asked a few questions about the way it was going. But yeah, It was a two-way, yeah. They are on a Saturday afternoon because of the sports show. I was interested, Dom, as this one's played to mid-wicket. That one that went for 4 byes from Ben Allison.
I thought
down the leg side, but it took off, didn't it? It really took off, and Roderick was diving up to his left, and it just showed that he, I'll go back to what I said this morning. I think there's a few little indentations on the pitch, and if the ball hits one of them in a certain way, just that steepling bounce.
And sometimes we address that as just traffic over the surface over a few days.
Yeah.
It does get a little bit uneven on day 4, as this is played and left alone by the batsman. Thane, end of the over, 152 for 5. All I was going to say was, with the natural organic traffic that you see over the 3 or 4 days, but Essex wickets, if you bowl quite straight, you find sometimes there's a little bit of uneven bounce that creeps in during the course of day 4.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at, really. And I think it also just underlines how well Paul Walters played, and his height has been a useful tool in his bag, really, because he's just occasionally been able to ride that bounce in a way that probably nobody else has, and that's why he's made the biggest score of the game, and it becomes a crucial knock. That said, he's only added 4 since tea. He faces now as Taylor comes in round the wicket, and he makes that 5 as he clips this one away. Makes that 8, in fact, because that's his first boundary since the break. He clips that one, over pitched on leg stump, away behind square on the leg side, and moves on to 77. I go back, I say it again, I've said it lots of times. I hope I can't say I hope I'm wrong, but it's just an opinion. But I said even last night, if somebody gets 100 in this game, I reckon they'll finish on the winning side, and I'm standing by that. And if it's Paul Walter, as it could well be, then he will have earned it. 77 now. Taylor is into him round the wicket, and he just steers this one down on the offside and takes a single, which is pretty much on offer on the offside. They've got 1 man in the ring and a man at deep mid-off, but 2 men back, 1 on the cover boundary, 1 on the 3rd man boundary, and Worcestershire much rather bowl at the moment at Noah Thane, who's on 11. 156 for 5. But one of the things that was said in my recent two-way, Don, and it's a cliche, but it is a cliche for a reason, and that's because it's pretty much a universal truth, is that if you look at the scoreboard and you add a couple of wickets to it, so if you make that 156 for 5, 156 for 7, as Taylor bowls and Thane punches up to mid-on, then with a lead of just 130 odd, it looks again really quite close, and this is still a very, very closely contested game at the moment. At the moment, Essex, I think, just as long as Walter's there, just perhaps easing in front slightly with 5 wickets left, and the lead well over 100, but a couple of wickets could change the mood very, very quickly indeed. Here's Taylor over the wicket from the gooch end, down the hill, bowls to Thane, and he's just pushing this down on the onside, and there's no running. You'd certainly be thinking like that if you were out there, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It's interesting. What would they have said at tea time? You're absolutely right. Does somebody like Paul Walter respond with a bit of pressure by the coach saying, hey, listen, we need you to keep battling, don't do anything daft? Or does some batsmen feel a bit more pressure and they look at him and go, let's not say anything to him, let him just do his business? There are coaches that will look upon that and tell their charges.
Taylor in again, bowls to Thane. Thane plays up to mid-off and there's no room. One thing I do think has happened since tea, at tea it was 100, so we've had 19 runs added since tea in 40 minutes or so, I think, and it's been fairly slow progress. Noah Thane has come out and played much more responsibly than Cox, Critchley and Pepper did. I think Snater will come out all guns blazing because that's the way he plays, but I think at tea they said, you know what, this next hour could be really, if we can get through this next hour without losing a wicket, and they have done so far as Thane plays this one away on the leg side, and there's no run. So the end of a good over, it's nip and tuck. It's not been, it hasn't got away from Worcestershire since tea, but at the same time, Waite, who was bowling that lovely spell before tea, was more threatening than Taylor and Allison have been since the break.
I think you're right, but for me, and I can't remember if it was you or with Mel, I talked about I'm pleased for Noah Thane here because, look, up at Trent Bridge, he had a no ball problem and he didn't bowl as well and he found it a little bit more challenging. And the young lad will be looking for confidence. Allison is in. This is played, not intended where he wanted to go. He's played it into the offside, but he was looking to play straighter or indeed maybe whipping it. And this is where Paul Walter has to remind him. Or if there was a senior pro at the other end of Paul Walter, they'll be just saying, hey, keep playing straight. And I think he's doing that to himself right now as we're speaking. I do, because he looked to try and whip it and he ended up playing it on the offside unintentionally. As Allison on his way into Walter. One slip. This is carefully selected where he plays a forward defensive. He walks his shot slightly because he hasn't taken a big enough stride, not a problem, and he just pats it back down the wicket for no run. Noah Thane got 2 wickets today. I think he bowled 6 overs. You'll tell me 6 overs, 2 for 28?
29.
29.
Yeah.
But he got 2 wickets. He took a good catch.
Yeah.
I just sense those kinds of contributions will help him with his confidence.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah. As a young fella, I think he's 20. Allison bowls, clipped. This is possibly off the bat. We'll have a look at the umpire. Maybe leg buys. It goes down to a fine leg for 1. And it's 1 run to Paul Walter. Moves to 79. Score 158 for 5. And the game, you know, this wonderful game of cricket is really played in the mind. And this 4-day game of cricket especially. You know, you've got to, I dare I say this, but there is plenty of opportunity to study and to think about the fear of failure. So confidence plays a huge part in this competition. This time playing a miss as the ball comes back in from outside.
Hasn't had a lot of luck, Ben Allison, has he?
No, he hasn't.
I think he's been.
Do you know, I'll say it again,
quite a lot.
I'll say it again. He's awkward to face because he has that over the perpendicular. So you're always conscious that the ball's coming back in from that angle a little bit. So you're suckered into playing balls, which you might not need to.
And he can get it to go the other way off the seam.
Yeah.
As well.
He's coming in, arms are pumping at the crease. This is nice and straight, forced into the leg side safely by Noah Thane, and there is no run. No, it's not end of the over. The umpire has done me there because square leg, and he's moving back. He thought it was over. The two of us. Well, according to Steve O'Shaughnessy and Don Topley, this is a 7-ball over.
Don't get them anymore, do you? You don't get them anymore because the scorers usually tell the umpires, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Allison on his way in up the slope, bowls, comes forward to Thane, says no very quickly as it goes out to extra cover, and that is the end of the over. 158 for 5, which means there's a lead of 135. Wow, what would Essex do for doubling that lead, eh?
Well, I think anything over 200 is going to take some getting. I really do. Jacob Duffy's going to come back into the attack. That's interesting because he's the quickest bowler Worcestershire have got, but he's also been the most expensive. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 48 his figures. He did bowl very well in the first innings, 4 for 39 from 16, so he's a lot tidier in the first innings. Paul Walter has been particularly severe on him when he's erred in line, particularly when he's bowled wide of the off stump. 1 slip in place, man back on the cut, deep backward point, and a deep wide third man as well. As Duffy is in down the hill and bowls, and Walter is trying to cut but just gets a sort of bottom corner on it and it dribbles out on the offside. 1 slip in place. The men out. If you're just joining us, and I know people are all the time, Worcestershire earlier today 202 all out, a lead of 23, and in this Essex second innings, Charlie Ellison out for 24, Tom Westley for 3, Jordan Cox for 24, Matt Critchley for 5, and Michael Pepper for 1. But Paul Walter's been there since the start, 79 not out, and that makes it 80 as he steers Duffy down to third man. Excuse me, for a single. Noah Thane is on 11, and these two so far have added 31 for this 6th wicket. That doesn't sound a lot, but actually it's quite a significant contribution.
Tonight's weather, a clear sky and a moderate breeze. CM2, where we are, CM2 OPG, is going to go down to a low of 3 degrees.
Jacob Duffy over the wicket, bowls to Thane, who works this one off his pads, and he'll pick up 2 as it's gone wide of the man at square leg. Ben Allison comes round from long leg to do the fielding, so 2 more to Thane, takes him to 13, 161 for 5.
I can categorically tell you, Frank, that Easter Day will see no rain.
No rain.
Here at CM2.
No.
And you'll get a top temperature of 14 degrees.
Right, so chilly but bright then tomorrow.
Yep.
There's Jacob Duffy down the hill again. He's in, he bowls. Oh, good delivery to Thane. Hit the deck hard with that one, and it climbed past the outside edge. Whether he actually played or pulled his bat away, I'm not sure. I think he played at it, but it was well clear of the shoulder of the bat. It really did climb steeply, and that's encouraging in many ways for Essex, because
it's still doing it.
It's still doing it. It really is, and I think it will tomorrow as well. Changing the field, third man going back. I approve of that. But a man coming over from mid wicket, so he doesn't want to over pitch on leg stump. They've got quite a big gap at mid wicket. Get the line right. Duffy, 2 slips in place, comes into Thane, bowls, and actually doesn't get the line right. Thane does work it on the onside, but 2 squares to get it through that gap, and a tumbling Jake Libby at mid wicket prevents any addition. 161 for 5.
Now, day 4, which is Monday the 21st, again, not much rain until after lunch, perhaps.
Duffy in, bowls, and Thane is forward, pushing out on the offside for a single. Well, that won't bother us, because I don't think we'll be here. Thane will keep the strike. That is the end of the over. 162 for 5. Walter has 80. Thane now has 14. And one of the umpires has just come running off. Don't think it's a change of ball, but something is maybe, well, I think he's come to get the gauge, I think, so that they can put the ball through it, because Brett Oliveira appears to have asked the question about it. No, it's not that.
No?
Something that Steve O'Shaughnessy didn't have. It might be the gauge, but they're not putting it through yet. Oliveira's looking quizzically at the ball, isn't he? Chucks it to Ben Allison, and there's no change. 2 slips in place. Here we go.
Allison bowling to the right-handed Thane. Thane goes forward. There's an inside edge. I think it might be just a single. We'll look at the umpire. Inside edge onto pad. Yes, I think it is. So Thane gets off strike. That brings 80 not out. Paul Walter to face Ben Allison, who these two, the bowler and batsman, played together quite often last year. 2 tall fellas. Allison played locally for Brentwood in the Essex League. And he comes in, bowls. This is clipped off his legs. It's going to run away all the way down, but only for 1 run at deep square leg. Good looking shot. That's what Paul Walter likes there, and that was very much on his legs. 164 for 5. Ben Allison, who I mentioned played for Brentwood, had a very good season in the is it the National Club competition?
Played the final at New Road.
That's right.
Yeah.
And won it as the former Brentwood bowler comes in. It's driven by Thane up to mid-off where there is no run. Thane, if he wouldn't playing in county cricket today, would have played for, I think it is it something like, it's pronounced Brabham in Cambridgeshire. I think they won the East Anglia Premier. It was a merger of two clubs, as we often see. They were playing Whittam at home, and this time it's Driven. And listen, he is so pleased that he is not playing for his club, that he's playing for Essex today, with a gorgeous shot off the front foot through the covers. That was a little bit of poetry there. That was a gorgeous shot. And that brings him 4 runs to 19, score 168 for 5 with the lead now. I'm just looking for the screen. On the lead is 145. So it's approaching a 150 run lead with 5 wickets remaining. Allison is in, outside off stump. Better length, goes through to the keeper. It's left well alone by Noah Thane. Bright sunshine. This last hour, couple of hours, has been very pleasant here at Chelmsford, hasn't it?
It has. Best weather of the game, I think.
Let me look at your cap. You've got your Worcestershire cap.
It's my Joe Leach testimonial.
Joe
cap.
Leach?
Yeah. He would have been
so
useful on this pitch.
Yes, and he'll be listening.
Well, he might be. He might be occupied with his children on a Saturday afternoon now.
Good afternoon to the Leaches, as Ben bowls there. Ben Allison, and it's played off the back foot into the covers, no run. And he's got himself a new job.
Yeah, he's working for the PCA now permanently as I'm not sure the exact title, cricket operations, something like that. So it's a bit of a Worcestershire duopoly really, because Darryl Mitchell, who did also have a role when he retired, has become chief executive.
Yep.
However, I am assured, and I think it's fair to say, that Joe had to go through a very rigorous interview process for the job and is highly qualified and got it genuinely on the merits that he has, and he's already been very busy. He's got an office at Edgbaston. He's been getting around the counties doing all the pre-season stuff with almost every county, I think, up and down the country.
Yes.
Reminding the players of what the PCA can do for them and how important it is, and it is hugely important, both when you're playing and when you finish playing. Is Jacob Duffy bowling to Paul Walter. That's a lovely shot by Walter, really high quality shot, whipped through mid wicket. It wasn't a half volley, and he's timed it beautifully, and it's been the innings of the game. There's no question about that from Paul Walter. He's gone on to 85 with that boundary, and the lead is mounting all the time, getting up towards 150. It's highly significant, and he is the key man. Been there since the start. Brilliant effort from the tall man. As Duffy bowls to him, and he almost gets through. A little inside edge from Walter, just takes it out to square leg. Hands on heads all around the wicket. That really did look as though it almost squeezed through.
Well, if you remember, Frank, in the first innings, he was the first man to
Yeah.
fall in the first day on the first morning.
He was. He lost 2 stumps, didn't he?
Where he started to try and whip Jacob Duffy, the said bowler.
Yeah,
So-
almost an action replay, that one.
Just remind yourself, Paul, come on.
There's 100 there, isn't there?
Don't miss out on this 100 like he did against Surrey.
Duffy in, bowls to him, and he drives on the offside. Straight to mid-off this time. And there's no run.
That first game against Surrey, Walter made 95, and 3 other Essex guys, Cox, Critchley and Pepper, made centuries. And it would have been an unusual feat to have seen 4 of them. And he would have been the first one there. He opened and played really nicely against Surrey.
Well, he's played really well today too, as Duffy bowls, and he swings this one away on the leg side. More of a short arm pull, this one, but it's gone to the same part of the ground. It's not going to bring him 4, but that's due to the fleet-footedness of the Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who chased it all the way back and pulled it up just inside the rope. Just I think he did, yeah. So just 2 more to fall Walter, but it's good stuff from the big man. Absolutely crucial innings in the context of this game. Jacob Duffy bowls again to him, and he cuts, gets a single out to deep cover. Very, very good from Walter. 89 now to him. And, well, absolutely the innings of the game. In fact, 88. I was just a bit ahead of the scoreboard. 88 to him, 19 for Thane. And this is a really good partnership, you know. Getting up towards 50. Just 3 runs short of a 50 partnership. And when they came together, Essex were just rocking a little bit. Duffy now to Thane, the right-hander. Bowls, and Thane edges it down to third man. Good delivery from Duffy, but single down to third man, and Thane will keep the strike. He goes to 20, 178 for 5.
That
lead
punch
153, 155.
That punch ball off the back foot was a very good shot, reminiscent of people like David Turner, David Gower. You know, they rock back and they don't play a proper cross bat shot. They just play with a big bottom hand and punch Paul because they can. They've got that timing, and Paul Water then played that very well. No worries, and Frank's going to do an update as Ben Allison comes in, played into the leg side. Noah Thane will take a single out to backward square leg where there is 1 run. Score 176 for 5. Walter 88 about to face, and Noah Thane on 21 again, been impressive for me because he's learning and gaining experience as a number 7 batsman here, or 8, and in comes Allison. This Walter plays in to backward point where there is 1 run, and there is the applause for the 50-run partnership with these two. 128 for 5 they came together, and they've carried it on to 178. I've really enjoyed the day. It's ebbed and flowed. It's been good cricket, hard cricket, where there's always been a consequence. Bowling well, bowling badly, batting well, batting badly. As Allison bowls, a bit of an effort ball there. Thane comes forward, and there's an ooh and an ah, but I'm going to suggest he did that all right, played it well. Both batsmen go and do a bit of gardening, which I will tomorrow. The weather looks set fair. Might be about 3 degrees tonight, so beware of any little ground frosts for your veg or your flowers. But it's Allison in and played off the back foot up to mid-on where there is no run. Brett D'Oliveira, I think it is, clapping his bowler, saying well bowled. The Allisons' mum and dad were here yesterday, saw them last night. Naturally, they would be 2 very proud parents. Both boys playing first-class cricket. Running up the hill. Ben Allison bowls, and it's played into the covers where there is no run. And now deep square leg goes back. Will this be a bit of kidolity? Noah Thane looks and watches the square leg walk back, so he realises there's a man set back. Will be this the double bluff? Will he bounce him? It's a huge boundary to clear. You know, he is 5 metres in on the boundary beneath the pavilion. What length will Allison bowl? He pitches up, it's driven, and it's driving, and he's driving it beautifully as they chase after it. And I think it's gone, no, it has been pulled up. That's a great bit of fielding by the Worcestershire extra covering mid-off as they share the fielding, and good shot from Noah Thane. He picks up 3, he retains the strike at the end of that Allison over, and we're looking at the score, it's 107 181 now for 5. Thane on 24 and Walter on 89. The lead 158. Well, it's been a good partnership. It's been a great opportunity for Noah Thane, who's facing. It's going to be Jacob Duffy to continue. I can't see a third man, but I do think there's a backward point now. 2 slips for the Kiwi. He bowls. It's played off the back foot into the offside, where there is no run. 181 for 5. We were commenting on the floodlights and their shadows, which came across Steve O'Shaughnessy and the batsman at the non-striking end. Well, it's going way across the square now. Very lengthy shadows. Duffy in, quicker ball, effort ball, which is push driven up to mid-off, no run. An emergency vehicle down the other end of Parkway behind us, the dual carriageway that goes through Chelmsford. It crosses quite a famous street called Molsham Street, which is in the town and then is quite adjacent to us to our left. This is played off the back foot into the covers. There is no run. Molsham Street has got an array of restaurants, cafes, barbers, a couple of supermarkets, express supermarkets I might add. Duffy turns, wipes his brow, ball in hand, pumping away. He's on his way in past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Effort ball there, which is push driven, forward defensive like up to mid off, and there is no run. '51st over of Essex's second innings. A ring on the offside, 2 slips, a man back on the boundary at deep square leg and conventional fine leg. Duffy's in as a bouncer. That's a gorgeous delivery there from the big strong Kiwi. That was a serious bouncer, which Steve O'Shaughnessy suggests is the one for the over. But my word, that was a bit of a waking up for Noah Thane as he jumped in the air. He wanted to play it and then got in a bit of a, not a mess, but he ended up having to avoid, he had to end up moving his head away without being sconned. That was lovely to watch. Good cricket, well bowled, well played. Duffy in again, not quite as short, played wide of mid-on, who misfields it. An Essex pick up 2. There should have only been 1. Are we allowed to publicly admonish? Who was that?
It was Matthew Wett, who's about to come on and have a bowl. I think he's just been loosening up, and
I can forgive him.
It was the old-fashioned sticker foot on it at mid-on, wasn't it? Sticker clog on it, like they used to do in the old days, and he didn't. He missed it, and it rolled under his foot and out for a throw-in, didn't it?
It was.
We'll
more,
forgive him. He's bowled so well.
Doncaster than Leeds United.
And he supports Leeds United. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It was a bit of a mistake. He'll get a bit of stick.
No, fair. But he's played, and for me, he's enhanced his reputation. He looked good with the bat. He's been effective with the ball, and I think he is an honest and a damn good county cricketer.
He is. I'll tell you a little story about him, Don, that I may have told before, and people might have heard me say it before. But 2 years ago in the Championship, he came on loan. And then was obviously has been signed subsequently. 2 years ago at Cheltenham.
He's on his way in, bowling to Walter, who pulls it into the leg side. There's going to be 1. They're going to look for 2, and Paul Walter calls for 2. He gets back, and that's 185 for 5.
He came into bat at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire on the first day, just before lunch, and he started to hit the ball just like he did today. And I don't think anybody really expected it. And he must have hit 8 boundaries in 3 overs before lunch. He went off at lunch, and everybody said, "Goodness me, didn't realise that he could do that."
As he's coming in, right arm over. Oh, Paul, what have you done there? Nearly ballooned it in the offside. He was looking to play, I think, straight or into the leg side, and he's got a leading edge, but safely in just over the infield, where he's picked up 2 runs into the offside, 187 for 5.
And then he came out after lunch and he carried on, and he made 60 off about 40 balls. It was sensational. And then he did it again in the second innings. After that game, I nicknamed him Beefy, because I said that was just the sort of innings that Ian Botham used to play. And he did it today. He did it at Headingley the other day in a low-scoring innings. He came in and played with a fluency that nobody else did. He does that, and it took everybody by surprise today in the box this morning, didn't it? When he came in and he timed it, but he does it. He does it regularly. He really does.
He's in again. This time as a play and a miss. Paul Walter, is he getting a bit tired? Is he getting a bit frustrated? He has to find the will to keep battling for his beloved Essex here. He's calling for something at the pavilion. I don't know if it's gloves, but what I was going to say to you, look, I talked about this young man, Matthew Waite, and I use the word glamorous. He isn't glamorous.
Yeah.
All right. That's a credit, but he's a cricketer of character.
Yeah.
As he comes in, this is outside off stump. Walter leaves it alone. That's good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a wholehearted cricketer, and he makes a big contribution to the side. And he plays all formats.
Does he?
Yeah.
He has a big role to play in white ball.
Well, I said yesterday in Edgbaston last year in the T20 last over of the innings, George Garton bowling, he hit him for 5 sixes and a 4 in the last over. It was phenomenal striking. Yeah.
It's hard to judge. How tall is he? How big is he?
He's quite a big lad. He's probably about 6'1", 6'2".
As he comes in, right arm over, plays and misses.
Me.
He's a bowler that has a big bowling arm. He hits the deck
He
quite
does hit
hard.
the deck, yeah. And he's got a natural shape away from the right-hander.
Has he? But Paul Walter, well, he looks like, if you said to me there's a gentleman that's got 93,
and you've just beaten him twice.
Having seen this over, you would assume it's the fella down the other end. But he just needs to restart, maybe refocus. They're putting in another slip now for Walter, who
6 foot.
He's 6 foot, is he? So he's not huge. But Walter needs to survive. And of course, when you get hundreds in county cricket, you don't just score it and you just look good and sound good and you just hit the ball. There will be times that he goes through difficult periods of the play, and it's clearly in the 90s right at the moment, and he plays and misses again, of which Waite puts his hands to his head in disbelief. That's the end of a brilliant over, 187 for 5. Walter goes to see it's not the 12th man, it's a support member.
He's getting some gloves. I think he just needs a breather and a drink and a reset, doesn't he? Three player misses and that squirted leading edge in that over. Matthew Waite can consider himself pretty unlucky not to have added to his 3 for 16. And it just shows, doesn't it, the nervous 90s. They affect everybody, I reckon. 93, he's been out in the 90s already this season. He's earned it, he really has. He's played superbly well. And he's had his luck, he's had his play and misses, he's had his little chops down past the stumps, a couple of shouts for LBW, but he has guided Essex into a position of real strength in this competition at the moment. 164 ahead with 5 wickets remaining, and another bowling change for Worcestershire as Ethan Brooks comes into the attack and bowls to Noah Thane, who plays this out on the onside. Ethan Brooks, very much the 5th seamer, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. Not a great deal of pace.
Well, when he was
just
at
wobbles it
Warwickshire,
around, nips it around, good bowler in white ball. Yeah.
When he was at Warwickshire, he had pace.
No,
right?
that's his brother.
That's his brother,
Yeah.
is it?
Henry, who's now at Middlesex.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
No, Ethan's always been a batter who bowls a little bit. He comes in now and bowls, and this is pushed out on the onside.
I stand corrected. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
There was even mention of higher honours for Harry Brooke.
Henry, who's in the Middlesex side at the moment, and they both left Warwickshire at the same time, having been in the pathway together. In comes Ethan now and bowls, and on the back foot, this one pushed out on the offside by Noah Thane, and there's no run. Started life, Ethan, the same club that I did when I was a young lad, Alton and West Warwickshire in Solihull, and I played with Ethan's dad, Ian, and his brother, his uncle Tim, Ian's brother, and also coached Ethan a little bit back in the under-15 period. He comes in now and bowls and finds the outside edge as Thane looks to push on the offside. Kashif Ali feels at backward point. So he's from a cricketing family. Ben, the elder brother of the three, also was on the Warwickshire pathway for a while, doesn't actually play cricket anymore. But Henry and Ethan both involved in this round of Division, well, I was going to say Division 1 games, but Henry in Division 2 with Middlesex. Bottom edge from Thane onto the pad, it runs away on the offside. But he's an imaginative batsman, as you saw this morning, and here last year he played very well. Made 70, I think, in the win for Worcestershire here last year, and he picked up a wicket this morning. He's looking to just do a little bit in that fifth seamer role. Very good white ball player, good fielder, has a big role to play for Worcestershire. Comes in now and bowls, and nearly gets there. It's a really good delivery, that one. It's just went away. Wow, that was a good delivery. Went away off the seam, big leg cutter, and Thane played inside it. Just another reminder, should we need one, that this pitch is still helping the bowler. End of the over, good over from Ethan Brooks, 187 for 5.
Durham a 264 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 307. Bad light stops play up there. Hampshire are 168 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 184 all out. Sussex made 435 and Surrey are 9 for no wicket. Hugh Turberville was there yesterday and said it was flat. Waite comes in. Paul Water gets a bat on this one and plays it quite slowly and subtly with soft hands and takes a quick single up to mid-off. He said the Sussex game at Hove, that looked flat. So we'll see if they can find a way of getting Sibley out. He's only just started batting.
He's had a good season, hasn't he, so far?
Warwickshire, well, you mentioned about the Brooks leaving Warwickshire. Well, Warwickshire are 93 all out, and in reply, Notts, well, they're 136 for 4. That's them in Division 1. This is played into the leg side. Kent, well, they're fighting against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have made 472. Kent, who have won 2 out of 2 games, are 286 for 6. So they may have to give away a bit of a lead. And another game which was affected by the rain yesterday, Lancashire and Leicestershire. Lancashire made 263 and Leicestershire in reply after 8 overs are 41 for no wicket. And the last game I'm going to mention is Middlesex and Glamorgan. Middlesex made, or are, and this is an LBW shout, but going down, no leg by, a simple dot ball for the bowler. Middlesex are 315 for 4, and that is a lead, but also against Glamorgan's reply. Glamorgan made a first innings of 199. So Middlesex are very much in the ascendancy there.
And Henry Brooks 1 for 54 in that Glamorgan first innings, just looking at it.
Matthew Waite on his way in past the umpire, bowls, forced off the back foot, but he doesn't pierce the infield. It's fielded cover. There is no run. 188 for 5, the lead 165, so it's just slowly going up. Essex would be very pleased if with the remaining overs, 16 overs, so we've got about an hour's cricket left, but if they can get it up to 200 with the 5 wickets still remaining, that does put them in the pound seats.
Very much so.
Waite comes in, outside off stump, left alone, through to the keeper. No runs.
Yeah, I said this morning when I was asked by somebody in the studio in Worcester what I thought would be a good lead, and I said I don't think Worcestershire would want to chase more than 200. I mean, we've all seen run chases on pitches like this, successful, and they're higher than that, but that looked about the sort of thing you'd be thinking about really to me, and I still thought that until tea.
Driven up to mid-off, there is no run. End of the over, 188 for 5.
But it does look now as though it'll be significantly more than that. Paul Walter, key man, still there, and a lot of credit to Noah Thane in my opinion. I think he's played really well for this 26. It's not been easy. The odd one's still climbing, going past the shoulder of the bat, but he's brought a bit more calm to it than the previous 2 or 3 batsmen that were out there with Walter, and it's been a very, very good partnership this so far. They've added 60 for this 6th wicket, and that's very good cricket from this 6th wicket pair. Ethan Brooks to carry on, bowling to Walter. Pretty much the same field, 1 slip, a man on the drive at mid-wicket, man on the drive at extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, 2 men back on the offside boundary. And Walter just punches this with the bottom hand up to mid-on, and there's no run on this occasion. So the shadow's lengthening. It's been a fascinating day. It's been a fascinating game actually. It really has held your attention. So there's that to be said for the pitch. As Brooks is in and bowls to Walter, and he's pushing out on the onside. And by that what I mean is, you could argue that this pitch is a little bit too much in favour of the bowler, but what it has done is it's produced a game that you can't really take your eye off, and anything can happen. And even when there's a partnership like this, you're still thinking that it could be ended at any moment. As Brooks bowls, and Walter is down the pitch and looking to hit that over the leg side. He misses it. It misses the stumps by a fraction. Gareth Roderick takes it, and Paul Walsh, well, he would have kicked himself if he'd been out to that one, because he's on 94, and it just shows you that even an experienced player, with all the experience he's got in all forms of cricket, can just get a little bit nervous in the 90s. Brooks again is in and bowls, and this time just pushes out on the onside. It was an extraordinary lapse that done. You can see why he did it. I mean, that voice in your head says when you're in the 90s, you know, only one shot could do it here, or you get to 96 and think, oh, I just need to, just all I've got to do is clip it through there, and it's so tempting to give into that. Brooks again into Walter, bowls, drives up to mid-off, fielded by Waite, and there's no run. 188 for 5. Good little tense bit of cricket here at the moment with Ethan Brooks with his gentle medium pace, bowling to Walter, who's on 94, round the wicket, in again, bowls, and Walter is clipping this one down to long leg. Brooks head in hands again. If he'd have missed that, I think they'd have been going up. He's taken it off the stumps, but he didn't miss it. He got a bat on it. He's kept the strike. They're having a little exchange, the two of them, all very friendly, I think. That's the end of that. Was a good over from Ethan Brooks, 189 for 5 at the end of it.
Yep, you're listening to Frank Watson, Don Topley, Mel Farrell is with us, BBC Essex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, and you're listening to us on the online, the app, maybe the smart speaker, and indeed you'll be watching on the streaming. It's a pleasure to bring you the action. It's going to be Matthew Waite with 2 slips and a short mid-wicket catching, and this is clipped off Walter's legs. They're going to take a simple, they amble through for the single. They're now walking, the pair of them. 190 for 5. Paul Walter ever closer, 96 runs he has, a boundary away, and he's made 95 against Surrey in the first day of the 2025 Rothesay County Championship season. Can he go further? In comes Wait, drags Thane forward, who plays to the man catching on the offside at short extra cover, no run. His teammates be willing him to get to 100, having got one more now than his season's best, and that was in the first innings against Surrey. Wait on his way in, passes the umpire, plays on the back foot, does Thane, with a correct bat face, facing the bowler from where it's to come from. And it's obviously quite flat now. The ball is old, it's 56 overs old, so conditions are quite nice. Yes, it's still doing a little bit, but Essex have got to cope with this because they need to get themselves into a winning position, driven up quite full up to mid-on where there is no run. All very quiet again. Walter sort of almost sitting on his bat handle, looking away from us. He's at the non-strikers. Number 22 on his shirt. Thane has 8. 2 slips are waiting. Quite quiet out there. Bowlers in. This is a little bit more effort in that delivery from Worcestershire, and it's played sort of towards mid-wicket. Fields it, he intercepts it. Thane wanders away from his crease, comes back, bat aloft. He pats the crease a couple of times with his bat, stands aloft. The bowler's on his way. Wait bowls outside off stump. Thane has a decent stride there to leave it alone, and it goes through to the keeper. Wait, 12 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 18. Brooks has 6 overs, 1 maiden, and he's got 1 for 10. Walter has 96 and will be facing. Thane watching from the non-strikers end on 26 not out. Good for his education. This is tremendous for Noah Thane.
I'll let you commentate as he's on 96, Don, and I'll nip off and do my very final update.
In comes Brooks, round the wicket to Paul Walter, who caresses it, punch pulls it, and he gets 100. He takes his helmet off. The man with 22 raises bat and helmet to the pavilion and salutes the crowd and even cuddles Noah Thane, because I do think Noah Thane has contributed to this partnership emotionally and numerically. Well played, Paul Walter. Paul Walter will be absolutely over the moon. He's beaten his season's best. He's gone on to 100, and this is such an important knock for Paul Walter. 100 in 149 balls. He takes his gloves off. He goes back and has a couple of metres walk, puts his gloves back on and starts again. Plays it into the leg side, looks for a quick single. Noah Thane moves quickly, young man runs well, and Walter and Essex get another run. 195 now for 5, and the lead moves to 172. Well played, Paul Walter. What a great moment it is. He's contributing in what he and the coach and the captain hope is a Essex win. And he's just got to battle on, start again, carry on. He's played well, played some great shots off his legs, and when they bowled a bit of width, he's used his full elevation and played some great cuts shots. But this delivery is bowled and opened the face of the bat down to backward point where Thane won't get a run. Walter practiced a couple of shots at the non-striker's end. He must be so pleased having missed out with his 95 against Surrey on the first day of the season. Outside off stump, just bounces a bit from Brooks, possibly nips back. It's left on length by Thane. Good cricket from Essex. In comes Brooks, right arm over the wicket from the Hayes close end, down the leg side, wasted delivery. The keeper Roderick does well to move to collect that ball that really did go down wide of the leg side. A bit of cloud towards the west now. The sun is still shining, but we can see a little bit more cloud to the west than we can to the east. Thane, the right-handed Essex batsman, is facing Brooks. They get a single. They are looking for two. They won't get two. As Thane picks up a single, because I think he's hit it onto his pad into the leg side. And the umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy, calls over with Essex 196 for 5. Thane 27, but Paul Walter 101 not out. And Essex lead by 173. A few seagulls have come a little bit closer inland, flying around the Ambassador Cruise Line ground here at Chelmsford. In comes Waite. 2 slips waiting to Thane. Thane nice and straight, plays into the leg side. There is no run. What did you say to your parishioners?
I said Paul Walter's innings is the innings of the match. He hasn't been without a bit of good fortune. He got a little bit nervous in the 90s, but he has brought up his 100, and it's been a superb effort, and it's the difference between the two teams at the moment. I'd go as far as to say that.
I'd agree. Waite in, driven in to the offside where it finds a fielder.
But I agree with you that he's got good support from Thane. I dare I say that it might just be flattening out a little bit. I think that'll be different with a newer ball.
Yes.
But it's been a really good partnership, and Worcestershire, if they're going to give themselves a chance tomorrow, they need another couple of wickets tonight, I think.
Yes.
That'd be my assessment in a nutshell.
As Waite moves in, passes the umpire, strong front arm ball, just comes back off the straight, comes back towards the right-hander. It's a good leave, we have to say, but it's well bowled, we also say. Through to the keeper, dot ball, 196 for 5. Long shadows still. It's a bit chilly. There's a plane north of Chelmsford. I would say that's probably taken off from Stansted, which isn't that far away. 25 minutes in the car from Chelmsford. As there's a nick onto the pad, which if it hadn't been for the nick, it probably would have been an LBW, because it looked to me, Frank, he was playing French cricket.
Yeah, got turned around a bit. Kept a bit low, didn't it, maybe?
Yeah, Chelmsford does, day 4. Will we see it happen a bit earlier with all the traffic? Both teams have bowled quite straight quite a lot of the time, so there's been quite a lot of balls bowled into the same area, and you do get a few indentations. In comes Waite. This is clipped into the leg side. That's going to run away, and it will run away for 4. All Worcestershire can do is go and retrieve it. That's a good looking shot, and that brings up the 200, does it not? Or does it? We'll wait and
Yeah, I
see.
think it does, yeah.
Yeah, it does. There's the applause to suggest the 200, which means the lead is 177, because Worcestershire did very well to get a first innings lead of 23. the game keeps giving here. Essex are moving along. We've seen wickets predominantly throughout the 5 sessions, but this session less so. Forced into the leg side. That was a good shot for 1 as Noah Thane keeps the strike, played through mid-wicket. Paul Walter can have a rest and watch a little further. I think someone's coming out with a drink, not changing gloves. He's got a towel if he needs to wipe his brow. He drops his bat, gloves and helmet, and the 12th offers both the boys a drink, and then neither have taken the towel to wipe their brow. But Paul Walter, the man of the moment, 101 not out, must be so pleased with his efforts. He's taken a bite of something, whether it's
an energy gel.
Energy bar, yeah. Okay, we didn't have that. We used to have a banana or jelly babies.
Still quite a few bananas around, I think, but they have these energy gels that they just squirt down. Footballers have them as well. They get them down in seconds. It takes a minute or two to eat a banana.
Is it?
But yeah, he called for that as soon as he got his 100, and it just tells you he's setting his stall out. He's intending to still be there tomorrow, I think, and I don't blame him. Worcestershire knowing that it only takes 1 ball, and it's Ethan Brooks with the ball in hand coming from the Gooch end down the hill to bowl to Noah Thane. He bowls, and Thane is driving nicely out on the offside, beats the diving fielder at extra cover. Brett D'Oliveira in pursuit, can't stop it. 4 runs to Noah Thane, who's just beginning to expand his repertoire now. Looking very good for it. Goes to 36 with that boundary, and the Essex second innings is expanding as we speak, and further runs, or one of them anyway, for Noah Thane here, clipping this one off his pads through mid-wicket for a single. As Don vacates his seat and Mel Farrell comes back in alongside me, doing busy away, tapping away in the back of the box, writing her stuff. Busy as ever, Mel. Multifaceted journalist. It's easy for us to just sit here and talk. Brooks bowls, Walter cuts off the back foot, wide of fielder at extra cover, and just jogs through for a single. I wouldn't say Worcestershire are looking flat in the field, but you have to say that there's a feeling, Mel, that with this lead creeping up towards 200 and still 5 wickets in hand, Walter's innings and this partnership in particular just feel that they're taking the game away a little bit.
Particularly, I was just thinking that Noah Thane is looking more and more comfortable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Brooks bowls to him and he just pushes out square on the offside. That said, a glimmer of hope could be for Worcestershire. I mean, the ball's getting quite old now. We're in the 59th over, but maybe it's flattening out just a little bit. Maybe a little bit less in it than there has been. That's something that we'll have to find out, really, what the opinion of the players is overnight. As Brooks is in again and bowls, and that one nips back and takes Thane on the pad, and they run through for a leg bye. Good running at this stage in the day from Walter. Just to recap, his 100 came off 149 balls with 13 fours. He got a little bit becalmed in the 90s, but he stayed focused. Nearly gave it away when he went down the pitch to Brooks and had a big waft over the leg side and almost got bowled. Then kind of got it back together and eventually pulled a short one from Brooks over mid-wicket to bring up the 3 figures, his first 100 of the season. And he waits again now as Brooks bowls to him, and he just drops it down on the offside, and there's no run. The men out in this innings, all of them before tea, all of them in the afternoon session. Charlie Allison for 24, Tom Westley for 3, Jordan Cox for 24, Matt Critchley for 5, and Michael Pepper for 1. 3 wickets for the persevering Matthew Waite. 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 23. Easily the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers. And Jacob Duffy has 1. Ethan Brooks has 1. It's Waite who's going to continue now from the Sir Alistair Cook end, and very much the case that Worcestershire need a wicket in the evening sunshine here at Chelmsford if they're going to stand a chance of getting back into it and into a position where they can win the game tomorrow.
So Waite is in over the wicket to Thane. It's a short ball. Thane just ducks under it, lets it go through. I was actually watching too when Paul Walter got that 100. There was no roar. There was no fist bump. There was no leap. Nothing like that. His head dropped back in sheer and utter relief. I think after that quite perilous period in the 90s.
And he got out in the 90s in the first game of the season, I think, as well.
Great moment for him as Waite is in. Just maybe rolled his fingers over, perhaps. No, he didn't. He got it to nip back in. But yes, a wonderful moment for him. You could just see it's been the real outlier in this game, this innings from him. And there have been testing periods, particularly that period just before tea when Waite and Brooks were bowling and they were really tight. It was maiden after maiden. There were wickets falling at the other end. And just to stay in there as Waite is in now. Just Thane lets that one go all the way through to the keeper. But he just hung in there. It's very, very stubborn innings. It hasn't been necessarily flowing. He's bludgeoned a few. He's not always looked particularly elegant, but it's just been really admirable. The ticker he has shown, I guess you might put it, in hanging around there, real stubbornness. Waite turns around, the shadow's very long here now in the late afternoon sunshine. As Waite is in, he bowls that short and down the leg side. Roderick takes it cleanly. It was occurring to me, I was thinking about this, Frank, it's all well and good when you've got helpful bowling conditions. You still have to bowl well.
Yeah.
And certainly we've seen that, I think, from Thane and Brooks. But I think a couple of the other Worcestershire bowlers will feel that they let things get away from them. Just a few too many loose balls as Waite is in, and that's driven in between the fielders at cover point and mid-off. They'll take a single.
Yeah, maybe. I think Duffy was guilty of that in his second spell, I think. When he was a little bit wide, particularly to Walter. I can't help feeling that Tom Taylor's been a bit unlucky in this innings, in both innings. And Ben Allison, I thought, was tidy enough, going at just over 3 and over. But
it's those periods. It's been such a low-scoring game that it's felt like there's been, even though they've had good conditions, there's been little room for error.
And when you do bowl a bad ball, it's more of a sin than it is on a pitch that's flat, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's it. Round the wicket to Walter comes Waite, and Walter spanks that one away through the covers. There's a chase on, and it won't get 4 runs. I'll get 2 as the ball is fielded in the shade by Kashif Ali. So that is the end of the over. 3 runs coming from it. 211 for 5, 60 overs now bowled. Walter 104. Thane is on 38. I guess that's what I'm trying to convey about when it's a good pitch for bowling. You really do want to bowl well, don't you?
Yeah. You don't want to give runs away in a low-scoring game, which is why I was making that point about how many had gone through third man earlier today. Still 10 overs left in the day. Could be a late one tonight as Ethan Brooks starts a new over from the Gooch end, and he's clipped away to mid-wicket by Noah Thane. He's played well, Thane, I think. 102 balls he's faced for his 38. For a young player, lent good support to the more senior man at the other end, Paul Walter. 104 off 153 balls for Walter. And Thane particularly has sort of steadied the ship. Brooks bowls, and he's defending this one back to the bowler, because there was a flurry of wickets just before tea, and you couldn't help feel that Jordan Cox, Matt Critchley and Michael Pepper were all just a little bit over-ambitious very early on in their innings, I think, and Worcestershire capitalised, and at 128 for 5 really thought they were in it, but that is looking a long way off now. 211 for 5 as Brooks bowls and Thane pushes out on the offside, but There could be a feeling in the Worcestershire camp that it is flattening out a little bit, and they might still have a chance in the last innings. But having said they don't want to be chasing over 200, they certainly don't want to be chasing over 300. And with 5 wickets still in hand and the lead creeping up towards 200, could well be the case. Brooks bowls, Thane leaves, taken by Roderick, and there's no run.
You said that about Thane. He's been a really good foil for Walter.
Yeah.
He's been able to manoeuvre the ball around and pick the gap without doing anything overly aggressive. And I think he's taken a bit of a pressure off Paul Walter.
Yeah. Brooks again into him. Bowls. Ooh, and he's turned round by this one. Looking to work it away on the onside and leading edge and runs out on the offside. Brooks throws his head skywards in dismay. He's been close a few times, hasn't he?
You talk about unlucky. He's got 1 for 22.
Yeah.
He could be. He could
have
3
picked
or
up
4.
3. Yeah, he could. And he is the 5th seamer, let's be fair. I mean, he knows that. But increasingly, he's been impressive in this spell. And bowls, oh, that one keeps a bit low, that one. Kept a bit low, and Thane just got in behind it, jammed the bat down on it at the last minute. Almost a wicket with 2 consecutive deliveries, but he walks away, putting his sweater back on, having not managed to get a wicket with either. Tom Taylor's going to replace Matthew Waite at this Sir Alistair Cook end, and Worcestershire still struggling to break this stubborn partnership.
It is indeed very, very stubborn. I think you're right, Frank. There might be that little hope that that conditions are just easing a little bit for batting, and for Worcestershire, that they can get in, and hoping that top order makes some runs. Did see Adam Hose and Brett D'Oliveira bat very well. They hung around last night and they looked good this morning. Really, Paul Walter has been impressive. He is, oh, he's gone, it's Taylor, and he's got straight through him and knocked back the middle peg. So a mighty innings comes to an end, and it's Taylor who is rewarded for his very hard graft throughout the day. That is the wicket that Worcestershire desperately needed. But Paul Walter, what an innings it's been from the big man. He acknowledges the crowd who have hung around to watch this innings as he walks off, and they rise to their feet here, the Essex faithful, to clap him off, because he has put Essex in front in this game, and it has been wonderful to watch. That's the 6th wicket to fall, so 211 for 6. Does that open the door a little bit for Worcestershire here now? Can they find their way into this tail, pick up another couple of wickets?
Well, brilliant innings. Worcestershire, as you said, Mel, and you couldn't put it any more clearly. They desperately needed that wicket, and they desperately needed to break the partnership. They desperately needed to get Paul Walter out. Bit more pressure on Noah Thane now, but also I think with Shane Snater coming out to join him, actually Simon Harmer coming out to join him, of course, Snater's still to come, they're in a good position now. They can afford to just play a few shots now and extend this lead. I don't think we'll see Harmer necessarily doing that, but Snater certainly will, I think. 83 incidentally added for that wicket, that 6th wicket, significant partnership. How Worcestershire would like to knock another couple over tonight.
Well, Simon Harmer made 28 in the first innings off 77 balls. He faced, I think, 30 more balls than anybody else in the Essex lineup. Taylor is in over the wicket, and straight away there's runs, or 1 run for Simon Harmer. He gets off the mark with a single, just playing that one down to the deep third boundary. It's picked up by a fielder.
Well, Tom Taylor deserved that wicket, I think, for his bowling earlier. Can't say he deserved it for his bowling in this spell because it was the first ball of the spell, but we just said he'd been a bit unlucky and gets a little bit of reward. And how he would love to turn 1 into 2, force Worcestershire back into it.
Taylor, he's running in again, bowls, and that's a full delivery that almost knocks Thane over. Fell over just,
again, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. He just kept it out, got in behind it. All of a sudden, the tensions just ratcheted up a little bit. It was very high around here when Walter was in the 90s, and now there's still 8.3 overs remaining in the day. There is time for another couple of wickets. That would make things very interesting. As Taylor is in. Oh, he beats the bat this time. Ollie. And Noah Thane, I mean, he played and missed at that one, and then almost fell on his bat. It's been thoroughly entertaining.
Well, just when you do think maybe it's flattening out a bit, then you get one keeps a bit low, and you suddenly think, well, maybe not.
Yeah, it's been a thoroughly entertaining couple of days of cricket.
Has.
Taylor, he's in again, bowls, and this time he does connect Thane, but only sends it to point, so no run. Yeah, every time we think we've settled into a certain period, that partnership was terrific between Walter and Thane. Just was certainly the most productive and the most solid. I think the other good partnership between Hose and D'Oliveira for Worcestershire earlier was the first one. Oh, it's a short ball. It has Thane ducking. I tell you what, Thane's being tested a bit by Taylor. He just had his tail up a little bit after removing Paul Walter. That's the end of his over. So just the single and the wicket coming from it. 212 for 6. Harmer will take strike for the start of the next over is on 1. Thane now the main man on 38 with 8 overs remaining in the day. The lead now for Essex, 189. Now, if Worcestershire can pick up another couple of wickets, I'll be feeling a lot better going into the changing rooms at Stumps.
Final details on Paul Walter's 100 coming up as Brooks bowls to Harmer, who pushes this out with a combination, well, more with pad than bat, I think, on the offside. Paul Walter's 104, 154 deliveries and 13 fours. And, well, I've said it several times, forgive me if I say it again. I reckon if you get 100 on this pitch, you deserve to be on the winning side. And I think he's probably thinking the same. Put a lot of effort into that knock. Harmer forward to this one from Brooks. Plays defensively on the offside. Shadows lengthening. It's been a lovely day here. Got quite warm in the middle of the day. A little bit chillier now. But a game that you really have not been able to take your eyes off. It's really being competitive. Brooks in again, bowls. Harmer tickles this away down the leg side for a single.
One thing I was just thinking about as well, you've seen a number of batters bowled. It's not been a case though of the bails being dropping off or whatever. We've seen the stumps knocked out, splattered all over the place.
Yeah, there's Brooks in, bowls, and Thane plays down on the inside. I wonder if that's because, the ball that might normally just take off the off bail, they hit the top of off, pitching leg and going away or whatever. That ball has been bouncing and climbing and being nicked, and the ones that have hit the stumps have been the very full ones, or the ones that have kept a bit low, nipped back in.
Yeah.
But you're right, been a real clatter of timber a few times. That's a lovely shot from Thane and a very good piece of fielding. The covers.
Makes it even more exciting, doesn't it? There's nothing quite like the sight of Well, just then it was middle stump, just pegged straight back. We've had somewhere where two stumps have been
disturbed. Yeah. First wicket of the game, actually, from Jacob Duffy. It's been a cracking, interesting game. 4 runs here, long hop from Brooks. Worst ball he's bowled, and Thane, to his credit, not missing out. That's the main thing. You don't get many free gifts, and that was a free gift. It was a proper long hop. He's annoyed with himself, Brooks, and Thane didn't miss out. He just swivelled around on it and slapped it away through mid-wicket for 4. And, well, that's probably the easiest 4 that he's had, but he's earned that 42 now to the young man, 217 for 6, and the lead, 194 now?
Yes, it is.
Right?
194. School teacher Frank gets his maths right.
English teacher occasionally gets his arithmetic right. More often than not, he gets it wrong.
I don't believe you for a second. Well, Tom Taylor, he took a wicket, the big one, in his last over. What can he do now as he runs in, bowls over the wicket? Oh, well, that one leaps up. And Harmer takes one hand off the bat. His bottom hand just manages to play it out in front of him. Lost his shape. So still 6.5 overs remaining in the day. Quite a few of the crowd members have filtered out now. I think they hung around to see Paul Walter get his century, and rightly so. Harmer waits. In comes Taylor. It's a full delivery, and as Simon Harmer does, he just solidly gets him behind it and plays it back down the ground. No run.
Worcestershire still be thinking if they can get another couple tonight, be right back in it.
Yeah, this game, I feel like it could still have a few twists and turns in it. You know, I really do. It's been wonderful. Very, very much enjoyed these couple of days down here. Back again tomorrow for Easter Sunday. As Taylor runs in, bowls, and again Harmer just gets behind and defends solidly. There's something, I say solid, there is something solid and almost comforting about the way Simon Harmer defends.
Yeah, I go with that. There are no frills, are there?
No.
He's well organised, got good technique, and he plays the right shot to the right ball most of the time, I think. There's a lot to be said for that.
He's there now, taps his bat. As Taylor runs in and bowls, and again just gets behind it and defends up towards Brett D'Oliveira at mid-off.
You know, you mentioned Kane Williamson earlier. I mean, he's one of the players that has that incredible ability to play all formats and do everything almost exactly right. He's a great captain, etc. But I always think of him as a player like that.
Yeah.
Joe Root. Raul Dravid, I always just think, plays the right shot to the right ball. You know, when he gets a ball short of a length on the stump, he gets on the back foot and he plays a proper defensive shot. He gets half volley outside the off stump, he drives it.
Here's Taylor, a Yorker.
Gets a Yorker, he digs it out.
And there's Simon Harmer. He did really well. The ball just dribbles out in front of him on the leg side.
But it's not always the case, is it? Especially these days, people are playing all sorts of shots to all sorts of balls. But there's something comforting, as you say, about a player who does that's what you should do. Yeah. By all means, get on the back foot and play defensively to that one. But yeah.
Yeah,
he's got a proper technique, let's put it that way.
Yeah, very, very solid. He'll want to stay out there until stumps. He's there now as Taylor is in. Again, just plays nicely, defensively, out into the offside to finish the over. A maiden over for Taylor. 217 for 6. 6 overs remaining in the day. Simon Harmer on 2, Thane on 42. The lead now, 194. I'll tell you what, I might do one more over and then I'll let Toppers get back in, because I know he's not going to be with us tomorrow, so I might let him close things out today. Been a wonderful afternoon for him to be able to watch Paul Walter get his century.
Yep, just remind listeners that Worcestershire women had their first game of the season today up at Headingley, and they won very, very well against Yorkshire. So a good start to the season for the Worcestershire women's team as Jacob Duffy comes back into the attack and starts with a quick delivery to Noah Thane, which he lifts his bat out of the way of and allows through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. And Duffy being reintroduced with the demise of Paul Walter, with the hope that he can nip another one out before the end of the day.
That'd make him feel better as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I just also thought I'd run through scores elsewhere as Duffy is in again and Thane defends. So at the Utilita Bowl at Southampton, Hampshire 186 for 3. Most of these games affected by the rain, of course. They lead Somerset. Just check that we've got live. Yeah, 186 for 3, leading Somerset by 2 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Notts 175 for 4 now, leading Warwickshire by 82 after dismissing the Bears for 93. Durham going well against Yorkshire. Duffy in bowls. Thane drives into the offside, gets a single. Yorkshire 307. Get this, Durham 264 for 1 in reply. And Lees 148 not out, and Gay 105 not out. So Gay, having moved from Northants, making a good start. Well, struggled in the first couple of games, but got his first 100 for Durham. Sussex and Surrey, lots of runs. Duffy in again, bowls. Harmer defends up to mid-on. Sussex 435. Surrey 50 for 1. They'd reply. Glamorgan 199. Middlesex going well, 342 for 4 in reply. So they lead by 143. Derbyshire 307. Northants 217 for 3. Lancashire, Leicestershire, Lancashire 263, Leicestershire 79 without loss, and finally Gloucestershire 472, Kent 316 for 6. Duffy short to Harmer, slapped away on the onside in front of square for 4. Very, very dismissive shot from Harmer, takes him to 6, and it means that Essex moved to 222 for 6, the lead now 199. And significant when you look down those scores, Mel, that this game here that we're watching is a lot further advanced than any other game being played in the country. Duffy in again, bowls. Harmer on the back foot, pushes up to mid-on, and that's partly because we've had no interruptions. It's also because we've had such a helpful pitch, I think.
We have. Just those scores as well. That was Cameron Green doing so well, wasn't it, down at Gloucestershire?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then got cramp and went off after getting his 100. There you go. Interesting. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Mel.
Frankie Poo.
Mel's off to go and tap the keys on her computer, and Don Topley coming back in alongside me. 5 overs left in the day. The first of them will be bowled by Tom Taylor, and he moves away from us now to bowl to Noah Thane. It's short, and Thane ducks underneath it and allows it through to Gareth Roderick behind the stumps, and the score remains 222 for 6. Don, you're not here tomorrow, but I know you'll be listening in, and I don't blame you, because having seen this game so far, and it's been so interesting and so gripping, even during the Easter egg hunt in Topley Garden, and the garden at Topley Towers tomorrow, it'll be difficult not to be thinking about what's going on here.
It will be. I'll certainly be listening in, and I'll be watching periodically as well.
Taylor again is in and bowls. Oh, and Thane drives. Well, I say, I got a little bit excited, but it was a thickish, bottom edge of the bat, bottom half, squirted out to backward point. But he's played really well, Noah Thane. 43, 120 balls. He's had a little bit of luck, but as we've said, anybody who bats for any length of time on this pitch probably needs a bit of luck, and
Yes.
he's been very, very focused since tea. Excellent junior partner in that partnership of 83 for the 6th wicket with Paul Walter. Here's Taylor again, still striding in late in the day, bowls, hits Thane on the pad, drops down in front of him. He says, "Is it okay if I help you and pick it up?" And they say, "Yes, please." And he bends down and chucks it to Jacob Duffy, who's coming in from mid-wicket. And there's no addition to the score. The pick of the bowlers, without a doubt, today, Matthew Waite, 14 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 26. And he has bowled really well. But Tom Taylor has got 1 for 52, currently in his 17th over. Probably deserved a bit more. He's in now and bowls, and Thane is pushing up to mid-off where D'Oliveira fields. Has it flattened out a tiny bit, Don? What do you reckon?
Look, it has with that older ball, but we're still seeing the ball sort of keep a little bit low occasionally, albeit by medium pacers. But 65, 66 overs old now. Look, I'm not going to say it's flattened out. I think if you run in and hit the deck,
especially with a new ball,
it's still happening.
Yeah.
And Worcestershire found themselves 4 down quite quickly in the first innings.
Taylor to Thane, steers this one down to backward point again, and there's no run.
And the lead
good
is
over so far.
199.
Yeah.
So, which is good.
Yeah.
4 wickets left. Harmer can bat. Snater can throw the willow a little bit.
Yeah.
He could be dangerous for 20, 25 runs.
Yeah.
You could knock him over as well. But you've got to make sure that you don't give runs away to Essex here.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be chasing more than 250, I don't reckon. That'll still be the thinking. As Taylor is in and bowls, and Thane is digging this one out. And it's up to mid-on. It's the end of the over. A maiden from Taylor. And his figures now. 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 52. Harmer has 6, Thane has 43. Essex 222 for 6, 4 overs left in the day. 199 is the lead.
I think the first club result has come in, and that is up in Norfolk. Swardston were playing at home, and I think they have just lost to Copdock and Old Eyes. Old Ipswichians who had travelled up to Norfolk, and in comes Duffy. Duffy short of a length down the leg side. There's an ooh and an ah, but I don't know if that was a genuine nick down the leg side, because I don't know. The slip and 2 slips were interested, but the keeper dived to the left. Just honestly don't know just at the moment whether that was an opportunity. Harmer down the leg side. Anyway, it wasn't snaffled. So well played to Copdock and Old Eyes from Ipswich, who are always a fairly competitive team. And Jacob Duffy bowls a jaffa there at Harmer. International to international, and Harmer plays and misses. It goes through on the off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. And what's good to hear is, you mentioned I'm going to have an Easter egg hunt tomorrow, and probably with our friends the Clarks on Monday. And Easter egg hunts are quite a familiar thing in our family. 2 slips waiting as Jacob Duffy bowls, and it goes to mid-wicket where there is no run. It's all very quiet here. Worcester would love to pick up a wicket just before the close of play, where Essex, they're not worried about the runs. They just want Harmer and indeed Thane to be batting tomorrow morning. Been a big part of Noah Thane's education here today. He got a couple of wickets, but he's also batted superbly well with Paul Water, and he's on 43 not out. Harmer plays and misses again. Wow, Jacob Duffy's got his tail up here, bowling nicely, as he really is. He had a spell perhaps earlier in the day which was just a little awry, not quite on the money, and gave a few scoring opportunities short and wide, which Essex invested in. But he's still a quality bowler. 222 for 6 with a lead of 199. Duffy from Otago in bowls, and this is an excellent forward defensive by Harmer, who gets right behind it. Trevor Bailey would have been happy with that. I'm just thinking out of the box here. Yvonne Crawley, that was Yvonne Goolagong. Is she still alive? Mel would know. She's still alive. Yeah, that's good to hear. I was just thinking about her earlier today. Yeah, why? You're going to go, well, I was just thinking about tennis. Tennis. On a length there, big, heavy bowling arm to conclude the over. Harmer gets behind it at the end of the over with 3 overs remaining. The shadows are ever lengthening here, and you're going to go, why were you thinking of Elon?
Well, I'm just thinking, it was Simon Harmer in behind it, forward defensive. Is Yvonne Crawley still alive?
Well, do you know, it was like word association, where I was thinking of, would Crawley get in the test side? Would he be picked?
Right.
And I thought of other Crawleys, and I thought of Yvonne Crawley, and I thought, what was her name?
Yeah.
Tennis. I do like my tennis as well.
Here's Taylor to bowl the first of the remaining 3 overs. He bowls, and Thane is swivelling round and hooking this one down to long leg, where
That's
it's misfielded, and 4 runs resulting from Duffy running round on the long leg boundary, but it was a tired effort, I think, and he misfielded it. It can happen, and 4 runs to Thane from Taylor's first ball. Taylor will not be impressed.
No, he owes him a drink in the bar tonight.
Comes back to the end of his mark. Boundary having taken the score up to 226 for 6, and Thane 47, just 4 runs away from a really hard-earned half-century. Taylor is in term, and he clips this one straight to mid-wicket. No run this time, but he's played really well, the young Cambridgeshire man, I think you said.
Is, yeah.
Yeah, so
his club would have
well
been
played.
Sawston, and I think it's Sawston and Brotherham, which is in Cambridgeshire.
Well,
They were playing Whittam today, your old team. No, was it your old team?
No, Granta was the team. There wasn't my team, I just guessed it, but yeah. Cambridge Granta. Here's Taylor again, charging in, still late in the day, bowls unedged and dropped at second slip by Rob Jones. Oh, I don't know if it carried. I have to say, watching the replay, might just have bounced in front of him. His left hand. We'll have another look now. Yeah, just didn't carry, I don't think, to be fair. That's about the 3rd one that Jones has had in this game that's dropped just short of him. Dive forward. I think he's hurt his left hand, and going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, if he'd have been a yard further up, he might have got a hand under it, but it was very, very unfortunate, and just underlines my feeling that Tom Taylor's just been the unlucky bowler in this game. Bowls again, and Harmer this time steers it down behind square.
Can I make
on the offside?
An observation? And I don't want this to sound as a criticism. If you keep seeing the ball fall short,
should you move up?
Should you be coming up? Because I mentioned that old adage that you'd rather see the ball dropped
than not carry,
than fall short.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think the only thing you would say is that with the odd one having bounced quite sharply on this pitch, you can understand why they're where they are. But yeah, you could be right. Taylor bowls, and Harmer pushes forward out on the offside. Although, to be fair, we also saw the same thing when Worcestershire were batting, that a couple of slip catches were taken up here. Paul Walter took one at sort of chest high, which for him is a long way up, and he also took one right down by his toes as well. So it's difficult to say, but it's easy, isn't it, when we sit up here? But yeah, you might be right. I mean, often you'd see Ian Botham used to just go and stand ridiculously close if that was happening, and just back himself to stick a hand out and hold on to it. Taylor again in bowls, and Harmer is forward and taken on the pad. Must have been a little bit of a nick on it, nick onto the pad, and Taylor, head in hands, feels a bit unlucky, and well he might. I really keep saying this, but 18 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 57. I think those figures probably don't do him justice, and he will probably agree with me. 227 for 6. The lead is 204. There are 2 overs left in the day.
So, not too long, 6 or 7 minutes probably before we will potentially sign off for the evening, as the sunshine continues here at Chelmsford. And it's Duffy in, played off the back foot, runs it down to 3rd man towards the Tom Pearce stand, where Kashif Ali does the fielding, and there is 1 more run to Thane, who moves to 49. But it's Simon Harmer facing. Can he get his half century? Noah Thane, who's batted really stoically, responsibly, securely, and I'm sure had a huge contribution in helping pull water through the 90s to his century. His first century of the summer. In comes Duffy down the leg side. Well, Harmer will get one, and it will only be one as it finds the fielder in front of the very large scoreboard here at Chelmsford to our left, and the score moves to 2-2-9 for 6. 2 slips awaiting, a ring on the offside, 2 on the leg side with a conventional fine leg. And looking across, the sun is still out, it's still bright. In comes a bouncer there. Noah Thane has had his second bumper. A delicious delivery there from the fast and nasty Jacob Duffy. A good bouncer, he received a good bounce, and to his credit, Noah Thane got it out of the way pretty well at the end, but that was a decent bumper.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was pretty straight, and it just a reminder from Duffy to Thane to that he's got that in his armoury, but he handled it well.
In he comes and played into the leg side. There is no run. Yeah, Simon Harmer sitting on his bat handle just for the moment at the non-strikers. Yeah, club cricketers will have enjoyed the sun today. We're pleased for them. So the East Anglian Premier League has started. The Essex League starts next week, and so does the Birmingham League. There might be 1 or 2 friendlies being played today. Hope you've enjoyed your cricket wherever you've been watching. Oh, that's a good delivery from Duffy, who's bowled a ball short of a length and squares up Noah Thane. Doesn't get anything on it. It's far too good, that, as a delivery late in the evening. Great effort here from the big, strong pace bowler from Otago. Running in down the slope from the Graham Gooch end. It's been an entertaining day's cricket, absorbing. It's been absorbing. Yes, you might not, it won't be the white ball T20 or the 100, but this has been an absorbing encounter in the Rothesay Division 1 encounter. And again, bowls on a length, comes forward, does Noah Thane, and he comes forward, plays with a straight bat, and that concludes the end of the over. And with 6 balls remaining, can Worcestershire nip an Essex batsman out, or will Essex see it through and Noah Thane have to come back tomorrow morning to notch up his first half century of the summer?
Well, Tom Taylor will be trying to keep Harmer down at that end, but be hoping he can actually pick up this 7th wicket in this last over of the day. Late finish tonight as Taylor is in and Harmer is playing defensively out into the covers. It's been a cracking day's cricket. If you're just joining us, a very quick recap. Worcestershire began the day 98 for 4. D'Oliveira on 31 and Hose on 39. They'd taken that to 124 for 5 when Hose was out, caught by Paul Walter at first slip off the bowling of Rajitha for 48. There was some question about whether or not it carried. Walter claimed the catch. Hose didn't walk. The umpires consulted, gave him out. We watched some replays. They were pretty inconclusive. Taylor bowls and Harmer defends, and there's no run. Thought it might just have been touched the ground as he picked it up. I'm not suggesting there was any foul play. He claimed it. He was given out. Hose went for 48. And D'Oliveira also had made 48 when he was LBW to the same bowler, Rajitha, and again it was a marginal decision, might just have been outside the line, but the umpire ruling in the bowler's favour. That was 131 for 6, and thereafter Worcestershire, with Matthew Waite playing really well for his 32, were eventually bowled out for 202. Taylor bowls again, Harmer drives through the covers, probably get 3. No, he's going to get 2. Good bit of chasing and fielding out there. So they get 2, So Worcestershire 202 all out, which was a lead of 23. Essex losing 5 wickets in the afternoon session, 3 of them to Matthew Waite. Charlie Allison out for 24, Westley for 3, Cox 24, Critchley 5 and Pepper 1. At tea it was 138 for 5. Paul Walter was still there on 69 and had been joined by Noah Thane just before the break. Taylor comes in and Harmer defends out on the offside, and Waite got 3 wickets. Walter after tea with Noah Thane going on to a brilliant 100, the first 100 of the game, first 50 of the game in fact, and going on to 100, played absolutely superbly. He made 104 after a partnership of 83 for the 6th wicket with Noah Thane when he was dismissed by Tom Taylor. Clean bowled for that 104, but Noah Thane is still there. 49 not out, the non-striker, as Taylor bowls to Harmer, and Harmer has steered this down to 3rd man and will probably get 2 more. Indeed he will get 2 more. They're thinking about coming back for 3 as Ethan Brooks does the fielding, but actually they decide on just 2, which means that Thane will not be able to get his 50 tonight. He's 49 not out. Harmer has gone to 11. Got 1 ball left in the day, 233 for 6. Essex lead by 210. That's the story of the day's play, and all to play for tomorrow for both sides. You'd have to put Essex slightly in front at the moment, but I'm sure Worcestershire will feel they're still in with a chance as Harmer turns the last ball of the day out on the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket and there is no run. That is the end of the over. So there we are, Essex 233 for 6. Leading by 210, and Noah Thane goes into the pavilion on 49 not out. Simon Harmer on 11.
Well, thank you, Frank. We've had a message of a reference Yvonne Goulagon and a message from Rachel from Fisheries, who suggests Yvonne is 73 years old. Well, there we go. But all from us here at Chelmsford at the Ambassador Cruise Line ground, the home of Essex County Cricket Club. Well, it's been 2 glorious days, and I am pleased to say that the weather is set fair tomorrow. A little bit more worried about Monday in the afternoon, but whether the game will get that far. From certainly Mel Farrell, from Frank Watson and myself, Don Topley, we'd like to thank you all for listening in, for your contributions, be it through messages, emails, texts, comments, and all the various people, guests that have joined us over the course of 2 days, and especially today where we had Phil Neal and indeed Hugh Turberville. So all that remains for me to do is to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you all a very pleasant weekend, and take care and enjoy the cricket that's on offer. Good.